Not me thinking I'm being like discreet. Mike is totally like unmuted. Hi, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. I have Brooke. I have questions. Cough, cough. I know. I'm so sorry. Brooke, Queen, my queen, get in here. Brooke, I genuinely have questions because you are also part of my weekend. So for the people who don't know, I got invited to a stream. Okay, this is how it was pitched to me, so y'all can like, you can have your own opinions, but I have opinions, and I want to know what your opinions are. I was invited by a person that I've played with once. And I was like, I like making friends. Let's make some friends. Why not? Like, a new friend. Okay, I'll trust this person. I didn't have a bad time with them the first time that I played with them. So whatever, we'll see what happens. So this person invited me to a stream. I want to preface the word stream to a stream of a game that I've never played before. And like, it was sold to me as, hey, it's kind of like Jackbox. And I know you've played Jackbox, so I think you might enjoy it. And I'm like, okay, yeah, like, why not? I'll say yes regardless. You were! Oh my god, okay, I'm so glad it wasn't just me. Okay, now I don't feel so bad, because I was kind of worried. That's why I fucking left early. So, anyway, I'm skipping ahead. So I showed up to this stream, and I asked, like, in the voice chat, because it was me and a whole bunch of, like, a whole handful of my other friends. So I was like, oh, bet, like, I'll go. Everyone else is going, why not? It's all my friends is there.
This is the sonorous war cry.
Is that an echotronic in my chat? Hello. Frog. Hear a horror story? Not necessarily a horror story, but definitely kind of ferocious. Like a, what the fuck? Definitely a, what the fuck was that? Also, Echo, I have beef to pick with you too. I'm fucking picking fights with everyone. I'm a very angry frog. So, I show up and I say in the voice chat, like, oh, hey, who's streaming? And the person who is currently streaming in the Discord goes, oh, I am in the Discord. And I'm like, I know you're streaming in the Discord. I'm here. Are you streaming on Twitch? And they go, no, just in the Discord. No, it's totally, what the fuck? Like, we are all streamers. You've invited a bunch of streamers to a stream and not specified that it's in a Discord. I'm like, okay, whatever. Okay, I'll show up. And then when I get there, we're all bantering, we're all having fun. It's all great. And so this game is let me pull up the game so y'all know what I'm talking about. I can't even remember what it's called. I think it's called King of the Castle. And this game is very specifically built for a stream. So like built for chat and streamers to interact, right? Because it is like, it's not built for just you and your pals in a voice call, because that's fucking weird. And if you've played the game before, you kind of know what I'm doing. Like, will know what I'm saying, because it takes a lot of time, and it's specifically designed for the person who is, like, streaming it, the person who's hosting. Like, the odds are not in your favor if you have been invited. So it's like, hey, come. So I've been, like, bamboozled, like, absolutely hoodwinked. So I know I wasn't going to be streamed, which is why I agreed. See, I wasn't invited to a private game. I was invited to a stream. So I thought I was going to be, like, hanging out, like, performing. You know what I mean? Like, it's a totally different dynamic. It's built for Twitch interactions. Thank you. So imagine that game just in a private VC. Weird. And anyway, so I jump in the VC. It's not being streamed. I've never played the game before. The only way that it's kind of like Jackbox is that you don't need to have bought the game. You can just play it in a browser. That's the only way that it's kind of like Jackbox. Everything else, totally different. Like, what the fuck is going on? Anyway, and so jump in the call, and then the person who invited me, who's like put all this together, then like drops it on us. They're like, oh, also, it's my birthday. I'm 24. So now I'm like trapped in this weird, like I've been hoodwinked to come to your birthday party, and so now I can't leave like soon because it's fucking weird. Oh, so the only other interaction I've kind of had with like that before was like my first. So I used to be part of a podcast, for a D&D live play podcast, and the person who like hired me to do that, dropped it on us like months later after we've been playing for ages, that the first time that we interacted was actually his anniversary, like wedding and like 10-year wedding anniversary. And so me and another person who were all in a chat was just like, why did you do that? Is everything okay at home? Like, what? Why? Why did we could have booked a different day. Why did it specifically have to be on your 10-year wedding anniversary? Weird. Super weird. And so it kind of felt like that again. And now I'm stuck in a VC with some of my closer friends. And this, like, new kid, who's not a kid, 24. Anyway, and that, like, I've only had one interaction with this person before. So it was just very weird to get invited to a stream that wasn't a stream, to a hangout that wasn't a hangout. It was, in fact, a celebration of your birth. And then we kind of all had to perform. We didn't need to all do voices, but you know me, I'm gonna go all out. Sounds weird, right? Bruh, I could DM you about the last interaction we had. Really? Brooke! DM me right the fuck now. Because I was sitting there the whole time pissed off. I'm not gonna lie. I was pissed. Because I totally forgot that I had plans on Sunday. Because there was no group chat. Like, nothing had been done except for like 10 minutes. So 10 minutes before we were supposed to hang out, I get put into a group chat. I then remember that I was supposed to be on stream. So I'm now like anxiety at 10 because I'm like, fuck, I know I had something planned, but I was just like, okay, well, nothing's come up. So no one's reminding me of everything. It's probably nothing. And like the weekend specifically is my time to hang out with my partner. That's literally why I don't stream on the weekend. I'm hanging out with with my fae. And so I was like, fuck, I've just like made plans to hang out with my partner in like an hour and a half. So I'm like, fuck, okay, well, I'll hang out thinking it's going to be like Jackbox. Thinking Jackbox is like maybe a half an hour game. Like, especially if it's like, Quinn time and self-care, exactly. Thinking it's going to be like, trivial murder party. Being like, okay, we're going to be here for like a half an hour. 3 hours later, the game still isn't finished. It's still not finished. And like the guy who's running it, this person who's running it is like taking so long to read and like clearly wants like a friendly interaction. But it's like, I don't know you like this yet. Like if one of my closer friends had invited me to do this thing, not only would they have told me all of the information correctly, it went on 45 minutes after that. I know, because I saw in the group chat that you had killed the person, and I was like, fucking on yourself. I was like, there's no way I'm gonna wait another 45, half an hour to then not win, because the game is set up for you to not be able to win and beat the person. So it's kind of like, you've invited me to just hang out with you for 3 hours. So, and there's one thing, okay, there's a couple of things, but there's one main thing that if you want to get on my bad side, quickly. It is to waste my fucking time. I fucking hate getting my time wasted. My time is so precious to me. Whoa! I was livid! It's like, how can I be nice? Because now you've bamboozled me and hoodwinked me into the situation. You then said it was your birthday. All of my other friends are here. And it kind of sounds like my other friends aren't having a good time either. So I'm not having a good time. They're not having a good time. The only person who is having a good time is the person who invited us here. It was a weird play. A weird play by that person, because I now don't want to interact with them anymore. So imagine, like, when we first, because I've played with them before on stream, I was like, okay, this person seems chill. This person seems, like, kind of nice. I might, like, invite them to some of the group things that I'm planning in the future. Not anymore! No! You are blacklisted! In the bin! To the bin with you! I had a blast. Mike! You fucking didn't! You were literally DMing me. The weird person was Mike. Please. Like, don't get me wrong. There was times when I was having fun, because I was having fun with my friends, and my friends were there. It got to a point, because I don't know the game, and then when I realised, oh, there's actually no way for me to win, and it's like, it's built that way, I'm like, well, why the fuck am I here? Oh my God. Very, very weird. Very, very weird. And it's like, anyway, the game is pretty confusing. Yeah, for, like, being dropped in, it's pretty confusing. I could have probably got it, like, if it was in somebody's stream, and I was sitting in chat, and I could, like, opt in and out, and have the choice to opt in and out, it would have been fine. But I'm in a VC with, like, 6 other people. It's not, you can't just opt in and out. But I did win. So Brooke had a great time. Brooke had a great time. Should I be scared of the fact I'm not 24? No. Med says the reason I didn't have fun was because of the person's age. It's just the way the person acted. It's fucking weird. Mike can't be younger than me. No, it wasn't me. No, I promise it wasn't you. And also, so that was my Sunday. And then after I went there, I genuinely went and like hung out with my partner. And I didn't have any spoons left to hang out with my partner because I'm disabled. Because I'm tired all the time, which is why I guard my time so, like, diligently. Is like, if I've chosen to hang out with you, it's because I've decided that you are worth my energy. And the fact that this person was just like, oh yeah, this is fine to waste this person's time. Woof. Livid. Like, absolutely not. The eldest to ever come to my house, Ebert. I'm 35, Echo. I was joking, Quinn, I know, please. So yeah, that was my Sunday. So I didn't even get a chance. I had to go give my cat some antibiotics. I was panicking. Yeah, that too. It's like, we all have lives. Like, and like the way that this person was acting, I'm pretty sure he still lives at home. Like, with his other younger siblings. It's like, we're all adults. Like, I've got shit to do. I can't be playing a game that's not fun. Game too long. And like, I was chatting with Mike in DMs because we were on the same team. And I was just like, how long is this game supposed to go on for? Because, my God. Like, it's like, this is the thing. If I was like pre-warned, if I was just told that, like, hey, this is what this game is, this is how long it's going to take, I would have been absolutely fine. I would have been fine, because then I would have known what energy to bring and how long to bring it for. But the fact that it was sold to me as a Twitch stream, and it was kind of like Jackbox, and like all your friends are going to be there, I was like, okay, yeah, that sounds like fun. It wasn't that. I mean, technically, yes, was a stream in a private Discord. technically was like Jackbox in the fact that you could use a browser. And then, yes, my friends were there. So I was kind of like, fuck you, actually. Fuck you forever. The game is fine for stream because it's designed for people to join and maybe not consistently be there, but it's wild to do it for private play. Yeah, that game gets long, which is also works for streaming. Exactly. It's like, when I plan a stream, I plan what I'm doing, kind of semi-plan what I'm doing that day, and like what kind of energy do I have. Like today, I'm late because I was tired yesterday and so I didn't sleep very well because of the fuckery that happened. Anyway, so yeah, that was that was my Sunday. I'm incredibly confused. Don't even worry about it, Mezes. What are you confused about, Mezes? Poor Quinn. It's fine. It's fine. I got to play with my friends and hang out with my friends. But it got to like 11:30 at night. And I was like, I gotta go. I don't even think it was 11:30. I think it was like 11:15. So what are you doing for today? We might be doing more Our Life. Because I want to get through our game. And Observation is on the docket. Because I do want to get that game finished. But I know I'm going to need to follow a walkthrough for it. And I'm like, do I have the spoons to like keep tabbing in and out of a game? And he's like, no. So I just want to play a fun little talky game where I don't need to think so much because I just need to read. Yippee! Is Stream Avatar's not on this whole time? None of y'all have said nothing? You little duders? Where's your little duders? So, yeah. I'm tired. That's why we're late. I'm sorry. But I know I needed to come on anyway because I want y'all to keep adding to the community pub quiz challenge because I'm really excited to do it. I've been taking notes. I've been going into people's channel points because I want to make it diabolical. You know what I mean? Like, because it's going to be teams of 3 and it's going to be a month to complete it. So I'm like, what absolute nonsense can I do? And like one of them, so a friend of ours, a mutual, if you will, has a channel point redeemed that is 10,000 channel points. And I'm like, with the consistency that they are streaming at, if people join at the beginning of the month and then are in their streams for the month, they could probably get 10,000 channel points and could probably get that redeemed. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of how diabolical I want to go. Because there's 3 of you in a team. You can delegate. So, yeah. Diabolical. So what's your beef with me? Right, Echo. It's not really, like, a beef. It's a little beef. It's like minute steak. So, you'll remember, on Saturday, I believe, I was in a call with someone who I've not been in a call with, like, on friendly terms in about 2 months. So it's already, for me anyway, it's already kind of awkward. I'm trying to be on my best behavior because I want to be friends with these people again. And then Echo comes in being like, hey, idiot, hey, you douche nozzle. Hey, let me call you out for being a fucker. Oh, Quinn, don't fuck. No, you didn't fuck nothing. You didn't fuck anything up. Absolutely, that's what I mean by it's not really beef. It's just my anxiety being really loud. I said none of those words. You said all of those words. You used slurs. Really weird. He didn't use slurs. Or did he? You'll never know. Came in like we were all here at a 4, hanging out at a 4. Echo came in at an 11. Like, no, it's just I asked for help on a thing, and I asked Echo, and I also asked these other people, and these other people helped. And then Echo came into the call. That's it. So it wasn't even that bad. But it definitely broke the anxiety. For me, anyway, it broke the anxiety a little bit. Because it's just like, here we go again. can go help elsewhere. It's like, I still need your help. Like, so yeah, that was a lot of spoons was had over the weekend. Meanwhile, I spent my Saturday at birthday party and Sunday hungover as fuck. Hell yeah, as you should, as you should. Whoa, hey Zeus, get in here. How you doing, dude? I know nothing of what you were saying. Please don't even worry about it. Just Echo being a menace. Oh fuck, so funny. So I was like, oh please, not like this. Piss kink, my god. Oh, really? I'm joking, Queen. You're totally fine. Ah, fuck. But speaking of Jesus, so I'm booked and busy. We're busy this week. So, Echo, you can be mad at me again. You can be mad at me legitimately this time. Because I am streaming on Wednesday. We are specifically streaming on Wednesday with Ninja. And we haven't hung out with Ninja for a hot minute. But we planned a paleo date. So depending on if it's not shit, depending on if paleo's not buggy as hell, we should be just running around in paleo. So if you want to come hang out, feel free. We're just going to be probably resource gathering. I know Ninja hasn't done any of the Elderwood storyline. So if you want to come hang out, feel free. We'll be watching. Well, I won't be. So I'll have to skip out on One Piece Wednesday this week. For 1 week, I'm going to skip out on One Piece Wednesday. I know, I'm as upset as you are. No, I'm not cool with Ninja, so I'll say that. That's fair. What day? Wednesday? Wednesday. So I've planned it for 4 p.m. So we'll go from there. But and then Friday, booked and busy, we'll be hopefully playing Pico Park. Now, if y'all remember that we played First Class Trouble a couple of weeks ago, it'll be with the same people, hopefully. There's one person who might sit it out, but it'll be us 7. Us 7 queers. Wow, laptop decided to drop the internet. Boo. Boo. So yeah, there'll be, what was it, Shmef, Mike, Brooke, Echo, Arialia, and myself. And then maybe Mama Alien. We don't know. Don't know yet. I've invited her, but we'll see. So I'm excited. I haven't played Pico Park because I haven't had people to play it with. So I was like, why would I buy a game that I'm not able to play with? So that's on Friday at normal time. So not normal time, but at 11 p.m. my time. So like 6 p.m. for everyone else. And then Sunday, write it in your diaries, put it in your calendars. Sunday at 4 p.m. What did I book it for? Oops, 1 sec. Don't look. Hold your... Talk among yourselves. Fuck. Come on, Discord. Pretty sure it was 4. Hello. Oh, good. Brilliant. Okay. What's that? So, Friday 11 p.m. What did I say? 4 p.m. Yep. Okay. And then Sunday at 4 p.m. BST. So, whatever that is for you. We'll be playing Split Fiction with Solitary Jess. With Jesus. Hell yeah. So, I'm excited. I'm excited to play through it again as Zoe this time. So, that'll be fun. We can pause One Piece for this week if you want. Honestly, Echo, because I came in because I wanted to, because like I'm at episode like 500, so I'm just rewatching them with y'all to catch up. So if you wanna keep watching it, I don't think where we're at story wise, I don't mind missing them. But I do like watching it with y'all. Sunday? Yeah, okay. Oh, hell yeah. So, more Split Fiction with Jesus, hell yeah. And if you're not following Jesus, pre-follow. Because we'll be hanging out together. Okay, we're getting close to 500 though. Eee. Getting close. Are we not at 400? So I think we've been watching. We're watching for like 6 hours. That's 12 episodes. We're watching 10 episodes a session. 10 episodes every week. So we've still got 10 weeks before we get to where I left off. Also, cat got me, so I look gnarly as hell. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. I'll bite you. We're like 4:30. Oh damn. Okay. Well, even then, that's still like 7 weeks. So I'm fine. I'm fine with missing out on 1 week. It's like I wish I could. I wish Discord would let me jump into 2 calls because I want to watch while playing Paleo. Jess is not mean. You don't know. Maybe they are. Maybe it's actually their birthday on Sunday. Maybe they're bamboozling me to come hang out with them on Sunday. Weird. It was weird. Yeah, we're definitely all getting to 500 this Wednesday. Yeah. Bet. So yeah, today we are. I'm gonna jump back into Our Life because I want to get I do want to get through it. I'm having fun playing it. So it's I started fights with everyone. Checking you so we can throw down. Hell yeah. Violence is the answer. So it's been one hell of a weekend. My God. And I didn't hang out with my partner nearly enough. So I'm grumpy. But yeah, so we're here. But what else happened? Oh, the Pop Raid Train happened this weekend. Can we take a second to give Echo his roses? Because Echo, I'm pretty sure, has raised the most. No, because somebody at the time of Echo's stream, he what's the word I'm looking for? Raised the most. I was gonna say roast. Raised the most money for the Pop Raid Train. I think somebody after like dropped $1,000 in somebody else's stream. So I'm sorry, you can't take that. But at the time of Echo's stream, he raised the most money for Pop Raid Train. If you all don't know what the Pop Raid Train is, it is the Point of Pride Raid Train, and there's 2 weekends this month. It was the first weekend that's just passed, and the last weekend of the month, which is when my slot is. So again, another time, write it in your diaries, because I'm going to be up at like 4 a.m. for my slot. Doing it off stream is cheating. I think my community's in like 3rd now. Hell yeah. Huh? Doing it off stream? What do you mean? So yeah, that's what happened this weekend. We absolutely crushed it from last year. So last year we raised 4,300. We are already at $6,000, I believe, for money raised for gender affirming care. So yeah, hell yeah. Donating it after the stream. No, it was it was still on stream. It was just somebody else's community. That's it. Yeah, and they 2 folks that raise more have much larger communities. So it's all good with me. Yeah, exactly. Hell yeah. And so part of Echo's like stretch goals was a karaoke stream. So I'll be doing karaoke over on Echo stream whenever we organize that. So yeah, it'll be fun. So I'm in the process of trying to put my initiatives together, and I think one of the things that I do want to do is a D&D one-shot raffle. So a seat at the table for a D&D one-shot. So yeah, I'm excited to get back in the DM seat. So I'll be DMing it, obviously. But like, I haven't DM'd in a hot minute, and I really enjoyed doing it, and I want to get back into it. One of the stretch goals is I play Undertale again, and I do a true pacifist run for Undertale. I think I put it at like $500 because I don't want to do it, but for charity for 500 I'll do it. So we'll see how it goes. Hell yeah. Oh my God, that's cool. Yeah, I'm excited. We'll see if people are interested. But like, I've got my temporary tattoos showed up today, all the gay ones. And what else? I did order little stickers too. So I might put them up here. But I'm doing paper cranes. So I think it's if you donate $5, I make a paper crane, and then I'm gonna have, like I said at the beginning of the year, so I'm gonna have like curtains of paper cranes here. So I'll just add you to a string and then make paper cranes, and we'll see. Yee. So yeah, that's it. I don't know. I think just my anxiety is too loud, and my imposter syndrome is too rampant that if I do any initiatives, no one will show up because it's such a weird time, and it's a time that I never stream at. So yeah, I'm worried. I'm not gonna lie. I'm anxious. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna jump into the game, shall we? Oh, have I haven't even got it loaded. Don't even worry about it. I'm working on it. I'm here to help with things how I can. Of course, thank you. I will need your help, I promise. It was just in like setting it up entirely. I was asking the people who like set it up and know what to do. Fuck. Funny. Anyway. Why aren't you working? Oh, it's because I'm not on the right page. Okay, don't look. Hi, over here now. Teehee. Gameplay. You should still be alive, right? Why are you so itty bitty? Why are you over there? Get down there. Get down from it. I wasn't actually mad. I know you weren't. I know you weren't actually mad. It was funny and also like anxiety inducing. It's like two things can be true. Okay, continue. Ah, yeah, this is where we left off. Okay. Because we are teenagers. Fuck's sake. So, what do we want to do? Wave? I'll do wave. Cove likes waves. The family shopping trip had lasted most of the morning, and you still had to unload everything from the trunk before you could go enjoy the afternoon. You cradled another bag in your arms as you headed towards your house. It was one of the heavier bags from the grocery store, loaded with fresh apples, ripe tomatoes, and a bunch of carrots, and even half a watermelon. Ma came out the front door and paused just ahead of you.
No trouble.
Need any help with that, Brooke? Oh yeah, we were called Brooke! I forgot. I forgot we were called Brooke. Come on, pause just ahead of you.
Trouble.
Need any help with that, Brooke? I can bring it the rest of the way if you want me to. It's just too heavy. No, I've got it. We are doing fine. You could just manage to hold it. Oh yeah! You eagerly agreed with a nod of your head. You needed someone else to take it. You didn't say anything. You could finish the job by yourself, no problem. No, I've got it. Even if it was heavy, you managed to bring it in yourself. Ma gave you an encouraging grin. Oh, cold water. And rustled her fingers through your pink hair. You set the next bag on the counter. The fuck? Your older sister began to root around inside for the contents with a sigh. How much is left? Still a few more bags. With a huff and a puff, Elizabeth continued putting away the groceries, and you retreated out of the kitchen before you could become the target of her bad mood.
Be careful.
Careful, Brooke. Careful, Brooke. Relax. Relax. Oh yeah, sorry. I need my juice. My Vimitims. Have you taken your vitamins today? You should have. You haven't been looking where you were going and bumped right into Mum while stepping on her toes to boot. Sorry. I can give you a pass this time, but be sure to watch where you're going. If you run into the wrong person, you might just get your license revoked. Your bag carrying a license. Oh look, when I go get ready for the day. Got an appointment, so can't be stinky. Okay. She grinned at the bad joke as you continued through the door. Outside, Ma had started organising what remained and putting back any loose objects that had fallen out during the trip. When you stepped up to the trunk beside her, she took in a big breath of air, her dress gently swaying around in the breeze.
It's a shame.
We had to spend this morning cooped up in that shopping centre. It's a beautiful day, don't you think? Oh, Mom is so pretty. The hell? You tilted your head to the sky, gazing at the clear blue expanse. Yeah, it is. Days like today are my favorite. I mean, I would have wished it was raining. I wish it was raining. You let out a sigh, searching the skies for any sign of a fluffy grey rain cloud. Maybe we'll get a sun shower one of these days. You perked up a bit, hoping it were true. It'd be a refreshing change right about now. With renewed enthusiasm, you turned back to the trunk to help Ma with the last of the bags. Oh, hi, Cove. You notice Mom wave over at Cove, who had just exited his front door, his surfboard propped up under one arm. Let me see, surfboard and wetsuit. Where might you be after on this beautiful day? Oh, we'll never know, Mom. Cove instantly startled, not having realised your family was also out here, even though your mom was the one who called out. You were the one he looked at. He looked at us! He tried to settle down again. He jogged across the pavement to properly say hello to you and your family. It was decidedly awkward since Cove had trouble figuring out how close to stand to you. The addition of his unwieldy surfboard made the whole thing seem even clumsier. Come on, my boy! Careful with that thing, you'll put someone's eye out. Mum chuckled and got a whispered reproach from Ma for it. Pam, please, go easy on him. Cove winced and you couldn't help but feel for the guy. This had to be uncomfortable for him. Don't mind her, honey. It's a beautiful day for surfing. I haven't been out on the waves in a long time. I'm jealous. He smiled a little bit, pleased to have people around who shared his hobby. Hi, Cove. He had relaxed so when Ma spoke to him, but all the rigidity came back as soon as you said something. Hey, Brooke. Cove gripped his board tighter, and it almost felt like you had butterflies in your stomach. Did you want to come down to the beach later? We could hang out. He noticed the flush of red on his cheeks. You noticed the flush of red on his cheeks? That might have just been from the heat. Yeah, sure, probably just the heat. Sure, I'll meet you here when we're done. Oh yeah, I can do it. Alright, I can't this time. Sure, I'll meet you there when we're done. Cool. He seemed a little sheepish after realizing how loud that was. Thanks for coming. You're not done unloading, right? Can I help? He wants to help! No, this is our job. You enjoy the beach. Brooke can catch up as soon as you finish here. Alright, I'll see you. Yeah, bye for now. They're so cute! Cove headed on down to the beach with more skip in his step than normal. It was really cute. You smiled softly to yourself, and the thought that you'd be joining him soon. Ah! He sure seemed to perk up after you agreed to meet him there. I wonder why that could be. Oh my god, not the game. Now who's giving him a hard time, Lonnie?
Shush.
It's different. Mum's face broke into an incredulous grin. In what way? I'm being supportive and he can't hear it. Mom full on laughed this time.
Lonnie.
You're the worst of us. When it comes to this, honestly, I keep trying to warn people, but they won't listen. I only want to help. I think it's fair to say he might need it. Meddler! But you have a point. I love them. They're so cute. You narrowed your eyes at their teasing, and they simply chuckled conspiratorially before taking more bags from the trunk and heading inside. Once everything had finally been taken in and put away, you got yourself ready to meet Cove at the beach. You have a surfboard in your room that you wanted to take with you. Can I actually just... Oh, no, I can't. I can. Brilliant. Surfboard in your room that you wanted to take with you. Your family had the surfboards around somewhere. You weren't sure what you were going to do. You were surfing and you didn't know how. I had a surfboard, sure, why not? You've been practicing your surfing more and more lately. It was always ready to go. After grabbing your board and getting everything ready, you headed down to the beach.
Have fun.
Have fun, honey. Stay safe. I'll try. When you arrive at the shore, you were greeted by the crash of waves and the soft calls of seagulls. You took in a lungful of the ocean air and felt your olive skin warm in the sun. You noticed a small setup nearby with a towel, some sunscreen, and a bottle of water. It must be Cove's. You spotted Cove himself nearby. He hadn't gone out to sea yet. He was just sitting in the sand at the water's edge, his board propped up beside him. You strolled up beside him. Hey, I'm here. Brooke! He's so cute! He looked up at you with a smile and quickly hopped to his feet. I was starting to think you weren't going to show up. I would have missed it! Sorry you had to wait. And stay inside all day? I don't think so. Sorry you had to wait. You don't have to say that, it's okay. Then he cast his eyes towards the waves. Cove, I'm not that good at surfing. Will you give me some tips? Cove surfed more often than you did, so you knew he'd have some good tips to help you improve. Yeah, let's get started. You tucked your board under your arm and the two of you ran into the water together. You paddled out into the sea to where the good waves were. The water was cool against your skin.
It's nice.
Not too calm, but nothing crazy. He looks perfect today. He smiled at you and you couldn't help but smile back. You felt totally content. Until Cove kicked the water a little too hard and it inadvertently splashed you. Hey!
Sorry.
Huh? Oh, sorry. The apology did not come across especially repentant, as he was smiling the entire time he said it. He splashed you back. Yeah, get him. You laughed but waited for an opening for revenge. The Zagany looked away. You kicked him. Sprayed him.
Seriously?
Is that any way to treat someone trying to help? I came out here to teach you. And I was just following your example. Get him. Hello. What the fuck? I'm fucking... That's another thing. Like, I've been dealing with the council at the moment. Because they're trying to charge me for a thing that I shouldn't be charged for. So I'm just trying to be an adult. I'm getting absolutely fucking mullered because of it. Anyway, Cove tried to keep a straight face but ended up looking away. The water you flicked at him landed in shiny droplets in his hair. Then there's another lesson. He soaked you deliberately this time. He used his full leg and an impressive curtain of water hit you in the face. You lost your balance and scrambled to keep hold of the board. You just managed to stay on, but it was close. Cove winced. Are you okay? I'm fine, but we could do the real teaching? Yeah. He chuckled awkwardly and shook some water out of his ear. With that, Cove started telling you all the tips and tricks of how to stay on the surfboard. He demonstrated both good and bad posture and explained where you needed to put your weight. Like this? You wiggled your body so that you were more in the center of your board. Cove nodded. Yep, just like that. The little lesson continued, and things clicked quickly? I had to go slowly, but you got it. It was disastrous. Please, I kind of... You could scarcely stand on a motionless board without falling right back off. Cove still supported you regardless. Occasionally, he reached out and touched you to more directly help get positions right. It felt nice. But if you acknowledged you noticed his touch at all, you would instantly pull away. Since you weren't truly ready for it, Cove never pushed you to start taking on full waves, which meant he didn't either. Instead, he stuck by your side in calmer seas to assist with your practice. There was no disappointment on his face over how things played out. Even if you hadn't reached the point of doing any real serious surfing yet, it was still a lot of fun. Many laughs were shared between the two of you. What an afternoon! The setting sun was visible on the horizon. Every time you would look away, it had sunk a little lower. The beach was darkening, but still pleasantly warm. You knew you should get out of the water before it was completely dark in the sea. You rode one last wave to get back to the beach. There, you picked up your surfboard and gave it a quick once-over. Cove followed behind you to the shore. He put his board with his other things and grabbed his towel to start drying off. Trees! Thank you for the community pub quiz challenge. 26k, hell yeah, pop off. Also, how did you? I don't know if you're lurking, but like, I hope you got past the clock thing, because you're about where I kind of got to. I reclaimed the throne. I don't know what that means, but I'm glad. I'm glad for you. So the king puzzle. So because I got, where is it? Is it still? Yeah, it's 109, and then counterclockwise to 0115. What else do you need to do for that one? Is it the... Because the only other number that I can think it would be, that number that we haven't even used, is the crest in the wine cellar. Like, what was it, 12, 15, 12, 13, or whatever it is? I've got it somewhere. But yeah, I tapped out. I tapped out of blueprints, I'll admit. Because I was like, okay, I've reached the room. I finished the game. I haven't completed the game, but I finished the game, and I'm gonna take that as a win. But hell yeah. I'm glad you reclaimed it. Very nice, very nice. Mezes, how are you getting on? Have you reclaimed the throne yet? Have you continued it? And like, I don't know, I can't remember if I uninstalled it or not. I'm pretty sure, I don't think I did. Do I need to reclaim the throne? The rotation only seems to matter for the eastward, because it tells you which hour you should be on. Ooh, Cheeks, get in here. How you doing, Cheeks? Boys, my boys, let's go, pop off. Tells you which hour you should be on. That was my big one. That was like all the clues that I had up to that point. It's like I've got nothing new. Good, hell yeah. But yeah, I'm glad. Stop drying it off. As he ruffled his hair with a towel, you watched the sunset together. The colours were beautiful in the distance, and the shadows around you deepened. There was no need for words between you two, as you both enjoyed the sight for a moment. Cove broke the silence. The waves were good today, I think. Yeah, totally. I guess. Perfect for surfing. If you read it as 109 or 115, then the third code is 12XX. Can't remember the end numbers. Because is 12XX, isn't that the numbers that are on the shield in the wine cellar? Because isn't that the reign of the king? Because that's the only 4-digit number that I haven't used yet. I gotta remember. This is what I mean. Like I locked out. I gave up. I was like, this is too much. Also, the RNG was absolutely doing my dick in. Maybe. So yeah, it seems like there might be something else with the crest. Might be something else with the crest? Like, what else? What else could there possibly be? I'm working on the blue tents notes. The blue tents have notes? Damn! So I need to go in, get enough money to even buy the blue tents from the shop. This is what I mean. It's too much. It's too much for me. I'm glad you're doing it, and I get to watch y'all streams. There's no way. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much stuff. Like, brain only so big. No smooth brain. No wrinkles. Getting enough money for the tents was a struggle. Bad RNG. Yeah. I bet. It's just, there's no way. I was just like, I've got other games, I've got other things, I've got other plans this year. I can't spend another month trying to complete a game that I've already finished. It's fine. Oh my goodness, big yawn. Odin, perfect for stuffing. He nodded mildly. You chatted a little more until the conversation truly died out, and all you heard was the rhythmic sounds of waves. Then Cove sighed. The day can't be over, not yet. He scowled into the distance as if the sun exiting the sky was a personal offense. Don't you think it should be longer? Yeah, it felt long enough for me. No! Only sure could express your feelings on the matter. Cove stood up straight in defiance of the approaching darkness. I'm not gonna go home yet. I want to go somewhere. I don't know. Cove was still drifting in salt water, so you weren't sure what the alternative was. Wetsuits were fine for the beach, and not much else. It wasn't a good idea for him to lug his surfboard around town either. You'll be real cute in that wetsuit wherever you go! Well, I need to call it out. Well, yeah, I want to do something too. Cute. Well, she'll be welcome anywhere soaking wet like this. The worst part is I don't have a true lead yet for what to do post-throne, but I will find it. I'll find it. Rah. It's like, no, there's only so much like walking around not knowing what to do I can do in a game. But hell yeah. Like, is there more after you regain the throne? Like, they've packed so much game into the game. Ow, 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 ow. Well, I need to call that night. Yeah, I want to do something too. Cobb nodded with a smile. Then he looked down the shore with wide, shining eyes. There's at least one place that's always okay to hang out at, no matter what time it is. The park. I've decided to do challenge mode for the chance that I find the next thing. Ooh. Very good, very good. Ow. The park was virtually always empty. Even Elizabeth only went there nowadays if she was looking for you. How times have changed. She used to be so protective of the place. In fact, the only person there was a chance of running into might be that Jeremy kid again. Fucking Jeremy! He brought the idea up to Cove and he cringed, but I'm still going. The sun is still there, a little. I'm staying out as long as it takes. You tagged along. Okay, let's go. Cove took a minute to put his stuff in order. He made sure to get it all, though didn't take much care to shake the sand off. You dealt with your own things. You stuffed everything together quickly. You took your time to pack your bag. You stuffed everything together quickly. I'm done, Cove. He rolled his eyes with a bent smile at the announcement. He led the way down the beach to the park. It wasn't far, so it didn't take you long at all. The sun still hadn't completely disappeared just yet when you made your arrival. Cove stuck his surfboard upright in the sand and tossed his towel over the top. By now the two of you were mostly dry. The summer breeze on your skin kept you pleasantly warm. Cove idly went over to the monkey bars. He grabbed them, feet flat on the ground, and pretended to go across. He had definitely grown in the past few years. You had also outgrown the monkey bars. You were way too tall to play on them properly anymore. When he got to the bar in the middle, Cove pulled himself up and through, then sat on top of the bars, his legs dangling off the sides of the bars he perched on. You joined him. You didn't even have to stretch to put yourself up. It was a rather tall seat to clamber on, but it worked. Cove scooted over to give you more room to spread out. These monkey bars weren't meant for two teens sitting on top of them. Guess what? What? He smiled broadly and raised an eyebrow. He's not here. Tee, fucking Jeremy. Right, it was true. There wasn't a single sign of Jeremy. Looks like it was just going to be the two of you tonight. Cove hung his head and groaned dramatically. Your eyes widened when he whipped his head back up. Can't believe how dumb my parents are for forcing me to come to this stupid place. You were taken aback and blinked for a second because you realised he was quoting Jeremy. Oh my god, okay, I thought they were genuinely saying that. Fuck. One Jeremy's enough. Cove chuckled back, a mischievous glint in his eyes. You looked around, the old park, the streets you knew like the back of your hand, and the beach. These were your stomping grounds. You wondered how Cove actually felt. How much was his joke just a joke? And how much was sincere dislike of this place? Moving had never been his choice. Do you actually like this neighborhood? I know you don't think it's dumb. You looked silent stretch between you. Do you actually like this neighborhood? Do you really have to ask that, Brooke? Yeah, I do! Cove kicked his legs carelessly as they dangled. He smiled softly. I like it here. I really do. It's a nice place. He didn't hesitate. There was no uncertainty. That was his genuine opinion. Yippee! Genuine opinion! Hurrah! Like, I got some morning meetings, but as always, I'll continue to pop in for random snarky comments. Okay, of course, Therese. And I hope your Monday goes well. I realize my nose is very itchy. Hopefully that helps. Well, I like it too. Well, at least one person likes it here. You nodded wordlessly. Well, of course, I'm here after all. You're the best thing in the neighborhood, Cove. Yeah, I like it too. A contented feeling fell between the two of you. It didn't take long for the days to finally draw to a close. The sun had gone and it was dark. You chatted a while longer, but it was definitely winding down. You better get home. I wish days were longer. You chose not to say anything. I wish days were longer. I wish this day was longer. His feet kicked out. It made him look like a pouty child. Oh well. Cove sighed. It was time to go home. He hopped down from the monkey bars with a thump with his feet when his feet hit the ground. You clambered down the monkey bars yourself. You lowered yourself more slowly than Cove and barely made a sound when your feet reached the ground. Cove grabbed his surfboard and threw his towel around his neck with his water bottle in his hand. He was ready. You both began your trek up the road. It was a quiet night and you didn't run into anyone else. In what felt like no time at all, you had reached your street. When you came to your house, you turned to each other. See you later, Brooke. Bye. Yup. Oh my god, horrendous. This was definitely an interesting experience. It was nice to see you. Thanks for the awesome day. Tee-hee. Cove waved and you both turned around to your respective houses. This was a pleasant end to the outing, you thought. And then summer ended. Yeah, because I want to get through it. Move to the next step. Yes. There was no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow you were heading to class. You were excited to go back. Anxiety gnawed at your stomach. It was a bummer. Your feelings were muddled. Anxiety. Going back to school meant handing over the autonomy you'd had over the past weeks. You had very little control over what you did at school or who you shared your class with. Huh? Quick game? No. It was with a heavy heart that you chose your outfit for the final day of freedom. Life was going to be different. You had come to think of the summer vacation as the norm, but school sucked at the majority of the year, whereas the summer vacation had just a respite in the middle. So rather than it being different, it was kind of a return to the normal. What did your normal life really mean? Oh my goodness. You considered how fondly your moms talked about their summer vacations as kids. You dimly recognized that one year the pattern of school and summer itself would be over for good. It was hard to imagine. You'd gotten distracted, one arm still out of a sleeve. You pulled it through and put your mind back to the present. This season had brought about plenty of changes of your own, like Kira's visit, though that too was coming to an end today. Oh yeah, she's leaving! You were happy you finally got the chance to know her? I don't want to fucking know her. Bull. You had become extremely fond of her. Yeah, I didn't really like her. Your mind wasn't made up on how to feel about her. You didn't really care one way or the other. You didn't really like her. Not having her around was perfectly fine with you. You finished dressing, which was good. Cove would be there any moment. You'd agreed to see his mom off together. Officially, the plan was that he would come over to bring you round to his house when she was ready to set off, but you both knew that you'd be hanging out for at least a little while beforehand. Kira's visit had troubled Cove when it first happened. It had been a sudden change, thanks to Mr. Holden's infamous tendency to surprise people, but once he was able to adjust, he'd been in pretty good spirits around her. It was a relief for everyone, except for Mr. Holden. The next thought that crossed your mind was, it was only to be polite to go to get the door for Cove. You went downstairs to wait. You couldn't wait to see Cove, so you went downstairs to meet him when he arrived. Cove knew your house well enough. You could lounge in your room and wait for him. No, we'll go downstairs. You strolled down the stairs. Someone else might have been able to answer it, but it was your guest. It was only for a few minutes later when the doorbell rang. As you'd chosen to stand beside it to wait for Cove, there was no delay in pulling it open. Cove was there just as you would expected. He smiled as he caught the sight of you. Hey. Hi, Cove. Welcome in. Once he'd stepped inside, you beckoned for him to follow you upstairs. Back up in your room, you sat down on your bed and waited for Cove to settle in as you knew he would. With other guests, you might have offered them a seat, but you and Cove were long past those tentative stages of friendship. Your room was as familiar to him as his own. You watched as Cove sat down in your desk chair, his preferred spot. He rolled it closer to the bed to make it easier to chat, tweaking the angle so that he was facing you fully. Once happy with the position, he leaned in towards you, hands held in his lap. His actions weren't the ones of someone who'd planned on moving from his spot anytime soon, even though you had an appointment to keep together that day. When is your mom leaving?
Don't worry about it.
We've got some time. She's still got a shower and stuff before she goes. She didn't want me to just keep hanging around while she was doing that. He lifted his head, his gaze drifting out through the window, and chuckled. I can't believe she's already leaving, just when I'm getting used to her being there every day. He leaned back in a chair, a wry smile tickling his cheeks. She'll be back. He cocked his head thoughtfully without shrugging. He ran a hand through his hair before shaking his head, as if shaking off the topic like a dog whipping off water following a dip in the sea. The conversation lapsed into another comfortable lull. Cove swung his feet underneath the seat of the chair, eyes resting on you. Having him over here was so nice. No matter how you spent the time, you always felt better for being in his company. You couldn't help but adore him, both as a friend and in a way that plucked at your heart a vague yearning for more. Maybe it was because summer was almost over that your feelings were rushing in on you now, like high tide at the end of the long day. Summer was such a meaningful time for the two of you. Not only because it was when you first met, but because it was a season that you could spend most entirely as you pleased, and you both chose to spend it with together. They're so cute. You wanted to let Cove know how much you liked him. You didn't know completely what you felt. You were too scared to let him know. You weren't ready to admit it to Cove. I'm so scared. Where you were now felt safe. It was good. You couldn't handle the possibility of messing it up. The two of you tried to find something to say now. Luckily, it didn't end up being that hard. This was a really nice summer. Yee! Totally. It was alright. I'm glad we got to spend so much time together. I'm looking forward to the next. I'm glad we got to spend so much time together. Cove, still nestled cozily in your chair, smiled at your response. Cove idly glanced out of the window. He gave a resigned sigh. It's gonna be harder to surf, you know, with school. It's getting colder out. I don't want to get rusty. I don't know how I'm gonna go on without surfing. I like surfing, but I wish it liked me. Same. I'm over surfing now. Surfing school when we can. I can't stick to the board. He gave a light smile coupled with a shrug as a response. Brooke, Cove. The sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware. You'd nearly forgotten the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. Just had a call. Cove's mom is ready to go. If you're quick, she might keep the mandated motherly smuggling to a minimum. You doubted that, but it was nice that Mom and Mrs. Priest had their strange sense of humour in common. Your eyes met Cove's. Wordlessly, you headed downstairs together. Each step on the way there was painfully slow, like he was trying to delay the inevitable. His whole body tense leaving the house, and Cove froze altogether before you both could cross the street.
Oh.
The door's open. Dad must be taking her stuff out. I don't know why my nose is so itchy. Hello? He swallowed hard. Oh my goodness. He's really gonna leave. Not forever. You smiled at him reassuringly. You gave his back a pat. You rested your hand on his arm. This isn't the last time you'll ever see her. You smiled at him reassuringly. You weren't sure what to say or how else to react other than being there to support him. Cove's bottom lip quivered and he turned away. No, my boy! Thanks. At that, some of the conflict warring on his face eased a bit. Together you went across the street and inside his house, finding his parents in the living room surrounded by his mom's packed things. Hey kids. Hello. Holden. Good timing, I just called the taxi.
Hi.
And hi Brooke, so glad I could get to see you today. It was fabulous getting to know you this summer. I finally got to put a face to a name I've heard so many times. Because Cove's been talking about it. She winked and Cove pouted on cue over the teasing. I'm really happy I got to meet you too. Hope you had a good visit. Bye. You can say anything. Bye. Bye. Nodding, Kira turned her attention back to her boys. She patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile and then she enveloped Cove in a crushing hug. Initially, Cove squirmed to break free from her grip, but his mom was unfazed and kept him locked in place. Heartbeats later, he gave in and hugged her back tightly.
I'm so glad.
This trip was a success, even though you lied. Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride, and then Cove stiffened. Kira loosed her hold on him, even enough to study his face. Concerned, she spoke her next words in a whisper that had been meant just for her son.
What do you think?
Do you want to unshelve it? Raising an eyebrow, Cliff watched them carefully. His smile began to falter.
What's wrong?
Cove sighed, and his gaze flickered over to you for a moment, and then just as quick, it was back on his parents.
It's okay.
It's alright.
Really?
You sure? I don't want to do it now. I can tell Dad later. Nervously, you watched the exchange with the growing suspicion that Cove didn't want to have that conversation while you were there. You wondered if you should offer to leave when Kira gave Cove a pat on the head.
All right.
You can always call me if you want to be part of that conversation, okay? I'll call. Thanks, Mom. Cliff looked baffled about what Kira and Cove were referring to. Is Cove want to go live with Mom for a bit? But you watched as his shoulders slowly relaxed. You figured that he decided to wait for Cove to be ready to talk to him. And with Cliff's silence, things seemed to be settled for now. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived, rolling up in front of the house, in clear view of the open door. Kira stood up and smiling sadly. Well, that's my ride. Yeah. The matching reply got a chuckle out of Kira. As you all filed out of the house, father and son went with Kira's bags in hand. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street. And to your surprise, Derek was also with them. He stood uncomfortably, and he waved as soon as you noticed him.
What's up?
Hey Brooke, hi Cove. When did you get here? My dad dropped me off just a little bit ago. Thought I could visit one more time before school started.
Sorry.
You picked a busy time, sorry. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He nervously kept rolling a pebble with the bottom of his shoe,
Sorry.
kicking rocks. I wasn't even thinking your mom would be leaving today. I'm sorry, dude. What? You're not interrupting anything. You're always welcome here. It would have been sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. Derek came to hang out often, so it was inevitable that the two of them had met at some point in this season. I think so too. It was apparent Derek would have preferred to have gotten there at a more opportune moment. He never liked seeming impolite, but their reassuring words soothed his worries. The tension he was holding in his body lessened, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Get out of here! Bye, ma'am. Ma'am! Oh, is there anything I could do to help? Nah, don't worry about yourself over that. We're just about to set. In that short amount of time, Cliff had gathered and packed the bags into the trunk. Kira took one last look at everyone inside. Alright, I don't want to keep their driver waiting. It's time to head out. The little crowd that had formed around started their chorus of farewells and well wishes travelling. But Kira still made no move to get into the taxi. She placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport, and when I make it to Nevada. Also, you better call the moment you walk into the door home, otherwise we'll be wondering all night if you got into trouble on the way there. I can do that. And could you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Oh, of course. I want to hear all about it. Oh, they're so cute. Okay, maybe we don't hate Mom anymore. Kira put her hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. She then let go, only to move on to squeezing his cheeks in her hands instead. Mom, I love you so much, baby. She was chuckling by the time she freed him and rounded things off with a small tap on the tip of his nose. Cove rubbed his face with a grin. Finally, she walked to the car while waving and took her seat in the taxi. Cliff hooked an arm around Cove's shoulder and kept him close as it began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked up at his dad and then wrapped his arms across his back.
Bye.
Bye, Mom. Bye, travel safe. Kira rolled down the window and stuck her head out of it. She waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See you again. Before she was out of sight, you decided to call out with your family and hers. Wave goodbye. Watch quietly. Okay, we'll say goodbye. As you added your voice to the others, you watched Kira's smile grow larger. The cab turned down another road and completely disappeared from view. Cove let go of his dad and took a few steps out into the empty street, still looking in the direction his mom went. He smiled quietly, deep in thought. You got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content with the way things were. You jumped a bit when your mom put a hand on your shoulder, pulling you away from your thoughts. She smiled when you looked up at her. This was a great vacation, huh? Summer is never until the second I fall asleep. Yeah, that's what I was hoping to hear. Cove walked back over to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomingly, and everyone else there was smiling at him, even Elizabeth. Even Elizabeth! Well, Ma clapped her hands together, bringing everyone's attention back to the present. It's almost lunchtime. I think I'll put something special together. Her eyes sparkled with a plan, and Mum smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. That'd be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced between the two, his eyebrows furrowed. Is there something I could do? Oh, Derek! He just wants to help. Your mom's exchanged a fond expression. Ma shook her head.
How
That's very sweet, Derek, but it's okay. It's not your job. Technically, your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him. Not doing chores for the neighbours. Mom laughed a little over her joke. You watched Derek look away, discouraged.
It's okay.
It's okay, I don't mind. He just wants to help. He was a little bashful about it. You wondered if Mom's joke had just reminded him that he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch. It was getting a little awkward. Oh, sweet baby. Mom grinned sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not bring it back down. Ma tried again to get things moving forward. Why don't you kids go have fun? You can all come back in about an hour. We'll make enough for everyone. Lunchtime, hell yeah. Mom nodded in agreement.
Sounds good.
Another stunning idea, Lani. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. That sounds like a plan. Then I don't want to cramp your style. I've got some work to do. I've got some stuff to work on, so I can be out of your head this afternoon. You should come by later too. No reason you shouldn't be the odd man out. Do we want baked chicken or meatloaf? The other will be dinner. Ooh, yeah. Baked chicken for lunch, and then meatloaf for dinner. Bet. Yeah, baked chicken. Yeah, trees is on it. Mom seemed amused as Cliff rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned a wavering but pleased smile.
Thanks very much.
I appreciate the invite. He looked over the assembled crowd, not knowing the glances. Meatloaf feels too heavy for lunch, in my opinion. Yep. I agree. Please, nose, I beg. Release me. Like, what have I eaten? What did I do? I can help too. With as many people as you're feeding, that's going to be a lot of food. Didn't you hear what we told you, Derek? Hear what we told Derek? It wouldn't be fair to make you cook when we're the ones who are inviting you in. Mom raised an eyebrow when Cliff waved it off.
Come on.
I insist. Derek wouldn't be missing time with his pals. This would be a break for me. I'm quite the chef. Ma and Mom exchanged further glances before Mom shrugged.
True.
An airtight argument. If you're sure, we'll be happy to have you over Chef Cliff. Cliff's grin widened and seemed more hyped than you'd expect him to be about helping with lunch. Cove shook his head, a fond smile on his face. Then all us grown-up people will be heading inside. I assume the rest of you kiddos are staying out? Maybe not all of them. Ma tilted her head, a silent question for Elizabeth. Your sister thought for a moment.
All right.
I'll stay with the kids.
That's fantastic.
That's great. Leave it alone. Both moms smiled at her, while Derek and Cove didn't seem to appreciate her phrasing. But with the plan decided, all three parents waved and headed for your house. It was just you teenagers now. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face. So, what now? You leave! You go away and get your own friends. You silently wondered if Elizabeth only stayed out with you to avoid getting roped into work. Then again, she could just generally want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Cove spoke up after no one else did to answer Elizabeth's question. Want to go to the shopping street? It's been a while, and I don't think there's a lot of other things we could agree on. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Sounds awesome to me, unlike you guys. I haven't been there 1,001 times. It's new to me. Let's go. Okay, if you guys really want to. Nothing else to do. Let's do it. You strolled across the road as a group, down to the beach, and then to the left. It took less than 15 minutes to arrive, one of the conveniences of Sunset Bird. The four of you looked around at the familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention this time. Derek was the most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes wide with wonder. Elizabeth and Cove were in good spirits as well. That's so cool. Oh, Derek is such a sweet bean. He ran over to a street magician who was currently doing a card trick for a group of enchanted tourists. Derek clapped while the magician showed a middle-aged man his card. Rah! Slime girl, get in here. Fuck, you taking notes, please. I fucking can't with you. How you doing, slime girl? Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam on his eyes. On his face, even. What does it take to perform here anyway? Do you have to ask somebody, or do you just show up and start doing stuff? Who would you even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Mrs. Mayor. Hello? Hey, welcome in. I do have an anonymous swallow just to respect all the lurky lurkers out there. I myself am a chronic lurker, so feel free to lurk into work in peace. Is that a sideline angel? Get in here. Still working on that karaoke, or should I apply those points to the pub quiz? Yes, I did refund your points. Because I was just like, there's no way. There's no way I'm going to get around to it in like the nenext few months. So I was just like, I'll refund them. So yeah, if you want to put them towards the community pub quiz, feel free. Because I think, where are we at with the community pub quiz now? Like, what percentage are we at? Unshrimp, please, Avriel. Not even a hi, not even a hello, not even a how you doing. Straight to unshrimp. All right, bet. Yeah, big stretch. Oh my goodness. You telling me a shrimp fried this rice? Get in here, Shay. How you doing? I shall put my points towards unshrimping. Also, heyo, 29%. Oh damn. Ah, okay. Quinn, I'm living for the emo boy phase. Please, it's not a phase. It's not a phase. What do you mean? Oh, hell yeah. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to doing the community pub quiz. I want to make it diabolical because I realized that if it's 3 people to a team and I'm giving y'all a month to like answer all the questions and go do all the treasure or whatever, or treasure hunt. So like there's a person in our community that has a channel point redeemed for like 10,000 channel points, and the way that they are currently streaming, I'm like, y'all could probably got there. If you stay at the beginning, like if you start at the beginning of the month and then stay for the whole month, you can probably get that. This game is so good. Is it really? Avriel, have you played it before? Like I've heard that it's kind of like it got like a cult following. Like the people who've played it know what they're talking about, and the people who don't just like have no idea. It's like you've either played it or you haven't. Sorry, Dad. Papa, what's on your shirt? It looks cool. So it's Critical Role. It's all the barbarians. So there's Grog and Ashton and Ashley Johnson's character. Can't remember what her name is. But yeah, it's all the barbarians from Critical Role. Boring. Boring nerd shit. It's all D&D. Speaking of D&D, for my slot on the Pop Raid train, I will be raffling off 4 seats at a D&D one-shot that I'll be DMing. So that's going to be one of the prizes. So if you want to, I think I've put it for like $25. So yeah, if you want to be in with a chance to win a seat at a table and also give money to charity, give money for gender affirming care, then yeah, that's going to be at the end of the month though. I'll be talking about it all month, so don't worry about it. Imagine let your emo only get one phase in your life, please. These mashed sweet potatoes in this lunch taste like Thanksgiving. It has nutmeg in it. Oh, lush. Hell yeah. I've beaten it back when only step 1 and step 2 DLCs were out. What? I know, I'm kind of excited because I know, it's kind of a spoiler, but I know there is a DLC where you get to marry Cove. And I remember choosing back when we first met Cove to our moms when we were like 8. It's like, I'm gonna marry that boy! And so like I think I'm eventually gonna have to spend the $3 to get the Cove marriage DLC. So I'm excited to get there. Ooh, I'm currently working on my current playthrough! Hell yeah! It looks so cool. I want to learn how to play D&D. You want to learn? I don't know where to start. Bruh. Okay, if you want to learn how to start, honestly, Baldur's Gate 3 is a really nice in. Like, I get that it's like 40 quid or whatever, $40. But if you want to have an in to learn how to play D&D, they've done it really well. There's also like podcasts that you can watch. So I highly recommend to literally everyone and anyone to get into Dimension 20. It used to be Critical Role, but Dimension 20 have been like doing really well, especially with like their inclusivity and just the way that they play is just so much. Like Critical Role is like, this is clearly just a bunch of voice actor friends who are hanging out together to do this thing, and they've got like the following of the people who liked their work as voice actors and have come in and see that they're playing D&D, and it's fun and it's good. But Dimension 20 are like comedians, and they also play D&D, so I feel like it flows better. There's also the McElroy brothers. They play the Adventure Zone. Adventure Zone Balance. Recommend to literally everyone. It is, honestly, it's a form of self-care to listen to Adventure Zone Balance. So good. So good. Okay, sorry, what have I missed? I don't know where to start. That's a fantastic idea, yeah. Have you played BG3? Yeah. Love BG3. I wanted to put together, like, a BG3 playthrough. But the person I was going to play it with, their PC couldn't handle BG3, and I'm like, no, let me help. I want to get you to play. Ah! I played a couple of hours, but the first 2 hours were character customization, and then I realized I didn't save the character. I went with the default Shadowhawk character, and I haven't touched it since. No, Shay! No! Well, I found it to be good introduction to D&D things. Yeah. As someone that played BG3 before playing D&D, it isn't actually that helpful for learning how to play, since all the math and things happen in the background. Interesting take. Like, I think with it's good for setting out, like, the structure. Like, it's not good to help you with math. Like, if you want to figure out how to do math, then D&D is really good. Well, I found it to be a good introduction to D&D. Yeah, it is a really good introduction to D&D things. As someone that, that's the response I did. And I've been being protective of Cove and hugging and being affectionate towards him every chance I get in my current run. Hell yeah. The only thing I've learned about BG3 is tentacles. And what's wrong with tentacles? What's wrong with that? Very important. True, not good for the mechanics, but can teach you what exists in the universe. Yes, what exists in the universe and what fuckery you can play with. But it won't teach you, like, IRL D&D when you're actually playing with a DM. Like, what... Sometimes Rule of Cool just... it is above all others, and you don't get Rule of Cool in BG3. BG3, it's only, like... There's only so much they can code into the game. Whereas, like... Oh, you want to do this fucked thing? Oh, you want to fill a container full of 27 gallons of water? And you think lungs count as a container? Yeah, sure, go for it. That sounds cool as hell. Like, but you can't do that in BG3. There's math. Oh fuck! But it's easy math. It's good. It's only like, can you count to like 20? Then you'll be fine. If you have a good DM, they can make it easy for you. Yeah, for sure. It definitely doesn't include everything. Yeah, it doesn't include everything, but it gets you in the front door. On the front of D&D, D&D is alright, but I personally prefer other TCG, other TPT RPGs. Call of Cthulhu, Mutants and Masterminds, Lancer, Chronicles of Darkness, so on. Yeah, like, I would say City of Mist is really good and fun. What else? Honestly, Paranoia's pretty dope, but you have to get a good group of friends to play that. And, like, Vampire the Masquerade's always fun, but, like, it depends if you want to play Vampire. There it is, but you have a character sheet and you just need to know what numbers to add together for the rolls. Yep. But that's what other people at the table are there for as well. Like, we're all there to, like, help each other. I say this as someone actively learning, and I'm in my first campaign. Ben has DM'd a bunch and has played, so he'd be willing to teach me, but I'm really bad about learning from people. No! My partner is a huge D&D nerd and is currently in 3 active campaigns. Holy shit. Damn. Jealous. I'm so confused on how it works. Please. I think you get 1 Rule of Cool thing in BG3, and the only time it comes up is during a roll that you can only succeed with a nat 20. Yeah, that's like later on in the campaign, right? I could count, and I could do multiplications that involves 9. because I use my fingers to multiply it. Hell yeah. So yeah, it really is getting a group of people, like so step one, have friends. Oops, sorry to imitate you. Have friends you are willing to fail around, because D&D is not always about succeeding. Sometimes it is about failing, and failing well, and failing and making it funny. Like that, for me anyway, for my games. It's like, if it's not fun and not like at least a little humorous, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Water good? Please, let me live. I'm yapping here. Yeah, I don't know, it feels like a really fun video game, but it totally is different than actual D&D, so it's super tough going from knowing nothing and then only having the background of BG3, and it's still like starting from nothing, but from my personal experience, yeah. I have a coworker who's dungeon master and makes costumes for everyone! He's committed. Yeah, I remember failing up, which is great, yes. Shout louder for the people at back in here. Like, when I used to DM for a gift for Christmas, I got everyone like art commissions of their characters. I got them all art commissions and then got them all like NSFW NSFW art of their characters. So yeah, I like to treat my players well. Also, if you're weak on the mechanics, a good role play can make up for any of that newbie experience. Yep. At least my personal experience. Yeah. It's all about like having fun with friends and like role playing with friends. That makes it fun. And like, I really enjoy setting up scenarios that set my friends up to win. Like, that's in my opinion, that's my job as a DM, to make you feel cool as fuck for 3 hours. That's literally my job. So I get the opportunity to play an absolute bastard, to play an absolute demon, because that gives my players an opportunity to be the heroes that they are trying to become. That's my job, to set up scenarios. And so if it means I need to be the bad guy, happily. Also, I'm British, so the accent's built in. Wait, we can't start a new hobby and be perfect at it from the start? Triggers when your crew trying to convince me to meditate. Yep. Oh, you're not good. Oh, you're not good at a skill the first time you try it. Oh, do you have to try it multiple times to get good at it? Get absolutely bullied. The role-playing is the part I suck at. No. Because anxiety and can't get better without actually doing it. Yeah, that's unfortunately it. Oh, do you have to practice? Do you have to do a thing multiple times to get good at it? Oh. Meditating is so difficult, especially if you suffer with aphantasia. Yes, Avriel, we have other people in our community that also have aphantasia. So I made a joke. I had a bit that I was gonna do like a breathing read through. So it wouldn't be like, imagine this thing, imagine nothing. Hey, imagine breathing. Imagine taking time for yourself. Hey, imagine self-caring. Thank you. This is what I say every time we talk about meditating. Yep. Agreed. Personally agree. So yeah, D&D. It's gonna be on my like incentive list. So I'm hoping for at least 3 people to be interested. But if we get 4 people, that'll also be good. But Quinn, if I slow down, life catches up with me. Yeah. Oh, do you have to like actually deal with your feelings and your emotion and your thoughts and stuff? Is it maybe healthier to deal with stuff when you're feeling safe to do so, instead of getting forced to feel all your feelings when it's not safe to do so, or you're busy? Is it about taking time out of your busy life so that things can catch up? So that they don't catch up at an unfortunate time? Nesto, get in here. How you doing? Remember, I'm the emotional one. I know. Oh my god, your family. I'll beat them up. I'll beat them all up. I'll take them all on. But yeah, let's pop off. Let's get back into trying to make friends with Cove. Hey, Mrs. Mayor, can I pull a rabbit out of a hat, please? Flopsy is well behaved, I promise. I promise. Derek chuckled, his eyes searching up and down the scene. Maybe there's a boss of the shopping street? No one does any of this around my neighborhood. It's just regular stores behind walls. It's different if someone wants a real store, but here I'm pretty sure people are just putting on their little shows whenever they want and do whatever. That's so neat. Would we be allowed to do something too? I mean, I guess you could. It's public space, right? Cove laughed and Derek began almost vibrating with excitement. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. What could we do? Well, I don't know what yet. I don't know what. Not yet. I mean, I just found out it's possible. A possibility, you know? But there's gonna be something. We know, cool stuff. I'm sure if we think about it, we could plan a show that'd really get the crowd pumped. You thought it was a great idea and wanted to be part of it. You felt he could try this idea on his own. You thought Derek needed to abandon this bright idea instead. You gave a look to the other two. Yeah, I think I'm gonna look to the other two. How are you, Quinn? Nestor, we're doing great. We're doing alright. Had a bit of a weird weekend. Weird weekend. Lots of peopling. So we're here. We're hanging out. We're chilling. And like we just had the first weekend of the Pop Parade Train. So like really proud of everyone that was part of this first weekend. So last year I was also part of it and we raised 4.3k for gender affirming care. And then this weekend I'm pretty sure we hit 6k in the first weekend and we've still got a whole other weekend at the end of the month. Let me actually pull it up. How much are we at? 6.7k? Holy shit. What the hell? $6,734.07. Fucking pop off, queers. Let's go. Hey! Hell yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's been a really great weekend. I'm really excited. So my slot is at the end of the month at let me find actually what time? When do I do my shit? Saturday, June 28th at 9 a.m. BST. So -5 is 4 a.m. EST. So you can figure that out. I'm good. I'm just at work. Oh, stinky. Well, hopefully your weekend went fine and Monday isn't being too stinky. The raid train was fantastic. Schedule. Thank you for putting the schedule up. Our very own crew will be streaming in a few weeks. Rah! Yeah. So I've got my temporary tattoos. So I'm going to be doing some temporary tattoos. I've got my stickers. I've got my paper for paper cranes. I'll be making paper cranes and whatever. So yeah, and then D&D. And then also I've got a stretch goal of $500 to play a true pacifist run of Undertale. Because I don't fucking want to. But for $500 then yeah, I'll do it for charity. Why not? A certain Ecotronic also got us to unlock a karaoke stream. Hell yeah. I'm excited for that too. So we're just in the process of trying to plan that out. But you will play that game again for $500. Yeah, if we reach $500 then yeah, I'll play it again. I did. Hurrah! But for no less. I'm so excited. Yee. I'm excited. I worry because I put my times in because there's only certain hours of the day that I feel comfortable singing, and even like 9 o'clock at night is kind of pushing it. So I'm like, okay, I'll do 9 until 10. I think is fair, and I can like let my neighbors know like, hey, I'm gonna be singing. Actually, let me see if everyone has responded to the schedule. Like, yeah, bet. I know. Rah! So yeah, I'm like, I could probably do it quietly. I could do some like Billie Eilish, where she just fucking whispers. She just whispers all the time. Do ASMR karaoke? Gross. Just whisper into the mic. Ew. Derek continues to brainstorm out loud about different potential performances while you glanced over at Cove and Elizabeth. I mean, I can bounce a soccer ball on my head, but last time I tried I got 8 bounces before I fell. Wow, Derek. No, I want to hear Quinn as David Bowie. JK, please. I'm doing my best. I know you're doing your best. You're totally fine. It's just like, I don't know. Because I know that most of the times that people would be available to sing is like 2 a.m. for me. And like, I like my neighbors enough to not do that to them. I learned a David Bowie song just for you, I see. So many good ones. So many good ones. Hell yeah. I wouldn't bring a ball here. Why not? Cove gestured to everything around, the stalls, the people, all the colourful chaos that made up the shopping street. Would you want to chase a lost ball here? Oh, what if it hits somebody? Even if you're good, someone else could bump into you. That's true. Derek thought about it some more. Then he watched another performer, a woman doing tricks with two small dogs. One was fluffy and cream-coloured while the other one was a cool grey. The woman held up rings. Both animals jumped through the openings, happy to receive a treat at the end. Derek brightened. Maybe I'll teach crabs how to race. Derek is such a cutie. Rebel Rebel is like one of the first mass market songs talking about trans people positively. I think we're just waiting on one person. One person! Rah! Okay, I'm excited. But, yeah, just waiting for dates. Because I'm like, I realize I've booked out for like a couple of weeks. So I know we said we were going to do it after Pride. But then we've got... Also, I wanted to talk to you about our challenge that we want to do. Because, Echo, I'll DM you. But we've got time because we're doing it in July. Yeah. Hell yeah. Crabs? Yeah. Because I was wondering if you wanted to put, if we wanted to make a bet of either, like, 5 gifted subs or, putting money in a pot and then we put that money towards a charity to see who wins, basically, who beats the game first. My only fear is scheduling it and then me getting a surgery date that interferes. Fair. That's understandable. Alright, no, don't listen to me. Ignore me. It could work. With some amusement, the gang continued to peruse the stalls. Elizabeth found some earrings with the dangly, badly misprinted globe that everyone laughed at. Cove picked out a blob as Iceland, but Derek thought that it had to be Greenland. Gambling? I know, see, I don't really like gambling, but as a bet between friends, I don't think that counts. I think it's just fun. It's fun. It's just like, it's donating money to charity with extra steps. I've tried to play Balatro and I can't get behind it. Like, I can't get behind gacha games. You're at a huge advantage. It's like, yeah, it's just any reason to donate to charity, I'll do. Eep. So we can bribe you? No. Nope. However, unless we let people add money to the pot, it's like, hey, you can pay for me to release one of my Pokemon, and then that money gets added to the pot as a whole. But I think I'm just like making it more difficult and more complicated than it needs to be. Like, this is like Echo's first interaction with this game, so I kind of don't want to put too much pressure on it, you know what I mean? Could be fun though. Could be fun. In this world with what looks like 9 continents, I think you're both wrong. Please. So you're saying I start the game, lock in for a 12-hour stream, profit? I mean, kinda. Like, I regularly get hit with gambling ads, yep, which I think should be illegal, yeah. Honestly, I've made it pretty clear that I can't stand that kind of ad to Twitch by reporting them repeatedly, Sag times, yeah. Yep. Like, it used to be, like, especially in the 90s, I feel like there was such a crackdown on gambling, and they made, like, some new laws, especially in the UK. Like, I don't know if it's different in the States or, like, in other places in the world, but definitely in the UK, I feel like it was like, this thing is stinky. Don't do this. Like, smoke and drink all you like. Underage drinking is totally fine, but don't gamble. So it's never been, like, that appealing to me. In my state, gambling is legal, even online now, so it's just never ending. Oh my god, it's got to be region specific or something. Yeah. This feels extra problematic because Twitch doesn't allow streamers to gamble. Wait, wasn't there a thing with XQC gambling, or was he gambling on Kick? This. Wait, so why are they allowing gambling ads? Mad. Because it's also, it can be an addiction for some people. So like even like talking about it and bringing it up is an issue. Pretty sure it was Kick. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Why did I think it was on Twitch? Anyway, because that's one of the issues with Kick. Yeah, it's kind of like anything goes on Kick, and that's why I don't want to go over there. It feels, no thanks. You can keep that. If I recall, Kick was made or became popular because of the gambling changes with Twitch. Interesting. Gross. Don't like it. It's one of the reasons why I didn't really get into Genshin Impact, because it had that gacha. Gacha is just gambling for babies. And like blind boxes, again, is just gambling. I'm like, no thanks. I don't want babies first gamble. It's always for either FanDuel, any kind of sportsbook app, or a local casino. Oh my god, no! Pretty sure that's true, Trees. It's also just not a safe place for POC and queer folks. Yep. No thanks. Gonna stay over here. Gonna stay over here in my queer little bubble. You want to side with Cove? You backed up Derek? You agreed with your sister? No, it's Australia. You stayed out of it. I side with Cove. I have no desire to be on Kick. No desire. Like, the new audience could be good. New audience also stinky. No thanks. Stay over there. Yeah, I'll never go there. No thanks. Rah. Looks like Iceland to me.
I know.
Right? Suddenly, Cove froze. You stared at him, and they tried to see what caught his attention. When he saw a familiar face down the way, it all made sense. Is it Jeremy? Between the crowds, his bright hair stood out like a neon green bowl in a kitchen sink. It was Jeremy! Boo! Boo that man! Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the street, and his eyes widened in mutual recognition. He definitely noticed you. Derek frowned, and Cove sighed. Neither of them were happy to see him again. Also, a streamer friend of mine said she got harassed by Kick representatives at a con. Really stinky. Huh? Why would you get harassed? No. Ew. Oh, that makes sense. It's extra gross. Ew. No, thank you. I think gambling is just a legal way to exploit people and steal their money. Yep. For me, anyway. I totally agree. Like, I can understand it for people with too much money that they don't know what to do with. And like, you've done everything. Like, you've got to get your kicks somehow. But like, it's very, what's what I'm looking for? Predatorial is not the word. Predatory? You know what I mean. You know what I'm trying to say. It's not good for people who don't have the money to front up. I also don't get gambling. Yep. It's like watching people play Balatro. It's kind of like, I don't get where the fun is. Because if you get a bad hand, then you don't win. Then what? And then even if I do get a good hand and then do win, the dopamine that I get from that isn't enough to like continue playing. My state has a city known for gambling, and it's just sad down there. My uncle bets on the ponies, and it has skill. I just think of all the money he could still have. Yeah, Balatro is fun because I like making weird synergies between cards. Weird synergies? See, I've tried it. I've tried it on stream multiple times now. And I'm like, I get poker. Like, I know the hands that I'm supposed to make. And, like, the autism likes making the patterns. And, like, seeing the patterns between cards. But there's no... For me, anyway, there's no real skill in it. It's just... putting... Either put the colours together, put numbers together, make ascending numbers. I like the Joker cards don't add enough difficulty for me to make it interesting. But that just seems fun because there are extra effects and things that can interact with the cards, and that seems fun, but I don't think it's for me. Yeah, wait, but on the raid train, one person was playing poker the whole time. Really? Are they allowed to do that? I think I must have missed that one. Because I was there the whole time, but then there was one night I turned my PC off because it needed to be turned off. Yeah. Yikes. Like, fucking yikes, bruv. Like, no thanks. You glared at Jeremy. You waved at Jeremy. You decided to smile at Jeremy. Yeah, let's smile at Jeremy. He just looks dismissive. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Her gaze swept over Jeremy without a hint of a clue. Jeremy simply scoffed to himself and waded deeper into the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. Poker games don't necessarily mean gambling with actual money. Oh, okay. I'd assume poker is fine as long as there is no actual gambling or stakes. Yeah, but like, even still. Is Jeremy the one who doesn't seem to want anything to do with us in the middle? No, that's Cove. Cove, we love Cove. We like Cove. Cove, we're growing up with. Best friend. Friends to lovers? We'll see. We'll see how we get. But Jeremy is another kid with, like, similar coloured hair. And is kind of a prick. But I also want there for the poker stream, so I don't know. I wasn't there for the poker stream. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't here for Jeremy last time. Well, hopefully you'll show up again so I can show you all. I wasn't going to start anything. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See, that was the mean kid. Yeah, Jeremy was kind of a bastard when we first met him. He was like in our park, just being aloof and kind of a dweeb. Yeah, I want to hate on him. Yeah, hey Jeremy, boo that man, boo. See, that was the mean kid, huh? She still didn't get it. That first summer day hadn't made nearly as much of an impression on her as it did for Derek. But he smiled and waved it off. Just forget about him. I already have. Slay. He laughed and Cove smiled lightly. He seemed in a much better mood now that Jeremy was gone. Your eyes wandered over to where Jeremy disappeared. You hadn't forgotten the day you met him either. He was only going to be in town for a vacation with the parents he hated. That glimpse was probably the last time you'll ever see of him. Hopefully. You mentioned that realization to everyone. Jeremy's probably gone for good now. It's time for him to go back to wherever he's from. Bowl-cut kid deserves to be punched. Bully that man! Bring back bullying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you won't have to worry about that guy anymore. Derek kicked a little rock in the road. It clattered forward and then rolled under a stall. But I still think it's kind of sad Jeremy turned out to be, well, like he is. It would have been nice to make another friend. See, this is it. We were just trying to be nice. We were trying to be nice to Jeremy. And then he was just kind of rude. Cove shook his head. He was clearly not broken up about the fact that what might have been. Add, quote, bring back bullying, please. Thanks for adding to the task list. Good riddance. Well, that backfired. I mean, you could add it. You could do it. Good riddance. I think I might want to see him again sometime. Maybe he'll become nicer in the future. Yeah, maybe he will. Maybe he'll become nicer in the future. Elizabeth rolled her eyes at a strange farewell to the odd boy, not interested in the slightest. She clearly didn't understand his impact, and at this point, she didn't want to understand. You could have helped. You couldn't help but wonder, though, what would have happened if you would have interacted with Jeremy more. Jeremy was unlike anyone you'd ever met before. You thought he was horrible. You thought he was weird. You thought he was stupid. He was kind of pitiful. He was kind of okay. You didn't know what to think about him. Yeah, he was kind of pitiful. I didn't want to quote that, please. You and the group moved on from Saul and from Jeremy. It didn't take long for everyone to return to the joking. You all enjoyed what little time you had left, as Elizabeth mentioned the hour was almost up. Little trip had flown by, and lunch must have been waiting for you now. Derek bounced on the balls of his feet.
Okay.
Come on, guys, let's go. Let's get going. We'll go get something to eat. I'm starving. If we have to. I can't wait. Phew, I've had enough walking around. Homebound, here we go. You nodded silently. I can't wait. Cove stretched one of his arms lazily. Let's go then. You looked at him appraisingly. You asked Cove to carry you back to the house. You nodded at him. Oh, we could get him to carry us. Abrielle, which one did you choose? Abrielle, are you here yet? Oh, if it was Saturday, I know the Veneer system was streamed Bellatro. Bellatro was fine. Maybe that was it. I was not entirely awake at the time. Looked like poker on mobile. Gary! Okay, bye. Hey, Cove. Hey, Cove. Yeah? Could you carry me back home? What? Cove turned red, obviously flustered. You explained you wanted a piggyback ride. Piggyback ride! You didn't want to walk back. You told him it was a special occasion. You decided to let it go. Piggyback. I want a piggyback ride, and you're the only one big enough to give me one. Cove sighed and shook his head. Elizabeth and Derek became a chorus of laughter. Come on, Cove, it'll be fun! Alright. Cove stepped over to you. He looked like he couldn't believe what he was doing. Your lips quirked into a large smile. Yeah, thanks! He carefully crouched down in front of you so that you could climb on! It wasn't hard to hop on. He slipped his arms under your legs and did his best to lift you up. It was wobbly, but he managed to stand all the way up. Elizabeth watched with a smirk on her face while Derek laughed even harder. It was fair to say that your antics were entertaining. You were glad Cove went with it. Cove carried you home, but he seemed pretty bashful about the whole situation. He struggled with how much to grip around you and whether or not he should try to reposition things. It was a pleasant walk home, and in no time you had made it back. Derek got the front door and held it open for everyone as you each moseyed inside. The three parents were still in the kitchen. They looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone. You made it just in time. I hope you're hungry. When Cove had brought you inside, still carrying me! The parents couldn't help but notice the odd conveyance. Your moms were unsure, and Mr. Holden raised an eyebrow.
Everything okay?
Did you pull something, Brooke? No, I'm okay. I'm totally fine. Oh, Cove, you've gotten so strong. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, Ma? What the fuck? And reliable, too. What a guy. Cove rolled his eyes at the commentary, then started walking to your couch. He bent down and let yourself plop back on the couch. Thanks for the lift. Cove exhaled loudly and shook out his arms. He just seemed relieved that he'd made it. So, did everyone have a nice time out? I certainly did. Gary, piggyback ride. Bladder is just poker with added silliness, so it makes sense for the confusion. Yeah, totally understandable. Oof, don't call anyone big enough. Rah! She gestured for people to take a seat at the table. Plates and silverware had already been placed out. You took your normal seat. Elizabeth sat across from you, and Derek took the seats to your left. Cove sat on your right.
Yeah.
And yeah, we had a great time. It was fine. Shut up, Elizabeth. It was nice. I really liked it. It was okay, I guess. Yeah, the bank heist went off without a hitch. Big boob, booba, big boobs, big boobs. Hi, Moon and Star. Welcome in. That's our moms. Don't talk about my moms that way. It's not laziness. The piggyback ride is given by the person you like. Your joke got some chuckles around the table. That's good in my book. Casually, Mr. Holden sat in the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom set down a platter full of water glasses on the table. She looked down at the gathering. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we've had a group this big over for a meal. Can you pass the drinks down to the other side? Make sure you all get one. Sure. Those close to the cups obliged and started offering waters around. As everything got set up, Ma chided Elizabeth to take her elbows off the table.
No.
And you shouldn't slouch. Fucking shut up. Imagine getting unshrimped by your ma. Fucking shut up. She pointed to Mr. Holden, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. Yeah, get him tell. Oops. Mr. Holden seemed unsure about this sudden attention and carefully rearranged his posture to something suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Ma. Elizabeth rolled her eyes and Ma gave a level look at her. You shouldn't be impolite to a guest in the house either. Elizabeth groaned, long and long-suffering. Ma giggled and Mr. Holden chuckled.
Not bad.
A lot of you could learn a thing or two from Derek. He has the best manners here. Yeah, Derek! Quinn clearly has not met my mother, who unstrips me my whole life and had a problem with my made-up words. Nothing wrong with made-up words. Derek blushed, but it was true. His posture was upright and formal. He even held his fork gracefully. His table manners, on top of all his attempts to aid your parents, made him the model of meal attendee behaviour.
Aw.
It's nothing. It's true though. You have been a lovely guest. Ma, more like it suddenly appeared in my hand. No, Moon! No, my Ma! I've noticed that too. It's always nice when you stay over, Derek. Derek smiled and sat a little taller in his chair. Do you have anything good to say about your other guests? Like your daughter? She deliberately looked at Cove with a teasing smirk. Oh, is there just nothing to say? Shut up, Elizabeth. Well, Cove is my number one, but he does still clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. Ugh. Cove frowned at that and absentmindedly brushed his hand on his pants legs. Your mum laughed lightly.
There.
Elizabeth, you should know after all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore. Cove smiled awkwardly. Because he's my future husband! Thanks. Manners. Who cares? I don't think it's that big of a deal. You tease Cove for his bad habit. You compliment Derek on his politeness. You joke that Derek was basically an adult. You kept quiet and took a bite of food. I'm gonna keep quiet. Don't look at me. The parents had made an excellent lunch. You took another bite and minded your business. Hey, that's total normal behavior. No wiping, no cleaning your hands while wiping. Go with water and soap and a towel. Ew. Hey, Moonstar, thanks for getting you daily. Also, Moonstar, do I have a number? Do I get numbers for my naughty noodles? I want my naughty noodle number. Sigmund Freud would like to have a word with you. Please. With me? I'm not attracted to my mom. You're attracted to my mom. You talk to Freud. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and the others played a couple of games and talked about plans for the upcoming year. This is my friend. This is Cove. And my future husband. The time passed by quickly and soon it was time to part ways. Mr. Holden talked to your moms and Cove drifted off over to you, knowing that as soon as his dad finished up, he would be leaving. It'd be cool to stay, but we have some stuff to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Could you move? I need the phone. Elizabeth! Get out of here! What's this game about? It's just a visual novel. Like, it's a particularly good one that's come out over the past couple of years, I want to say. So it's Our Life, Beginnings and Endings. So you start the visual novel as an 8-year-old, your first meeting with Cove. And now we are teenagers. And you kind of follow the visual novel over many years instead of a weekend. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like visual novels are very quick. Whereas this has a ton of like safety measures in place. So if people want to play it and not be romantic at all, but still want to interact with the story, like, you can just be friends through the whole time. So it's nice. The way they've done it is very intuitive and very clever. Also, no, but I will figure out how to do that eventually. Moon, DM me. We'll get Mix It Up set up for you. No bitches, please. It also came out late 2020, early 2021, I believe. Oh, right. So it's been out for a few years. Why did I think it came out last year? Or was that like maybe one of the DLCs came out last year? You could also be entirely indifferent towards him, and the entire time I could never, this sweet, sweet boy. No, never. Hydrate or die straight, you know what, you're so right. You're so right. Dehydrated during Pride Month? Homophobic. There we go. Thank you all for the hydrate. Cove raised an eyebrow and Elizabeth impatiently gestured behind him. Cove realised he was standing right in front of where the receiver was placed. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth was rushing too much. Your sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the number of what you figured was one of her friends. Knowing Elizabeth, she was going to be on there for a while. You, Cove, and Derek shuffled close to the door. It seemed like Mr. Holden was wrapping up his conversation, so everyone started saying their various farewells.
Talk to you later.
See you later, Cove. We gotta do this again sometime. Eee. Yeah, see you. Cove turned to you and smiled slightly. Bye, Brooke. You hugged Cove goodbye. You patted Cove on the back. You nudged Cove's shoulder. You ruffled Cove's hair. You waved. We hugged. The Kodos. Get out of here! Kobush, not the Kobush. Leave his Ussie alone. He's just a child. You stepped forward and spread your arms wide. Cove only had a moment to react before you encircled him in your arms. Cove hugged you back and broke the hug after a few seconds. He nodded at you and grinned. His cheeks were slightly red, especially when he looked over and noticed that Derek had watched the whole thing. Derek smiled amusedly.
Dude.
Seriously, dude, we'll have to hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. He offered Cove a high five and the two boys clapped their hands together. Hell yeah, dab it up. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started cleaning up the house and Elizabeth was still chatting to her friends on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. A child whose hair I wish I had. Honestly, Echo, I started playing this game after I'd dyed my hair and had committed to purple hair. And I'm like, maybe, but seafoam green. Maybe seafoam green though. But maybe spearmint. Maybe spearmint though. Because he looks so good. And you look really good with that colour hair too. God damn it. Fuck. I'll stick with purple. Can I alter my jeans to give myself green hair, please? Thank you. Hurrah. Oh, that's what I also did over the weekend. I hung out with my parents because they're back from their holiday. And this is the first time they're seeing my hair. And my dad's girlfriend is wonderful. I love her to pieces. And she was just like, how did you get it so bright? And her hair is going grey, has gone grey. And she was like, I've tried the purple shampoo and it didn't do anything. I was like, girl, I got you. I'll get you so right. We'll sort it out. Don't worry. So yeah, it was fun. It was fun meeting all the family. Hybrid, get in here. 99 times. One more time. Tomorrow's the day. I have juniper green hair dye in the bathroom when you play this game. It tests my strength, please. I know, but haven't you just recently box blacked it for the photo? That's gonna be. You'll need hair color remover to even to not to just. Hello. I got 99 passes in a bitch A1. Hell yeah, pop off. It's sad not everyone can be born a ginger. Wait, are you ginger? You're not ginger. Are you ginger? I've hung out in your streams so many times. I don't notice that you're ginger. Are you not a sandy blonde? It's not box black, it's a semi-permanent. Ooh, okay. Quinn beat me to pinning that. Yes. Lol, you'll pin that? Yeah, and if I didn't pin it, Ice was gonna pin it. Really, Hybrid? You gonna complain about getting pinned? Really? It's so not like you, Hybrid. Okay, a light breeze, summer breeze, blew through your hair and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting for me. But it'll be a bit before it fades enough that I can do the green. Yeah. Putting a lilac, no comment. Absolutely clocked. He kicked to the ground distractedly. Oh, please, Derek, don't have a crush on me. Derek, no, my heart belongs to Cove. Derek, no. I would never get pinned. Yeah, she said lyingly. Oh, we're just lying now. I'm too strong for writing on fucking shut up. Yes, lighting is always so dark in the room that it's hard to tell. My hair is so much brighter as a child. Oh my god, Moon. So I was also had a chat with my best friend Heather over the weekend. And like when we were younger, she was like very bright blonde. Like bright blonde. And so we video call each other. She's brunette. She's like as dark as my natural hair. And she was like, yeah, I was looking for some like blonde shampoo. And I was just like, bitch, why? You don't need it. What do you mean? She's like, I'm blonde. I'm like, babe, babes, it's not, the time has passed. The time is gone. like maybe 20 years ago, yeah. But now, with the DLC, you can absolutely, you can? But I don't wanna. No, not Derek. Derek is friend. Why not, Slime? Why not? My mum's hair is still so bright. She's like 63. What? And single. Asking for a friend. But the black faded a lot faster than the red, so I'm worried half of my hair will still have red after the black fades. Yeah, red pigments are really hard to get out. I am blonde and it hides my greys well. Eee. Oh, you can explore just hanging out with Derek over the summer. I haven't done that so yet. Ooh, interesting. No, I'm going to play once. I'm going to marry Kev. It's going to be good. Tea. I am blonde and it hides my minesweeper face. Fuck. Slime girl, you have you have one joke and unfortunately it's funny every time and I hate it. God dang it. Still not got confirmation that Moon's mom is single, so we'll wait. We'll wait on confirmation. That's hilarious because most folks I know say red just drops out of hair and doesn't stay. I think it really depends on the hair. Interesting. Because my my hairdresser, like I asked, like, hey, I want purple hair. Can we do? Well, I wanted blue to be first. Like, well, it was kind of like a teal color. And she was like, no, blues fall out, purple falls out. And I was like, can you do silver? And she's like, no, can't do silver. And I was like, well, shit, what can you do? And she was like, I can do reds because reds stay. Reds won't leave. Reds are hard to get out. And I was like, well, I don't want red, so fuck up. What? Tell me you're not a good hairdresser without telling me you're not a good hairdresser. Just say you can't do it. Don't blame my hair. Actually, you know, maybe you're on something, Echo. So it's funny, yeah. Well, aside from Vogue Void, can't make my two Mr. jokes. Old count. I've never had a pigment fade as fast as black has, which is hilarious. What the hell? What kind of hairdressers are you? Exactly. And like, ugh, anyway. But I live in such a small town that, like, when I asked for this haircut, they're like, can't do it. I was like, what do you mean you can't do it? It's like, because they are all trained at the same beauty school, which is the college up the road. And they're all trained on just using shears. They're not trained on using clippers. Like, you have to go to a barber to do that. And so when this new barber came in, I was like, I'm going to get in with this guy before he gets jaded from everyone else who fucking lives up here. I'm like, please just do what I just want this. Taper fade, please. Can I have a boy cut? I just want a boy haircut, please. Please, just taper fade. Fuck. So now I just go in and just get, like, it was like, just make me look hot, just whatever. You can't make me look not hot, just whatever you do. It definitely depends on the dye and the hair, but I know folks that their red faded super fast. So it's not a rule across everyone. You live in Scotland, not Narnia. What? Exactly. Exactly. No, it's just the way that everyone is trained. And, like, I'm pretty sure we have more hairdressers than we do food stops up here. Because everyone just goes to the college. So, everyone goes to the college, everyone wants their own place. And so most of the high street is filled up with hairdressers. So yeah, what? Yeah, it's and everyone's walking around with bad cuts. So like, fucking figure that one out. Dad's still gonna be wild. So do we gonna do for a walk? Sure, I don't mind. Ow. The two of you walk down the street again, just wandering without a destination plan. Still waiting on confirmation if Mom's if Moon's mom is single. I think he's left. I think maybe Moon's mom is single and he doesn't want to tell me. Just saying someone goes somewhere else could make out like a bandit with a head. Honestly, kinda. Honestly, if I can't get diagnosed with POTS and get my symptoms under control, there's a cosmetology school near me and I would love to go and learn how to do things properly. Yes. Like, I've kind of flirted with the idea of going and doing it. But then I realized that I'd have to be up at certain times and outside with people, and I can feel my heart fluttering at the idea of just having to go outside. So maybe we're not fixed yet. Maybe we should give that. Maybe we should let it cook a little longer. Fucking goddamn. It's also the reason why I haven't been going to the gym, because I got out of the habit, and then I got sad, and then I got anxious all over again. So it feels like starting from zero again. Not the gym work, but definitely like trying to get into the habit of leaving, going outside, and reminding my nervous system that like, hey, no one's trying to kill you. Hey, maybe actually people are fine. No one's trying to kill you anymore. For real, anxiety would be high, but I really would love it. Yee! Have you considered being a farmer? You look like you'd be a great farmer. Please. I got out of the habit too. When you're ready, let me know. We will go together. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe. We'll see. 6? What 6 notifications am I missing? Who's yapping? Hello? Oh! You be down? Yeah. Okay. I'll reply to you properly later. But yeah. Okay, what are you saying? Add an account? No, you don't make an account. I don't have to. Yeah, this. Cute. Okay, that's fine. I'm not missing anything. That's fine. I'm freaking out! No worries though, take your time. Yeah, because my body is definitely missing it. Like, for sure. Missing it. And like, I do a little bit around the house. Like, I've got weights here. But like, it's not the same. I feel like the weights of the gym like, just feel heavier. And I would love to offer silent haircuts and try to accommodate people how I could. Hell yeah. That would probably be... Yeah, it's probably character. Yeah, I would love that. Like, the silent Uber. Oh my god, yes. Yes. Gender affirming haircuts? Hell yeah. It was a quiet stroll, too quiet for Derek being the company. You turned to him when you had noticed that he wasn't saying a word. That was unusual. Derek always had something he could chat about. You weren't sure if you should ask about it. Somehow you ended up the old park near the beach. You glanced over to Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came from him. In fact, now you noticed a frown creeping on his face. What's up, Derek? Derek smiled when he realized you were watching. At least his mouth was turned up. There wasn't anything that really felt happy in his expression. He turned away and the smile fell off his face. His eyes stared intently at the ground and you raised an eyebrow. Is everything good? If you want to talk about something, I'm here. Derek, what's going on? You kept quiet. Is everything okay? I'm a little sad. Yeah. We got that far. Sad about what? Use your words. I'm just... With school starting back up again, it's going to be harder to visit. I'm going to have homework and clubs and practice and everything else.
This sucks.
We have to go to different schools. His face screwed up and his fists were closed tightly together. This was really concerning him. What if we don't have time? Oh, Derek. You channeled some optimism into the conversation. We'll make time. We can talk over the phone and have plans for weekends. It'll be okay. Derek looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple with little wisps of clouds scattered around. A plane flew high with a jet stream trailing behind it. Then he turned to the ground again. Derek's face was tilted far enough down that it was hard to read his expression. Not Minesweeper smart, please. Hey, Brooke. I actually wanted to talk to you about something, if you don't mind. There was a pause, and he waited for him to finish his thought.
Sorry.
I was kind of worrying. Do you like guys at all? Like, would you ever want to be someone who was a boy? Sorry if that's weird to ask. Does Derek like us? No, Derek! No, Derek! Don't have a crush on us! Don't have a crush on us! No! No! Adriel, why didn't you want me? I could be with a guy. Oh no, you didn't answer him. I don't want to talk about it. I mean, I could be with a guy. Okay, then. He hesitated before finishing his question. So, what I mean is, is there any guy you think is kind of cool? Like, that you like around here? Not at school or anything like that? Oh no, I forgot about this. No, I didn't know Derek. You weren't even on my radar. He ducked his head further. You thought about it. I like Cove. Mr. Holden. No. There's a lot of guys I think are cool. Do we just play? How do we play this? Shit. How do I do this without hurting his feelings? I don't really want to. Okay, let's play dumb. I think there's a lot of guys I think are cool. Derek shrugged and then started to mumble and wonder. Maybe you don't get what I'm trying to ask. No, I think I get it. I'm trying to give you an out, my guy. So... Derek pulled himself together, somewhat meekly. He looked at you while he tried to project confidence. His posture was too tight for you to believe he was nervous.
Alright.
You know, thinking ahead and everything is important. You've got to get yourself a game plan and all that. It's good to make plans, especially backup plans. He babbled, all full of energy and forced gusto. Well, anyways, I heard about this thing where people make pacts with their good friends that if they don't find anyone else, then they get together. Oh no. Together, like they get married and stuff. Oh no, so I was thinking, since this is good to have plans, it might be cool. It might be, sick dope tight if we did something like that. Oh no, his eyes widened and he started to make frantic hand gestures. Just, then we'd never have to worry about the future of finding someone. You could set it like a whole decade in the future. Forever from now. We'd have graduated high school and probably college too. We'd have jobs and be really grown up. I mean, we'd probably have our own places and maybe get our own pets and student loans and cars. Oh, Derek. Derek's got it bad. Poor baby. Derek babbled on for a while more. It was as if all the words he'd held in silent during our walk burst out from now, all at once. Also, you've had all summer, my guy. You had all summer. Why now, at the end of summer? You've got a pact like that, actually? Wait. With who? For how long? How long do I have? He's so shy. So yeah, what do you think? That's a good idea. I think a backup plan sounds smart. You accepted the deal because you were fond of Derek. I'll think about it. I think that would work. Do you like me? None of these are good. None of these options are good. I don't want any of these options. Yeah, but now if you say no, he can run away. No. No. Oh, poor Derek. I just wanted Derek to be my friend. No. I'll think about it. Like, what's the right thing to do? I don't think that would work. I'm sorry, Derek. What I do? Do you like me? Of course I like you, but it's not. He had to pause, desperate to find a way to explain himself. Yeah. It's, well, you don't have to think about that kind of thing right now. It's better to worry about all that later when we're grown up. That's why it's a good idea to have a plan, you know? And well, honestly, I think you and me would work out the best for that.
So...
You've literally done nothing all summer. What the hell? someone else close from the high school I actually just recently reconnected with. I don't know if they remember, but I think we were like, if we were married by the time we're 40, we'll marry each other. So time's ticking. Like, on the clock. I'm pretty sure I had a pact like that too, with a friend of mine. And like, hey, guess what? We both turned out to be gay. So, so maybe. Like, that's a good idea. I think having a backup plan sounds smart. It's a deal. You accepted the deal because you were fond of Derek. I'll think about it. I don't think that would work. I'm sorry, Derek. I think having a backup plan could be smart. If it doesn't work out with Cove, I'll think about it. Oh, this feels bad. I want to say this, but this is what I'd probably say. Meant to be. I think that would work. I'm sorry, Derek. I'll think about it. I'll think. I gotta put this.
Really?
I gotta put it and hate it. Awesome! Oh, Derek brightened significantly and started to bounce excitedly on the balls of his feet. Okay, then let's do it. Huh? Why the fuck? Why? He held his hand, offering a shake. Officially, he repeated the terms of the deal. If in 10 years, I, Derek Suarez, am still single, and if in 10 years you, Brooke Quinn, are still single, we both agree the two of us will get together. Okay, we've got 10 years to get with Cove. We've got 10 years to get with Cove. Like, we need to get on it. You took his hand and shook it firmly as Derek beamed.
It's a deal.
Thanks, I feel better about the future already. I guess it's working out. He laughed and scratched the back of his head. You could tell he was giddy about this, and you felt happy too. You didn't spend much longer at the park after that. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you both made your way back to your street. I'll get Derek with someone. Derek's steps forward seemed lighter than before. After Derek went home, you decided to settle in for the night. Stretching your arms over your head, you noticed that the living room and the phone were free. You took it easy. You called Lee. Yes, called Lee. You picked up the receiver and quickly punched in the familiar number while going to take a seat on the couch. Soon enough, after explaining the situation to the housekeeper, Lee answered. Hey! Hi, Lee. Can you talk? Definitely, we practically have to. My gosh, can you believe it's almost time for school to start? What happened to our summer? School starts first thing tomorrow for me. Ooh, and I thought starting next week was bad enough. Enjoy your last week. Oh, I will. I hope you'll survive your first day. Me too. I need a good year. Ditto. And at least summer was nice while it lasted, right? We were busy. Yeah, fondly you thought about all the best memories you made this summer. Lee was there for some, but there were still many you hadn't filled her in on yet. You reminisced about a moment of your summer. You moved on to talk about her. We'll talk about the summer. They began to speak about the one day you spent the money shopping trip. There was this day that Mom and Ma took me and Elizabeth on a big supply shopping trip. What made that so memorable? Lee chuckled, but you could hear the curiosity in her voice. I went surfing with Cove later. Oh, that's super cool. It was so fun. What was your big highlight of the summer, Lee? Talking to you is always the best part of my summer. Not you too, Lee! Even though it was a phone call, you just knew that Lee was winking at you. Come on, tell me. I'm glad you picked the right answer. Teehee. That had Lee laughing hard for a few moments. High point for me was when I took that trip with my parents to Europe. That was amazing. You and Lee continued to go over your adventures until you both were yawning to each other over the phone. At that, you decided it was time to say goodbye for now. You did have school to wake up for in the morning. Bye, Lee.
Bye.
Night, Brooke. Talk to you later. You left the phone on the side table for now. Looking at the clock on the wall, you saw that there was only about 10 minutes until your moms would be insisting you had to go to bed, so you could be rested enough for school. You stretched your legs out on the couch and sighed in defeat. Watching the minute hand change 1 minute closer to bedtime, you rearranged yourself, feeling restless, and looked out the window. Startled initially, you spotted a figure out in the hills. It was Cove. When the surprise faded, you realised it really wasn't that much of a shock at all. It was exactly something Cove would do. You went outside to meet up with him. Went outside to go meet with him. Strolling casually, you went over to the front door. When you arrived, you noticed how many fireflies were out that night. They drifted along lazily, barely minding your presence as you waded through to reach the top of the hill. Cove turned towards you as you approached, and you noticed right away that Cove looked happy to see you. Hey. You had a bounce in your step. You weren't sure how long you'd get before your mums roped you back inside for bed. Hey, what are you doing out here?
Nothing.
Nothing, not really. He shrugged, seeming unhappy with his own answer. You stared at him, waiting for him to continue. Well, I guess I was feeling kind of weird about stuff, so I'm getting some fresh air before bed. I feel better, you shrugged. You nodded. Hope so. His mouth pulled into a bent smile. You spoke so quietly that you almost missed it. I think I will. Cove let himself fall back onto his butt, and then all the way down, so he was laying on his back. You looked up at the sky. You laid down yourself? You sat on his chest? He made himself a pretty available seat when he laid there. When he was laid out there, you plopped yourself square on the middle of his torso. Oof, Brooke! He jolted up in surprise. Though couldn't get far with you on top of him, he plopped right back into the grass. With a huff, he just gave up on being shugged. Fine. You snickered in a self-satisfied way. He had been lost in thought or was possibly waiting for you to situate yourself, but he started speaking unprompted again.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for being kind of awkward when my mom was leaving. Surprised, you stared at him a moment. You weren't expecting that. I just wanted you to know that I talked to my dad about how I felt and things. It's okay now. You were genuinely glad to hear that, and it brought a small smile to your face, but your thoughts quickly wandered back to the first day you met Mr. Holden. Did his dad confess about that? From the way Cove talked, you guess he hadn't. So there was more Cove and his dad should talk about, but it was a relief to know that they had made a start. Now was not a good time to bring up what you were thinking, though. You could wait longer to say it. It was almost unbelievable how much of an impact he made on your life just by moving in next door. You couldn't even imagine what your days might have looked like in a world where you hadn't met him. Cove glanced back at you, waiting for a response, and you had no idea what to say. Cove just stared at you unblinkingly. What? It's you. Huh? He snickered before answering. He looked thoroughly amused by your reaction. That's what you do all the time, so I'm being you. You do that all the time too. So do you, Cove. You're stunned nose enough to take note. I don't do it that much. Not being able to argue with an assessment, you accepted it. There was no response to that you could give, but you noticed Cove smiling softly at you. He was trying to be mean with it. Honestly, there weren't many people you could think of who could tease you about something like that. Returning a smile, you realised that there was no denying that you two have been around each other for a long time. Cove broke the quiet before it could fully settle.
See you tomorrow.
Hey, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you then. With a final wave, Cove headed for home, but you stayed there a few minutes longer. Your mind kept going back to his simple statement, see you tomorrow. No matter how much was changing around you, there were some things in your life that always seemed to remain true. The hills felt warm to you that night. Before you knew it, you were getting comfortable under the covers in your room. Your mind couldn't help but still be buzzing with thoughts about the future. You felt excited? There was little doubt in your mind that things were moving forward, and you couldn't wait to find out what changes were waiting for you on the horizon. Slowly, your eyes grew heavy as you drifted off to sleep, your mind spinning with wishful thoughts. No matter what happened next, you could only hope that you would make the most of it. You were ensnared in a dream when a noise from the outside world jostled you. Your eyes snapped open, noises happened, you tried to forget it. The light clattered continue. Now that you were more alert, you could distinguish it was a tapping sound, quiet, slow, but persistent. Each beat was like being poked. You couldn't ignore it. You lifted your head from the pillow and looked for the source. Not much work was needed to puzzle it out. It was from the window. With that, you knew exactly what it was. From the colour of the light filtering into your room, it was too early for anyone to be awake, including the sun. It had barely hauled itself over the horizon, but that didn't stop some people, it seemed. You sat in bed and opened the window wide. Cool air, not yet warmed by the day, tickled your face as it pushed into your room. And just as you'd expected, There was your neighbour crouching on your windowsill. He was fully dressed, though not for school. He was wearing a wetsuit and a shy smile.
Brooke.
Hi, Brooke. You stared back, blinking. So technically we went back to school for a few more hours. His voice delicate, yet deliberate. Each word a careful explanation. Classes haven't actually started yet, so do you want to hit the beach with me for one more time this summer? I mean, yeah. His smile widened affectionately. You rushed to get changed into something suitable while Cove climbed back down to ground level. Your limbs, still half asleep, struggled somewhat as you attempted to coordinate them into a swimsuit, but you got there in the end. Soon you were tiptoeing out of the front door, clutching a towel. Cove was already there to greet you. Your eyes met. Cove's gaze darted to your destination and back to you. You checked the door was closed, gave him a thumbs up, and the two of you leapt into action. Wordlessly, you began to run down the familiar path ahead, Cove beside you. The thrill of your illicit outing made you want to laugh. Not that you dared. If anyone in your family looked out and saw you, then your summer would be back to being over. One glance at Cove told you that he was exactly the same, holding back snickers for fear of being heard and caught. The towel streaming out from under your arm like a cape. You were running so fast downhill that simply keeping your balance and not tumbling down was a real threat. It just wasn't enough of one to make you slow your speed. For every step you took, the beach was a little closer and the day a little brighter. Which lay ahead of you would arrive, and you were happy to meet it. In between, oh, we finished! We finished our teenage years! So wait, does this mean that we are now adults? Okay, if this is... Let's change our hair. Half shaved. Yeah. For in between. Still with the ponytail. Hair still pink. Eyes still same color. Cute! Yeah, this is us. So I think we've got rid of our hormonal acne. We've still got our freckles. Still got rosy cheeks. Do we have glasses? I'm still not into the glasses. We've still got our yaoi fingers. Earrings. Do we have little hoops? Yeah, that's cunty. We'll keep that. Still our thick ass lips. Yeah, still thick lips. Oh my god, I'm got to see the end of teenage years. I'm finishing up getting ready for my appointment, and then I have to go. Hurrah! Well, I hope your appointment goes well, dude. Okay, change page. Birthmarks, still got birthmarks, still got scars. Freckles on arms and torso. Still wearing those. Still wearing bracelets. Are we out of braces? I think we're out of braces. We don't have braces anymore. Ring. Jewel. Jewels. Pattern. Plain. I think we have just a plain ring. Headscarf? Oh, wow! Hell yeah! The fact they included this is so yeah. Okay. Nail length. Short. Nail color. Black. Yeah. Nose ring? Oh, I mean, we have to, right? Have a little stud. No. We absolutely have septum piercing. Absolutely. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, this is us. Done. My feeling for Cove is relaxed. Love? Disappointment, I should be leaving with a letter of support for my hysterectomy! It's happening! It's happening! Don't panic! Oh my god, it's been a long time coming, and especially knowing all the fucking nonsense that you've gone through to get to it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah! Oh, I'm so hyped for you, dude. Hell yeah. So I think it's time. I think it's time that we bump stuff up. I think we're in love. I think we're in love with Cove. Okay. Are you sure? Relax, love. Yeah. Are you sure? Yes. Cove's customization. Appearance. Can we change what Cove looks like? No, I like his hair. Oh, can we give him glasses? No. Earrings? I can't even see his earrings. We can give him studs. We can give him studs. Because he is one. Studs for a stud. No, I think he has short hair in his adult years. Sure. Yeah. Wear a necklace? Wait. Change page. PJs. And choose a swimsuit. Oh, okay. Formal. Hell yeah. Okay, done. Which initiative level would you like Cove to have for step 3? I think we want him to have high initiative. It's been happening and everything is fine. Yippee! Hell yeah. Okay, I'm so glad it's good. I'm so glad it's better now. It's been delayed like a month and a half because the office didn't know how to communicate. Rah! No, it's fine. The fact is, it's good now. That's fine. This is good. I think we want to have high initiative. Maybe I want to get hit on, huh? Why do I need to keep making the first move? Somebody else can make the first move in my visual novel. The start of classes ended the relaxed, free days of summer. It didn't take long for you to get back into the swing of the school year routine. Schedules and homework became the new normal. Derek wasn't around nearly as much. With school and after-school initiatives, there weren't many opportunities for him to take the trip out to your neighborhood. Sometimes you'd hear, hello. Sometimes you'd hear that he was at a training camp or something like that, but you weren't always sure what he was up to. But you still kept in touch over the phone as best you could. The Jeremy kid did disappear after that summer, and no one ever heard from him again. Where you went or what he might be up to was a mystery. More summers came and went like the waves on the shore coming in and out. In your secondary year of high school, someone new started to visit Sunset Bird, a sunny girl named Terry Brooke. She was a friend Cove made due to them both being ocean obsessed. Terry was more than glad to befriend you two. Someone close to Cove had to be good company, she felt. You were pleased to get along with her as well. Terry was tight with another girl who you had known distantly from school for a long time, Miranda Eckert. You saw more and more of her as time went on, thanks to Terry and Miranda's own outreach. After a while, all of you developed a real friendship together. As for your home life, the Quinns also had developments. Changing laws and public perception countrywide made it possible for your moms to openly wear their wedding rings without questions. Though they had a wedding years ago, it was only recently that the union was officially recognized everywhere in the US. That was a good day, to say the least. Slay! Elizabeth came into her own and stopped being quite as irritable. She no longer worried about perceived childishness, as she grew up for real. She didn't even mind being called Lizzie again, although most people use Liz. She eventually graduated high school and moved out to attend college in another state. It was a lot for you to adjust to your older sister being gone. Liz never let you forget her role in your life, though, and kept in touch. Cove's relationship with his family improved over the years. Kira visited several times after that summer, and things became easier between the two. He was also closer with his dad than ever before. You knew they talked more, and that helped prevent a lot of friction before it could start. However, Cove grew into someone no one could call social. he kept to himself, usually. He cared for the few connections he did have, but didn't reach out outside of them. Cove's interests had shifted from when he was younger. He still enjoyed athletic activities on occasion, but now he gave time to more studious endeavours as well. Things had shifted between you and Cove. Mature affection! Okay. Things had shifted between you and Cove, but in a way that most couldn't see. After all this time, he wasn't just your neighbour. He wasn't only your friend or even a guy you were interested in. You were in love with him. You loved Cove. You knew that fact for certain. There was no one else you held those feelings for. It was strange to look back on it all. The future faded into your present, and then it was simply the past. Even the most fundamental parts of your life couldn't last forever. You felt that the most pointedly, the day you inevitably graduated high school. It was over, and you would not be going back ever again. From now on, what came next was your choice. You would be directing your own life. That was where you were currently. The summer after school had ended, the first summer of true freedom. What used to be a reprieve from the typical was now going to be your first step into adulthood. One fine summer morning, you took in what had become a very special scene. The whole family had having a meal together. Your big sister Liz still hadn't lived at home full time for a couple of years, and she arrived last week to spend the season here since it was an off semester for her. She seemed to make sure she was in town because you had now also graduated high school, so who knew how much rarer these moments would become in the future. You watched on as Liz laughed good-naturedly over a comment Ma made. Her Elizabeth-only mindset had only been a phase. Nearly a nickname was welcome at this point in her life. Strangely, even though she'd moved away, you'd lately felt closer to her than you had in a long time. You idly scooped up more of your breakfast and chewed absent-mindedly. Can't spell fundamental without fundament. Queer probably. What do you mean? Also, Moon, is your mom single or not? Been asking this whole time, waiting. You were vegetarian, you were vegan, you were pescatarian, you were politarian, you were a picky eater, you generally ate whatever. And the meal you had reflected that. It included just about everything your moms had made, though you often made your own food nowadays. Wow. The silence from Moon is deafening. With Liz around though, your parents made even more options than usual. Your sister had been vegetarian for a while, and they wanted to make sure she had choices too. Eee, our mom is getting grey hairs. Rah! So that's how I heard the news. They are, and they don't like it white. Fuck! Shit! Well, nothing I can do about that. Damn! Alright. Now stop burying the lead and tell us, what is this so-called news? Ma giggled as she cast a look across the table, satisfied that she had everyone's attention. Well, it turns out the Donnells won't be renting out the condo up the street, as per Sunset Bird tradition. For the first time in what must be nearly 2 decades, a chorus of gasps and shocked expressions were had all around. After the initial shock, your eyebrows pinched. Ma may consider them by name, but you and Liz always viewed them exclusively as the mean old couple who would yell at anyone under 25 who crossed their paths. Your ma continued on with the story, spreading strawberry jam over a piece of toast as she did so. They've decided not to take big trips anymore. Friends and family will be visiting them at their home. That's nice for them. Have a good summer. It means grandparents with no grandkids away from us. That's a relief. It's kind of sad they can't travel anymore. I hope they're still okay, even if they're mean. My thoughts exactly, Liz. Be nice, kids. You don't want to end up like them, do you? Yeah. Yeah, I do. You and your sister cracked smiles at the joke.
Well?
At least they won't be here to yell at my children anymore.
Lonnie.
Lonnie. Yeah, tell her, Ma. And that blunt comment got laughter from all three of you. Engrossed in the conversation once more, you continued to chat with your family until the meal was over. Step 3. 3rd time's a charm. What does that mean? Okay. As it went, once the food was eaten, the cleanup had to be done. Liz took the role of washing the dishes and passed them to you for drying and putting away. You had a set of cups in front of you that needed to go on top shelf of the cabinet. It was effortless to do. You were very tall. I am very tall. I'm not. I'm like 5'11". Fuck. The task was pretty straightforward for you. You were tall. You had to stretch, but it was doable. Your average height. I'm tall. I'm big and tall. That was simply your lot in life. You'd always been vertically gifted. You felt great about how things were. You hoped you might still grow more. Want to be tall. Oh, I don't know which one I chose. That was a struggle for you because you remember how you used to feel so content about it when you were younger. Liz shook you out of your internal musings by starting up an impromptu conversation. She seemed to be voicing the thoughts that had been buzzing around in her own head. I have to say, going back for another semester this fall is pretty intimidating. You think about the first year or two, you'd have handle on it things, but no. You stole a glance at her, still placing cups in their proper place. I guess it's only fair. My first round was pretty general classes, and year 1 of my architectural major was the basic. Now it feels serious. I have to actually know some things. Diona, get in here, my love. How are you? I hope you're doing well. And if you're just looking, continue looking. The laugh she gave was flippantly airy, but the way she scrubbed at the plates held more force than necessary. I know you can handle it. I think it's really cool you want to be an architect. That doesn't how you simply shrugged. You merely listened to her ranting. I know you can handle it. That's what of you to believe in me, thanks. Your older sister's mouth quirked into a small smile. It'll be fine, one way or another. Oh, but I'm not trying to scare you away from college. It's that even your plan. If that's even your plan. What is going on with that, but anyway? You had a solid plan set for a long time. You came to a firm conclusion recently. You had kind of a general idea. You had absolutely no idea. You don't even let yourself think about it too much. Solid plan set for a long time. Yeah, I can do that one. Doing good. How are you? I'm doing so good. Doing all right. We had a bit of a people-filled weekend. So very low spoons today. So I'm just doing a visual novel. So I don't necessarily need to do too much. But Diona, I did DM you on Discord. I don't know if you've seen it. If you haven't seen it, don't worry about it. But yeah, let me know, because I'm trying to organize a bunch of group games together. So yeah. But yeah, other than that, we're doing all right. Doing all right. Body's kind of in pain today. Boring, boo. But we're working on it. In fact, have I taken drugs today? I have not. Speaking of water good hybrid, let me live. I'll take water good with my medication. Yum. I have seen. Okay, I'll get back to you. Sorry, it takes so long to answer the. No, you're totally fine, Diona. I know life gets busy, so it's never. You know what I'm like. There's never any stress. It's just I would hate for you to miss it in case you did want to play. But yeah, I think it'll be fun. I think it's a good group. It's just me shipping my friends again. It's like, I think you will be good with you, and you will be friends, and then you will be friends forever. Yeah, I think it'll be fun. But how are you? How are you doing? How's your weekend? Oh, you had a good weekend. You came to a firm conclusion recently. Also take a hybrid for Watergood. You answered the question as much as you were able and willing to. Liz's smile grew more reassuring as you did. You made it through 12 years of full-time education already. You can make your ideas happen, I'm sure. Hi, Quinn. Bye, Quinn. Bye, Potato. I'm excited to make some new friends. Yes. New friends. I'm excited. You had graduated at the top of your class. You scored through with high marks. And you were going to miss it. And you felt satisfied leaving off there. You wished it could have been better. And you were just glad it was truly behind you. You're going to miss it. It had been a familiar and fulfilling part of your life. Liz picked up on the silence her question ended up creating. She decided it was time to make a closing statement on the topic.
You're a good boy.
You're a good boy, Brooke. Do what's best for you, and we'll be here to back it up. Thanks, Liz. At that, Liz happily passed the final dish your way. She waved a soapy-soaked hand as a farewell and moved on to her next task, the cleanup job. I've been recovering from TwitchCon! Oh, yes! Which made me feel like it was all a fever dream, like finishing a great movie or book, you know? Oh my god, yes. I totally get that feeling. Oh, hell yeah. Because I was lurking while you were going through pictures and photos and stuff. So I could understand you being just absolutely drained. Headpads, thank you for the headpads. I gotta run, I'll be back later. Have fun. Of course, Echo. I hope the appointment goes well. Enjoy your lurky lurk. Hell yeah. Oh, I'm so hyped. Getting the pieces put back where they belong. You eventually moved on to a new chore, but that was interrupted by the sound of your cell phone. It was the phone's default ringing. You had a silly novelty song as the ringtone. You set one of the most beloved songs as your ringtone. You casually picked it up from the table where you had placed it earlier. The phone had a couple of years old at this point, having been a 16th birthday gift from your parents. Oh my goodness. Have you seen the game Date Everything? I have. I have seen the game. I've been following it because a lot of voice actors that I follow are in part of it. Is it not coming out on the 12th? Because I'm excited for Date Everything. I'm excited for Dispatch, which is a Jacksepticeye game that I'm excited for. But yeah, I'm excited for Date Everything. Absolutely drained. Where is this place at? For a friend, of course. It's your mom's house. I need to be doing less. I need to be doing less about your mom. June 17th. Bet. To get drained. You casually picked it up at the table where you left it at 16th. They decided which model to get, but you got to pick the color. It was... I mean, my phone is purple. My phone is purple. It was just phone. You didn't do anything to decorate it. It has a special charm attached to it, which was... a lantern based on the game of Lake of Voices. A small shell to remind me of Cove. A small shell to remind me of Cove. A screen lit up as you gave the little device a swipe with one finger. You were informed by the caller ID that it was Lee. You weren't surprised. Despite having busier and busier lives and not living in the same town, you still have a good relationship with your cousin of the same age. Especially once the miracle of the both of you having your own phones actually happened. She got hers first though. Tapping on the accept button, you answered her call. A familiar bubbly voice came through right after. Damn it! Get got. Get roasted. Hey Brooke. Hiya. I trust I'm not interrupting anything major. It's fine. Only some cleaning around the house. Oh, then you're welcome for my call. A distraction from that must have been desperately needed. Yes, thank you, my dear cousin. I love doing chores. You joked. I like cleaning. You protest earnestly. It's good to hear from you. Even though you couldn't see you, shook your head at that. It's good to hear from you.
Right?
She giggled and could hear the jangling of the jewelry she must be wearing. Nothing amazing is happening for me either. I'm bored and felt like chatting. My morning shift ended, so I'm free for the rest of the day. Woo! That's good. You were off from your part-time job today. You hadn't started work anywhere else, so you couldn't relate. Unemployed. Unlike you, Lee had started dipping her toes into the workforce as of late. It made keeping in touch frequently even more complicated, but you both managed. What about you? It's been pretty normal.
Cool.
Cool, that's you then. So, how's Mr. Cove Holden doing? Why are you asking? There was a teasing bent to her tone. She was never willing to let up on what was going on between the two of you. There's nothing going on. There's lots of things going on. But that name was incredibly familiar to your ears. Cove, your next door neighbor for the past decade at this point. The two of you were close. That was all you could think of. He was your best friend at least. You hadn't admitted you felt more than that just yet. He was an important friend, but you secretly hoped he'd tell you he felt more that way. You were in love with him, but didn't want to talk about that at this point in your life. He was far more than just someone who lived in the street. He was your boyfriend! No, we're not boyfriends yet. Slow burn. This one. Ooh, our life! Lana! We're getting back into it. We've just hit our third phase, so we are now technically adults, and we want Cove. We want Cove so bad. Someday you thought someday he'd know exactly how much he really meant to you. Are you even surviving without the boy being 10 feet away at all times? Or is everything right with the world again and he's back? No, Lee, he isn't even here. Just like he wasn't here yesterday, or the last time you asked, or the time before that.
Sorry.
Well, my bad. Can you blame me? Doesn't it seem like he should have made his grand return already? Plus, I want to visit soon, and he needs to be there too. Oh, so cute. Just looking for a go teach. Of course, Lana. We're just getting into it. What is this story about? So, Diona, this is our life. You start as like an 8-year-old, and you first meet Cove, who's just moved into the neighborhood, and you're kind of growing up with Cove in tandem, and you can like choose what you want your interactions with Cove to be. So it can just be friendly throughout the whole thing, or you can choose to have a little crush, or you can choose to be in love with Cove. So yeah, we're choosing to be in love with Cove. Did you get the DLCs? Not yet, because I don't think we're at a part where I need to get the DLCs yet. I never played with all of them. No, I haven't played with any of them yet, because the game is so like full without them that the DLCs are exactly that. They're just add-on content if you just want more interactions with these characters. So what they've done really well with this game is that you are meeting friends growing up, and sometimes you just kind of like lose contact with these people, which is very like reminiscent of real life. And so they've done that really well, and the safety precautions they've got in the game, so you can choose how to interact with other people and how you want people to interact with you as well. So if you're just like if kind of getting hit on icks you out, you can choose to be like, nope, I don't want any initiation. I don't want any of that. But yeah, so far it's been really fun. It's been really cute. It's been exactly what we've needed for just now. Because after finishing 1000 X Resist, oh my god, Diona, can I put you onto 1000 X Resist? Have you played it? Because my goodness, it's fully voice acted. The story is incredible. I'm still thinking about it. Like, I'm just trying to find a game that will like get me out of this mourning phase. Like the same way that you are kind of like finished, you've just come back from TwitchCon. It's like, well, there's nothing else to do in life now. Like, I've done all the things. That's what I feel like 1000 X Resist. Haven't heard of it? Diona, do yourself a favor and get into it. So it took me about 2 streams to get through it. And like I said, it's fully voice acted, so you don't necessarily need to do a lot of effort. So it is like a very nice low spoons stream. But it's I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to say anything about it. I think it's really good. I think it'll be right up your alley. Like there's some really, really good and powerful visuals that I think it'll be good. Lurking, but hi Han. Also, I love this game. My bisexual brain goes brrr. Please, much love. Of course, Ninja. Don't forget to get your daily before you go and lurk. Don't get to remember to get your daily. Wait. Can you write it in chat for me? Of course. 1000 X Resist. And last time I checked, if you go to CD keys, which is like, I have a link on my about page, just because I use CD keys almost exclusively now. I think it's like £1.50. So whatever that is in euros. Do you use euros? So yeah, it's literally pennies, cheaper than a coffee. Thanks for getting you daily, Ninja. So, and also we do have the community pub quiz challenge. So if you've got a couple of thousand channel points and you want to dump somewhere, be sure to dump them into the community pub quiz challenge. Oh, this is that trippy game. Yes. So it's yeah. It's kind of trippy, but it's good. I promise. Is CD keys reliable? I promise. Yeah, CD keys. You don't need to make an account, but it is easier if you make an account. But yeah, most of my games that I buy now, if a new game comes out, I'm immediately checking on CD keys to see if it's cheaper there, and more than likely it is. But yeah, I'm an affiliate of CD keys. Like I wouldn't recommend something if it wasn't like reliable. I think I've had one issue. I've bought hundreds of games from them, and I've had one issue where the code didn't work and they just sent me a new code. So it's good. We like it. But yeah. You can understand where she was coming from. This was certainly outside the norm. For the past couple of months and the last few weeks especially, Cove had been going to his mom's place in Nevada. No! The two of you still regularly stayed in contact over text and calls, but your mind began to drift back in time for all the prior trips he'd taken to visit her. Almost every year he'd have to go away for a while and then he'd be back. Okay, thank you. Of course. And you'll need to let me know if you actually get it and actually play it. I'd love to watch you play it. Oh, it's so good. It kind of feels like Outer Wilds. Well, not that the gameplay, but for me, like, I want to watch other people play Outer Wilds now that I finished it. Because it's just like, I want to see you experience it for the first time. So yeah, let me know. It made me sad and lonely when it happened. You never minded it. It was kind of nice to have breaks away from each other. You weren't a fan, but made do. It was just shitty. It upset you. You got yourself worried about him leaving for good. Sad and lonely. You sent him letters the entire time he was away. Your mum's helped you ship out care packages to him and his mom. You gave him special treasures to take with him before he left. You kept an eye on his house for him while he wasn't there. You were incapable of doing anything until he was back. Please. No, you sent him letters. Cove made sure to mail some back to you too. That's how it was in the past, but lately he had been trying to see her as much as he could before taking long trips to another state became too impractical to do. His part-time work could become full-time soon, or he could be moving somewhere else for school. Cove hadn't actually been entirely clear what his plans were after graduation. Cove was hesitant to speak on that, even with you. It couldn't be avoided forever, though. You both knew that. Well, maybe you should switch this up to a non-Cove related topic? Sounds like a plan. Oh, he's talking about Cove. The rest of the conversation rolled on. Not much longer, though Lee had to go, and you needed to finish up your responsibilities around the house. The both of you exchanged goodbyes, then you went back to what you'd been working on before the call came in. As you wrapped up the last of your chores, you were approached by Liz wearing a cheeky smile. I've got Mom's keys. Want to get out of this tiny town to do some shopping in a real city? Sounds great. We're gonna go. Good, I'm driving. Let's get drive now. This is so dangerous. So many cheap games. I know. I'm sorry, and you're welcome. Like, I remember, like, because I like pixel art games. I love, like, the art style of 8-bit. And so there's a ton of really cheap games on there, and you can filter out if you just want, like, the cheaper games. So there's stuff for like 50p on there, and like I don't know how good the game is, but it's kind of honestly a crime that 1000 Extras is £1.50, because it definitely is worth full price, but like I am poor. So I've got a bunch of cheap games on there that are still just in my library, just waiting to get played. So dangerous. That was obvious. You didn't know how to drive. You're glad for that. You still had your learner's permit. Even though you could drive too, it was her plan. She could do it if she wanted. It was nice of her to do that. You had a license, but tried to avoid driving when possible. Yeah, let's do this one. Go get your wallet and anything else. We're going now. With a nod, you made a quick detour to collect your stuff from your bedroom. You had money saved up from gifts you'd received. After making sure you both were fully prepared for the long haul to the largest city in the surrounding area, you buckled into the car. It was a smooth ride there, with light conversation about what stops to stop at and the radio blasting. The trip there breezed in, and in what felt like no time at all, you had gone from cruising down the road to cruising through the mall. Liz had her interests to check out, and you yours. Your hobbies and skills were still the ones you developed when you were younger. You got into new things since you'd grown up. You liked to... well, we still like to read. Do you know where they get the keys? I know there are some issues with other key sites where keys weren't sourced ethically. I'm pretty sure they just buy them in bulk from the supplier, and so that's how they get their like profit margins. But like, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't looked into it. Like, that's when I first read it a couple of years ago. That's how they buy them. They buy them in. But supply and demand. But I haven't checked recently, so I don't know if that's changed or not. You like going to the beach and going surfing. We like to do that now. And games are fun. You like to play video games. And you're into sports. Like, we still like weightlifting. Weightlifting. And we enjoy learning new things. You like to read manga and fiction and comic books and not much else. I write things. You like to watch, you like to hang out with people. You like to watch plays. And nothing else major. Fair. God, so cheap. What the heck? That's what I mean. Like, it's so good. No, I've never had an issue with CD keys. Like, it's just, what I will say is definitely check what region you are buying the key for. Because worldwide, you can put them anywhere. But sometimes in the Europe ones, you can get them maybe a little bit cheaper. Because some games are region locked. But, yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good. When turning a corner down a new length of mall, your eyes caught on a little gift store. Your friends and family had recently given you many presents for graduating high school. You realised you wanted to get a graduation gift yourself to give to Cove. You had to gift of your own ready to Cove when you get the chance. You had a gift of your own ready to give to Cove when the chance came. It was a smooch. It was something you had known you wanted to do, and you were looking forward to seeing his reaction. Graduation may have already come and gone, but Cove wasn't really around, so you had to wait. Eventually, the mall was explored in full, with every shop of note being checked over. Rather than going home, you decided to walk over to some smaller stores nearby. Liz had many thoughts on that topic.
So?
Honestly, malls are not a bastion of society. Even if smaller stores require extra distance, the brands are so much more... And your sister abruptly stopped speaking and walking right in the middle of the path. It was a good thing no one was beside her. Behind her, even. She seemed to entirely shut off for a moment. Liz? The attempt to catch her attention was unsuccessful. Something else had all her focus. Before you could puzzle out what might be happening, she began to mumble out of the corner of her mouth. Brooke, don't draw attention, but look. You've stopped in the middle of the street. What do you mean, don't draw attention? With a harsh whisper and a subtle jerk of her head, she urged you once more.
Hey.
Look! You followed her gaze as best you could as a large bunch of colourful teens strolling down the same path. Okay. You faced back over to your sister with a confused expression and an unspoken question. What were we supposed to be seeing there? Brooke, doesn't one of them seem familiar? She was practically bouncing at this point, so you looked the group over again, and this time you saw what she was seeing. Amongst the collection of strangers was brown hair, grey eyes, and lots of freckles. That's Shiloh! That's our Shiloh! That's our Shiloh! From when we were kids! Yep, that was definitely him. I can't believe it, he's honestly just there. That's hilarious. That's incredible. We're gonna say hi then! Oh, but how do we talk to him? We'd have to pull him away from all those other people, and what if I'm wrong? Your mouth opened to reply, but she cut it off with her own answer to the question. I've got it. I'll shout the name Shallow, and then we can act like it wasn't us. If he responds to it, we'll know without a doubt it's him. Brooke, keep an eye out, see if he looks. Liz, like, just go speak to him. Liz, can't you just try and talk to him normally? Mezes, get in here. How you doing, dude? Get in here. So Mezes read. Your gods are coming. They come. Shout out, Mezes, pop off. Thanks, Moon. Allow. It's boobs. It's boobs raid. Ah, so many. Ah, so many boobs. Get in here. What were you playing? Funger? Hell yeah. Moon. I was tired as fuck. Of course, Mezes. You've had a tight. Weren't you hanging out with family over the weekend too? Boobs, boobs. Hey, sussy baka. Hey, sussy baka femboy. Okay, let's pull up here. Hi, if you're new here, my name's 8-Bit Quinn. You can call me Quinn. I go by any and all pronouns, but he, him just kind of feels right at the moment. We'll figure it out. I'm a queer, neurodivergent variety streamer. We do a little bit of everything around here, but at the moment we're currently doing a read-through of a visual novel called Our Life. But we do a bit of everything. But how are y'all? What was your favourite bit of Mez's stream? Pray tell. How was your weekend? Are we having a good Monday? And also, if you need to go raid and run, go do that. I love having you here, but I would much prefer you go take care of your body. Go take your meds. Take your vitamins. I know you haven't. You said you were going to, and then you didn't. Or, like, go hydrate, get a little snack. Whatever. Nah, I had one family lunch. Yeah, I was keeping on the masochism mode, please. Hang out with your family, specifically your mom. Our mom. But Friday was a popular party, and Saturday was a friend's birthday. Oh, that was it, friend's birthday. So I got absolutely wasted. Yes, because you were hungover on Sunday. How are you feeling now? Have you hydrated? Have you drunk enough water? You better be. But yeah, thank you for pulling up with all your friends. Hell yeah. I also had a busy weekend, hanging out with family and friends and people who I thought were friends and then turned out to not be. It's a long story, don't worry about it. I'm not lying, Quinn. Funger 2's hardest difficulty is called masochism mode. Oh my goodness. So you'd love it then. So you're having a great time. So you're having the time of your life then. That's what it sounds like. Have hydrated, just my body feeling lazy as fuck. Yeah, I feel that. Who do I fight? Please. Diona, it's not that like it was just it was a very weird interaction, Diona. Like, it was someone who I've played games with once before, and then they invited me to a stream to play a game that I haven't played before, and the game was like sold to me as it's kind of like Jackbox. And so I was like, bet, I'll come to your stream, why not? Turns out it wasn't a stream on Twitch, it was a stream in a Discord, and it was a private call, and it wasn't like Jackbox at all. And it was also their birthday. So I felt bamboozled. I felt absolutely hoodwinked into going to this dude's like birthday celebration. And I was like, I had plans, like, because I've played with this person once before, and I had plans to kind of like fold them into like future group projects and group games. Because I'm like, okay, we had one interaction and that kind of went well. That was fine. In the bin. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Never again. Like, you fuck that. Like, there's one thing. Like, there's a couple of things. But there's one thing, if you want to get on my bad side really fucking quickly, is to waste the fuck out of my time. And my time was so wasted. like not entirely wasted, because I was hanging out with friends. But I was kind of like, why am I here? Very weird. That's literally it. So that's what I mean by, like, it's not like that big of a deal, but it's kind of like oh, that's the kind of person you are. Got it. Heard, chef. Fuck you. Cut all their limbs off. Guillotine. Jail. To the rack. Oh, so you want to fight the masochists? You're going to. You have been warned. He pulls that sword, please. They said you were going to play Jackbox on stream, but just wanted to hang out, basically. But, like, so the game was King of the Castle. And if you know what King of the Castle is, it's a very long game. And I think it lends itself very well to be streamed on Twitch. Because you can interact with it or not interact with it. If you're in chat. You know what I mean? Oh, I've played it before. Okay, so imagine very long. So imagine you get invited to play a game that's kind of like Jackbox, and it turns out to be King of the Castle. And you're not the person streaming it. You're just like one of the people who get to make decisions. But you're now stuck in a voice call with some of your closest friends and this new person. I'd be pissed from that alone. Honestly, yes. like that's not the thing. I'm not pissed about the fact that it was long. It's the fact that it wasn't like made clear to me that, like, you said you were going to stream this. And so because we're all streamers, it's like, oh, you want to stream it on Twitch? Brilliant. I'll be part of your community. Sure. And it was just, so when I even asked in the voice call, I was like, oh, who's streaming? And the person who's running it was just like, I'm streaming it. I was like, oh, you're not live on Twitch. Like, no, I'm streaming it in the Discord. It's like, I know you're streaming it in the Discord. I'm here. I thought you were streaming it to other people. It was really fucking weird. bro didn't want to be an NPC. Kinda. Yeah, it's like, hey, I'm going to invite you to this game where you have no agency, you have no opportunities to win, and in fact, I get all of the perks. Like, fuck, it was just weird. It was weird, and I was pissed off because I'd already made plans to hang out with my partner. Like, I have so little time to hang out with my partner because we're long distance. Like, I was gonna give him like maybe 2 hours, because in Jackbox you can play a round and then choose to sit out. But the fact that it wasn't on Twitch, I was like trapped in this voice call, because not only was like all my friends were there, but the dude at the very beginning said, also, it's my birthday, I'm 24. And I'm like, well, now I can't leave because I'll feel like a fucking jerk. Like, and I've had interactions like that before where people have like bamboozled me to hang out with them on special occasions, and I'm kind of like, why'd you do that? That was a weird thing to do, dude. So yeah, I was pissed. If I was told, like, hey, we're going to play this game, it's kind of a long game, it's going to take maybe 3 hours. Turns out it did eventually take like 3.5 hours. I bowed out because it was like 11 o'clock at night and we started at 8. And I was like, I've got to go. I said I was going to hang out with my partner like an hour ago. So this is fucking weird. 24 seconds till I leave. But call B for real. What do you mean? Huh? We make a great team. Please. Oh, good. I'm half deaf. Please. So yeah, that's literally it. That was what my Sunday night was. Very weird. And I was looking forward to like inviting this person to play other group games. I will not be doing that. I will not be fucking doing that in the future. Like, you have showed me that you're a fucking weirdo. Like, wait, Sunday? That's my favorite kind of ice cream. Yum, 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 yum. But yeah, sorry. All that to say, thanks Mezes for pulling up. Thank you for the raid. You absolutely cutie patootie. Next time they ask you, pull the mean girl Karen, cough cough, I'm sick. I know. Honestly, like, it's just, like, give me all the information. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need to hoodwink me into hanging out with you. That's a really weird thing to do. No need to thank me. And me, the cutie patootie? Nah, afraid so. All of you are cutie all of us are cutie patooties. All of us are cutie patooties. Hell yeah. One sec. What cuties are we? 140% Eldritch cutie. Hell yeah. Pop off. Shakes tentacles. Nah, next time they ask, you just say, sorry, the new Monster chapter is out. Hey, they can't keep getting away with it. God damn it. EC, 5% Eldritch cutie. Pulling up but not pulling out. Goonstar, please get out of here. 5%, called it. Now! Do it again. 54% Eldritch cutie. Love that. Hey, it's my birthday this weekend and I like to play some games. Want to join? It's that easy. It is exactly that easy. Me for real, for real. That's it. Like, why? Anyway. Just a weird set of circumstances. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. 5%. Not today. Sorry. Gay. Hell yeah. 100% all the time. Sorry. If you're here, you're gay. Sorry if you're just finding out. Give my condolences to your girlfriend. Speaking of tentacles, have you all heard of French people? What does that have to do with anything about tentacles? What do you mean? We? A pee-pee. 140, why you got so many pee-pee in your pocket? That's too many pee-pee. Like, 457. I'm gay for streamer and chat. Many pee-pees. What are you doing? Should I be scared? Why you need so many pee-pee? And how big is your pocket? Oh god. Okay, sorry. Let me log back in here. Okay, what's that? Who was I lurking in on? What are you? Who were you? Armia raided. Okay. So Quiro is still live. Yessica's on. Wait. Let me get my dailies. One sec. Hold up. Chaos Crystal? Why do I keep missing your streams? Have I just not been on? Where's my daily pebble? Thank you. And you've been streaming for 2.5 hours? Don't look. I'm lurking. Hello. Hello. I've come to get my daily pebble. Thank you. And Jessica, what are you streaming? You're streaming just chatting, but you're not just chatting. What are you playing? Use your words. What are you playing? Okay, you're still going. Quira's still going. Is Cheeks still going? Cheeks is not going. Oh, okay, you're having a little nap. Okay, good. It's fine. I was just getting on my dailies. Don't mind me. Ritual sacrifices. I need them. I need them for reasons. How big is your pocket, or how tiny are the peepees? Quinn would be so much attractive if he was a Minesweeper smoke character. I said what needs to be said. Slime girl, you have the opportunity to write. Do you have the opportunity to make this a reality? I must give them. Please. Okay, I go buy food. Booby. Of course, Mezes. Use your words. Please, anytime I hear use your words from you, I get so flashbanged. Please, why flashbanged? Anyway, sorry. Please. What were we talking about? Yeah, Liz, can you just talk to him normally instead of just yelling? We are not doing that. It's a terrible plan. Why do I have to be the one who watches? Just talk to him normally. Don't be a weirdo. I mean, if you consent to me using your likeness, I'm down. I mean, I'll read it on stream. Like, is it not? It's not against TOS, right? To read smut on stream, depending on how like filthy it is. I'll read it. Only if it's cute. If it's cute, like BL, and they're like, they touched hands, their knuckles brushed, they kissed. If it's like that, it'll be fine. Likely without even hearing what you said, Liz put her plan into action. Shiloh! She loudly projected the word across the way and then put on an act of casualness, turning her head away from the scene while brushing at the skirt of her dress. Someone take this out of context for me. I can't right now. Please, Mezza, you're supposed to be getting food. Get out of here. Oh my god, that's a cutie. In a supremely awkward moment, you could only stand there as attention in the area shifted to the two of you thanks to your sister's shout. But of the many startled bystanders who became altered to your presence, one of them was the boy. From a distance, his large eyes met yours. He looked. A wide grin took over Liz's face. She pushed the rim of her sun hat up and away from her face while swishing back around to greet her old friend directly. Shiloh! Waving, she stepped a bit close to her to express her intention to meet. Without really closing the gap, she wanted him to come to her. Fucking boo. I mean, it's genuinely a wholesome GL. Like 4 champions, so they made out. Okay, maybe. You presume to be Shiloh looked surprised at the call-out. He stole a quick glance at the crowds he was with and hesitantly glanced back at your way. He was trying to double-check something. Liz remained steadfast with her gaze trained on him, and ultimately he broke away from the rest of them. After a light-footed jog across the brick path, the young man pleasantly presented himself in front of you and Liz. Hi, I like your hat! Just that simple greeting had Liz giggling.
Hey.
Hello. I'm not sure if you remember this, but I'm Lizzie, and that's Brooke. We were all friends when we were little kids. His already wide eyes grew even larger, their gaze darting between you and Liz. His previous chipper demeanor faded into something delicate. I'm really sorry, but I think you have the wrong person. Shiloh? ? You could tell not being instantly recognized was going to make this exchange more of a challenge. Still, Liz was undeterred. It was a long time ago. You were really young. I get why you feel like that. However, I'm positive I'm right. You're exactly the same. That face, the freckles, how genial you tried to phrase things. You're even still wearing a hat. Instinctively, he looked up at his headwear, with creased brows, not making the connection on why the hat meant something to her.
Okay.
We knew each other, okay? Yeah, that's the best way. It's the best way to make friends, Liz. An uneasy smile settled on him as a silence followed Liz's speech. He was picking his next words carefully. And then the quiet was obliterated by a new voice bursting into the conversation. Shiloh, what are you doing? The rest of the group already left. A field trip is not a vacation. We're on a schedule. Startled, your head snapped towards the path. A distinctly unhappy individual with piercing magenta eyes, dark brown skin, and a sharp jaw stormed your way. He carried a cloud of authority with him, despite looking like he wasn't even 18 yet. Sorry, I didn't mean to ditch. Shiloh, whose name was now officially confirmed, gestured with a hand to add to the explanation of his absence as the stranger watched impatiently. They thought they recognized me as someone they knew, but it was a tiny misunderstanding. Liz theoretically, as well as literally, put her foot down in that, stomping in frustration and getting more childish the longer she was around her childhood companion.
Come on.
We do know you. Shiloh merely shrunk in on himself. The tone he spoke with was pained. Sorry. You honestly couldn't tell if he was apologizing for the upset feelings of your sister or the palpable dissatisfaction of his new acquaintance. That in itself was very Shiloh-like. Oh, you know him? Is that it? The stranger spoke in a dismissively scoffing tone, as if the words sounded so absurd to him it was almost amusing. Almost. But the sternness of his demeanor quickly reinstated itself. Well, do you know me? I'll tell you. Someone who has been forced against his will to be aware of what's going on in Charlie's ridiculous personal life for a year. If the two of you had any importance in his general day-to-day existence, it would have come up by now. Don't bother trying to exaggerate any trivial connection you might have. It's not good enough. He's with us, and you'll survive without him. Now stop loitering on the road. It's rude. Who the fuck is this? Oh,
Excuse me?
we're the rude ones. The high-strung ranting got an audible gasp from Shiloh, who finally started to speak up against in defense. Nate, that's really mean. It's also true. We're leaving. Dude, Shiloh, your friends are fucking losers. With that declaration, the unofficially introduced Nate indignantly spun on his heels and walked speedily towards where the group went, completely confident that Shiloh would follow behind. Oh, people can sure have bad attitudes, huh? Why can't they just try to get along? It's not hard. Don't worry though, I bet you won't have to deal with him again. And I'm sorry I can't talk to you, but I hope you have a really nice life.
Bye.
Bye! And that was it. His final parting words given, Shiloh left the two of you behind to catch up with his own life that he had to go live. Shiloh! Liz watched his exit, stunned only to frown when it hit her that he was really gone as quickly as he appeared. It happened so fast he hadn't even been able to get a word in. Maybe it is hard? Huh? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean? She sighed, all the energy she built up releasing with the breath. I could have told him his last name was Fields. His birthday is October 30th. That would have proved it, but no. I'm sorry, Liz. Wow, Charlotte grew up to be dumb. I'll probably choose that. You were left feeling equally deflated. Whoever Nate is, he sucks. No, this one's more true. He was so unnecessarily unpleasant when all you wanted was to talk to someone for a moment. Do you want to go catch up with him? Liz merely shook her head, pushing off childish thoughts. I think we can leave it there. Thanks. He's in the middle of a high school field trip. And it was really enough being able to see him. There's something reassuring about witnessing firsthand that he's still out there, enjoying his own part in the world. Though, if given the chance, I could definitely have a few words with him about the company he's got. I'm so bored at work, I gotta say stupid stuff. You know what? Fair. Pop off. How long you got left at work? Hopefully not long. It's like 8 PM, no? She laughed, but you could tell there wasn't much humour to it. She was mad at that guy, even if she was happy to let Shiloh go. Who is this? Who are you? Stream starting screen. Do you have a first redeem? First? I'm first. It's me. Haha, losers. Teehee. Say hi. And a head pat. Teehee. Bosh. I'm literally not sure. It's 1:48 where I am. Shh. 1:48? So you're Mountain Standard Time? MST? You're in the middle somewhere. Middle West.
Right?
True, we can only hope the same for him as he did for us. Have a nice life, Shiloh. That's such a shame. We'll miss you. Liz smiled at you. It had the self-confidence you knew so well from her. Come on, little baby bro, let's finish on our own trip. Yeah. Central. Ew! What? Whose emo is that? Ew! Is it... Why is Astarion mogging on me? What the fuck? Ew! I don't like it. Get it out of here. Gross. No matter how either of you really felt about the occurrence, it was something you simply had to accept. People you know just disappear and reappear in the most unexpected ways. Ah! Who is Raz Tav? Huh? Like, why is there so many? Who is this? Shout out at Raz Tav. Who is this person? They were playing boys. What's their username? Do you know what their username is? I don't know, I think I joined the stream once and got gifted a sub. I bet. I bet. I got gifted a sub in somebody's stream that I've never met before. I've never been to their stream. I'm like, how the fuck did I get a sub? What the fuck is going on? The two of you enjoyed what remained of your outing until it was time to return home. By the time you arrived back, the sun was already beginning to set. You arched your back as you stretched your arms towards the ceiling. While it had been a good day, it had enough activity to cover an entire week. Liz tried to hide a yawn behind her hands. You weren't the only one feeling worn out. Raz Tavi? I bet. Shout out at... Oops, don't look. Raz Tavi. They were playing Just Chatting. So cheeky peeky. Oh no, they're hot! Hello, Raz. I think we've already got a Raz. Do we not have, oh fuck, I can't remember what her name is. I'm lost in Tokyo Bay. No! Wait, you have lore? Is this a VTuber? I'm lost in Tokyo Bay, treading water and totally blank on how I got there. I'll eventually get to shore, but until then, I'm just gonna keep swimming. I'm not sure why nobody has seen me yet. That's okay though, I have Wi-Fi. Oh my god, wait, actually obsessed? Wait, actually follow? Wait. Actually goated? What the hell? I'm a Caesarlite male VTuber that seemingly never stops talking. I love interacting with anyone who wants to join in, and I hope you'll agree. What a cutie. I'm a pre-debut variety VTuber who loves chatting and keeping the conversation lively while having fun with games and my incredible community. Throw some raspberries at me and stay a while. Streaming in 2 days? I have to wait 2 days to hang out? Ooh. Alright, well. There we go. Excuse me? I don't know, the Raven Fox person either. Shout out at Raven. What do you say? Raven the Fox? Playing Elder Scrolls 4. Do you follow a lot of VTubers? These are both VTubers. I'm here to be the brain bleach you need on a shitty day. Hell yeah. Wait, follow. Immediately. That's all I need. That's all I need to know. Vibes immaculate. Bet. Are you going to tell me the Lighthouse Collective? Are you partnered? You're not partnered. Not yet. Tee. There we go. Bet. Followed. Oh my fuck. I didn't follow the Raven Fox and I just followed Raz Tavi because I forgot to follow them when I joined their stream. Rah. I'll be heading up to your room. I mean, the guest room, since mine stopped being available as soon as I was out the door. Her tone was light. She'd had quite a lot to say on the subject when you'd first taken over her bigger room after she left for college, but there have been many trips back home for her since then. The room hasn't been hers for years. It was more of a running joke now that she'd continue to bring the topic up to this day. Let it go, Liz. I didn't see your name on it. Thank you, Liz. It's a really nice room. Thanks for being so gracious about giving it up. I had no choice. A small laugh was shared between you and your older sister. You better believe you'll be back in the guest room when you've got your own place and we're both in town for a visit. We could take turns. You'll have Thanksgiving, I'll get Christmas. What a reasonable and mature suggestion. I'll think about accepting it. She flashed a familiar grin, and you couldn't help but feel glad she was back around, even if it was temporary. Love this game! Rev! Rev. So I figured out how to install the voice pack, and so I'm so glad that I'm actually getting around to playing it. But like, how far have you gotten into the game, Rev? Also, hi, how are you? How's your birthday? How's your weekend? How are you? Me. awkward around a crush. Asking the same question over and over again. I literally got gifted a sub in one channel because I said Monk Tour as a first time chat when they died from a spit attack in Sekiro. What the hell? Hell yeah, pop off. With that, you plodded off to the spare room. You were ready to do the same. Moving into a new space was your first opportunity to decorate from scratch. Design your room! Okay, layout. Green, purple, yellow. Ooh. What's the feng shui? I like this. This feels very... I like the wood. Extras. Extra 1, extra 2. Yeah, sure. Window? Lights, of course. Floor. We don't do that, but we do look over the stars. I like it. This is it. Speaking of Monk Tua, have you all heard of Tua Catgirl Eucrates? The fuck you say to me, slime girl? I like the arrangement of the yellow room. Yeah. I was locked into the yellow room. Socrates, puppy girl, Marx's cousin. Slime girl! What the fuck? I like your words. What the fuck are you saying to me? Okay, done. You were really satisfied with the feel of your tiny part of the world. As your thoughts drifted, you tried to bite down another yawn. It was no good. Your bed was now lodged in your mind, and all you could think about was collapsing into it. If that helps. I'm gonna say no. I haven't heard of Socrates, puppy girl, Marx's cousin. Please. You trudged up the stairs to your room. Stepping inside, you closed the door behind you, blocking the rest of the house. When you turned back around, you realized you were not alone there. Comfortably perched on the windowsill was someone very familiar to you. Is Cole a bird? What are you doing in my room? Why you drawn like that? Cove! What are you doing in my windowsill? The shock knocked all the words out. Huh? Surprise. His smile! His tone was easy and relaxed. It certainly was a surprise. You hadn't expected him to be within the state. Never mind your own house. He hadn't answered how he had suddenly just appeared back in Sunset Bird, though to be fair, you'd been too astounded to actually ask the question. Minesweeper smoke. Gotcha. I gotta look this shit up. It can't be real. I won't be looking it up yet, unless.
So,
I got in about 15 minutes ago. No one was home, so I figured I'd come in the usual way. The window! Just a cheeky B&E. A small smile had formed on his face. You were still staring at him, unable to blink in case he disappeared. You could still barely believe that he was really there, mere feet away from you. I left my bags in your backyard. I hope that's alright. Of course. Oh, is that an Aurelia? Please let me get first. Please let me get first. Please. Wait, do you even have a first? No. I get first? I got here first, I promise. Wait, I can't get second either? There's no way. It won't let me get nothing! Absolute scam. Scammy Scammy-alia. I was here. I'm on the screen. And I was here for first. First. Sad. Sag. Big Sag. Sorry, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm talking about Arialia. What do y'all know, huh? What do y'all know about Arialia, huh? Let me shout out Arialia so you know who I'm talking about. Shout out Arialia. There you go. Do yourself a favor. Drop a follow now. Go hang out. But they're wonderful. I love playing with them. We were playing First Class Trouble the other week. And so hopefully on Friday we'll be playing Pico Park together too. So yeah, what do y'all know? Pop off. Fangirling ninja! Please, not you two. Me when I come the unusual way instead of the usual way. Can I get bleach for my eyes? What do you mean the unusual? I don't want to ask. Actually, I'm morbidly curious. What do you mean the unusual way? What do you mean the unusual way? What does that mean? Crying, screaming, confused. I proudly claim to have the most goodness to play my super on Twitch. A sentence I never thought I'd read truly. I'm back with Roasted Chipkin. Alright, bet. Well, I'm gonna pop off because I need to go for a bathroom break. So, what do y'all know about words on stream? Huh? I'll be so quick. So you get a couple of rounds of iPad time. So while I'm away, you'll get iPad time. And yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, BRB. Hello, I am back. Welcome back. Thank you for waiting. Whoa, hell, y'all popped off. What the hell? There we go. Right. Hello, I'm back. I also have a drink. Welcome back. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you, Mezzes. Thank you, Diona. Also, what do y'all know? What do y'all even know about Diona? If you're here and you're not following Diona, weird. Fix that immediately. Play The Last of Us Part 2. Yes! I did see that. I haven't played The Last of Us Part 2. I really want to. Okay, I let my back in your backyard. I hope that's alright. Oh yeah. You just broke into our house. I forgot. I know she lives horror. Hell yeah. Thank you. Of course. Right. Oh my god. Is this your emote? Wait. Why have I never seen this emote before? That's too cute. That's why I followed to begin with. Hell yeah. As you should. As you should. That was when you truly understood. Cove had come straight to you upon getting back into town. Because he loves us! You were his first port of call, taking precedence above all else. Even though you hadn't been in when he called, Cove had ensured that he'd see you at the earliest opportunity rather than allowing his plans to change. He loves us. He loves us. Just followed, as you should. As you should, Moon. You laughed. The realization made you bashful. You shook your head at his antics. You stayed frozen, the shock yet to melt away. You walked over to join him. You ran to Cove! We ran! Rah! Okay, pop off. Also, I'm leaving work right now. Hell yeah, quit. Quit your job! Become a full-time streamer. Eee. Hell yeah, make the follower list a circle. Make it a circle! Every second away from him was a moment too long. As you approached, Cove quickly hopped from the windowsill to meet you. You're too crazy. What? We're just a couple of boys. I'm so glad you're here. I missed you. Trouble's back in town. I can't believe my eyes. It's the most amazing man in the world. You didn't even see anything. Quit again. Again. I'll be over here when I get home. Of course, Moon. Go drive safe or however it is you get home. But get home safe. And let me know once you're home. Otherwise, I'll call the police. I'm so glad you're here. I missed you. Eee. Most amazing man in the world. You ruffled his hair. You jovially punched him in the arm. You wrapped him in a gentle embrace. You pulled him into a bone-crushing hug. You jumped into his arms. You jumped into his arms. It's my bedroom. I'll do what I want. You reached out towards him in motion, your intentions clear. Cove opened his stance in preparation, his face already getting red. Once close enough, you leaped up into his chest and wrapped your arms around his neck. With a small stumble back, he caught you and held on by tucking his arms under your lower back. He moved to wrap his arms around your shoulder and he tucked his head into his neck. His breath was warm against your skin. The whole world is a little much, Brooke. His voice was light, modestly batting away your compliment. It only served to underscore how much he deserved it. I don't think it is. I miss you. I missed you too. Even if he hadn't said it outright, you would have gotten the message from his body language. Cove was grinning wildly, his raised cheeks burring his eyes, which gleamed like hidden gems. But he looked at you as if you were the most exciting treasure of all. I'm the most exciting treasure of all! Ah! Yelling. Just yelling at him. Yum, protein. How was the trip? Yeah, that doesn't answer my question! Cove told you about his trip back had gone. Oh my god. Cove told you about how his trip back had gone. His mum was doing really well. She had a project in the works that she was thrilled about. As a result, Cove was going to be sticking around in Sunset Bird for the time being. Things were settled as much as they ever could be. With Cove back once more, you felt at ease. Wait, is Riff streaming? What the hell? Wait! What the hell? What are you doing here? What the hell, Riff? Boost the stream! Get boosted, nerd! Med check? Can we do a med check? Med check. Take your drugs. And stretch. And hydrate. Nerd. Self-care, nerd. And posture check. Oh, I'ma get you. Oh, I'ma get you. Get self-cared. Nerd. Get absolutely blasted. Get blasted, nerd. Is there anything else? Is there anything else I could do? Care package? I could have just done the whole 4 in 1. Never mind. I'll do them all. What else can we do? Oh, we got 48k. What can I do for 48k? Guide the raid. You have to raid into me. Get self-care, nerd. Okay, there we go. Wait, no! No! Wait, what the hell? Actually, I'll die straight. This is... No, not like this. Okay, you're right. And a shrimp, my goodness. Let me live, Riv. Ah. There we go. I've done. I've unshrimped. I've hydrated. I've done all the things. Get out of here. What do y'all know about Riv, huh? You don't even know. You're missing out. What the hell? Get love done. I'm one step closer to 800k. What does that mean? Why do you need 800k? What do you need 800k for? Things were settled as much as they ever could be. With Cove back once more, you felt at ease. Cove stretched his arms out over his head. His eyes on the window and the world beyond. The sun had set while you were busy reuniting.
Well,
I should probably get my stuff and see Dad. I suppose. He glanced over to you with a familiar, expectant look. Wanna come with me? You know I do. No, but I want you. That's his. Sure, I could go out for a little while. You know I do.
cool.
Cool. Cove began to head to your bedroom door. You followed after him. You insisted on a piggyback ride. It was a special occasion. It's just a normal thing in your relationship. Cove? He paused, turning to face you. I'm not planning on walking there. Cove shook his head, the smile on his face implying that it was you and your sense he was questioning, not the request. He'd come to expect the latter, even if he didn't get why it held such appeal for you.
All right.
He crouched down just enough for you to hop on his back in a practice move. Hurrah! What a cutie! You stop that! As there wasn't much of a distance in height between you, he didn't need to bend down as much at all, and with how often you'd done it, there was no trouble in climbing over the cove aboard the Cove Express. Choo-choo! Ah! Both of you! Not both of us, please, Riv. Rah! No, you, Riv. Where are you? Come here. No, you. Rah! Oh my god! Whenever I see Riv playing Apex Legends, I miss my Apex Legends era. Like I used to play the speedy guy the whole time, the ones with like rockets for legs. God, I miss it. I want to get back into it. No means no. What do you mean no means no? Shut up, Stream Elements. Shut up, Stream Elements. Stream Elements trying to cockblock me. Let me flirt. Oh my god, please. With my friends, please. With my friends. Oh my god, please. No, I can't spell friends wrong. Otherwise Riv won't like me. With my friends, in peace. No, they'll think I'm an idiot. No. They'll think I'm dumb. Fuck you, Stream Elements. Trying to clock block me. This entire chat is filled with cuties. Flirting? What? I don't know what. That is Quinn, please. I missed a message? Huh? Okay, it was just pinning the stream. Okay, bet. Cove straightened up with a poise accustomed to balance someone over his shoulders. Cove carried you down the stairs. You had to duck down a couple times, the ceiling grazing against your elevated head. Still, you safely reached the ground floor of your house. The door's gonna be in the way. Get off here so I can open it. He bent down to let you slide off safely off his back. Seeing things from your usual height was disorientating after getting accustomed to looking down at everything. In all the excitement of Cove's return, you hadn't even remembered the gift you prepared for when he got back. It would be best to give it to him now before he left for your house. Can you wait here a little while? I got something for you. Cove's eyes twitched. This is true. I do have 4 wives for a reason. 4 wives? That's like 8 titties. Sorry. Don't listen to me. Cove's eyes widened as he tried to conceal a smile. He toyed with the collar of his top. I'm sorry, Tiona, no, not you too. Damn, save some for the rest of us.
Really?
Polyamory wins again. Really? That's like 8 titties, please, no. Really? I mean, you didn't have to do that. You nodded with some eagerness, tried to imagine how he'd react when he actually saw it. You'd bought Cove something special. The gift you'd chosen hadn't been something you could buy. Yeah, I made something. I made something for Cove. Sorry, the wife's demands is high. The wife's supply is low. Oh, please. I think I know what Kevin has on his mind. Listen. Listen. Don't we all? Like, don't make out that I'm alone here. Tits, clearly. Tits always. I dropped out of economics. The titty economics. I love this person's shirt and rolled up sleeves. That too is how I roll. I live the V-neck undershirt too. Ooh, I see. Also, hi, titties. No, Mezes, please. No, Mezes. You're gonna make me look like a sexual deviant in front of Thades, and he just got here. No. Like, fuck. Wait, I know I have 5 wives. That's like 10 titties. How do you have so many wives that you forgot one? Slime girl, hand it over. Hand your wife over. You clearly don't deserve her. Unfortunately, here I am, titless. I'm here for 8 titties. Are you not one? Yes, could we all? Please. Hi, Ninja. Welcome in for titties. I was caught in a moment of weakness, okay? If anything, it was a moment of maths. Simple maths. 5 wives sounds like a Google Calendar nightmare. Please, polyamory for the win. Polyamory wins again. I have too much riz. Dang. Too much riz. Not enough tits. And I'm too sleep deprived, please. Risen with autism. Damn, how good is this Minecraft smut? Not Minecraft, Minesweeper smut. That you got 5 wives. The fuck? Teach me the waves. Riz for me is non-existent, but I'm good at Dark Souls. Oh my god, I love that joke. See, this is the issue, Mezes. So, where they at? Ninja came here for one reason and one reason only. Listen, this is a wholesome visual novel. Y'all are making it deviant. Death of Dark Souls did get me a wife. God damn it! It was the only one. Sorry, Mezes. Slime girl got it. I need to stop calling them it. That's probably not. Jealousy is rising. I mean, slime girls are it, so that's fine. The orange shell he'd been entranced with since you were kids. Something you made yourself. Give him a shell. You're the one that went, that's like 8 titties. I didn't yell it. Okay, listen, it was an under my breath. It was a simple to myself comment. Don't put it in caps locks. COVID titties. No! Ninja! Fucking can with you. Damn it, I thought I was safe. Under your breath, sure. I hate it here. Like... No! Fuck. God damn it. Why can't I just live in peace? I mean, to be fair, I'm more of a degenerate than Quinn could ever be. Exactly. My fucking ace ass. 5 wives can potentially mean a tremendous volume of titties under certain circumstances. It's an unfathomable amount of titties. So I can't judge. That's fair. You quickly went up to your room to collect the shell. To me trying to move on quickly. Knowing exactly where to find it. It had been housed in the same box since you were a little kid, after all. Taking great care, you extracted it from the case. Though it had been a long time since you'd taken it out, the grooves were as familiar to your fingertips as the opening line of your favourite song was to your ears. An unfathomable amount of titties. I mean, I'm ace too. Doesn't mean I can't be a slut. Oh my god. Slut ace. Alt account when. Alt account where. I think we're all sluts. Slut is a state of mind. Slays? Damn. Slays. Slays. I'm Queen Slut. Even Quinn, although he wants to hide it. Slays. Slays. Diona. Diona, the fact that there's no like punctuation or even like a capital letter in that just really shows me just how much you needed Slace to be a thing in the world. Don't fight me for my title, please. I'm Queen Slut. No, you can't compete. Trust. Diona is just adding to the chaos. God damn it. I'm trying to get with Cove. Can y'all lock in? Stop thinking about titties for 2 seconds. We gotta get with this moss-haired boy. Cove has admired the shell ever since he saw it, declaring it to be the best of all your treasures. Despite that, he'd never accepted your offers to take it. You hoped that might change tonight. You closed your hand around the shell, not wanting Cove to see it until you were ready, and headed downstairs. I click and train people on the daily. Oh my god. What happened to wholesome visual novel? I'm still hoping for wholesome visual novel. Like, okay, stop thinking about titties for 2 seconds, deep breath. I can do this. Fuck. I'm trying to get with Cove. Exactly. We are not wholesome. Please. Why do these sussy idiots hit me? Please. Quinn, you can't have both sides of the coin. I can and I will. When you were back in front of Cove, you cautiously lifted your arm up. He looked on curiously as you unfurled your fingers to show him the gift. I know you don't want to take it from me, but what I want is for you to have it. Cove stared down at the familiar shell nestled in your palm, his mouth parted, though no words came out. He drew his eyes up to meet yours silently and found the answer to whatever question he couldn't speak. He put his hand over yours and broke the silence. Okay. He's taking my shell. It was as quiet as a whisper. His fingers were as gentle as his words, brushing against your palm as he took the shell from your grasp. He cradled it carefully against his chest and smiled at you, his eyes bright. He took our shell! Ah! I'll keep it forever, you fucking better. Rah! Slime my splinty. I'm not gonna read that with my words and mouth and stuff. I'll dare you. Like, what the hell are you doing? You know, Jasmine has a slut redeem. I'm pretty sure we have a slut redeem too, don't we? We don't have a slut redeem? We have Eldritch Cutie redeem. 11% Eldritch Cutie, that's way worse. That's way worse than last time. I'm not familiar with Jasmine. Oh, Slime. Slime girl, let me put you on. Let me put you on to Jasmine Can't Play. Me and Jasmine have recently played through Split Fiction. They also do dabble in some horror games. I think they're currently playing through Organizer. So Organizer, but organizing orgies. I'm playing Little Nightmares? Hell yeah. We so need a slut redeem. What do you want the slut redeem to be? percentage of slut today? Or do you want it like gay, where it's like, you're a slut 100% always. When you're here, you're a slut. I think it might have to be that, actually. Mike, 142% hetero, just saying queer. All the others cuteness you pulled up before went into mine now. Give it back. What the hell? I need that. A percentage, yes, 100%. Always, all the time. When you're here, you're gay. Sorry if you're just finding out and this is the way you're finding out, but if you're here, you're a little bit. Yes. I mean, to be fair, I'm not a slut. Wait, Slime Girl, you literally just said. Wait, is this not you? Is this not you, Slime Queen? Where is it? Where's Slut Queen? Where's the Slut Queen comment? Is this not you? Is this not you, Slime Girl? I mean, to be fair, I'm not a slut. Is this not you? I'm Queen Slut. Like, what do you mean? Totally. Finally. Both is good. Both is good. Like I said earlier, I'm wholesome. Where? When? Wholesome spelt without the W. I mean, like I said, I'm wholesome. Got it. Okay, let me flirt with Cove. One sec. I was gonna say that. I thought, no, too far ice. No, this is a safe space. This is a safe space to razz on your friends. I'll keep it forever. Cove reverentially. Reverentially? Hold on, don't look. Reverentially. Cove reverentially laid the gift. One sec. Cove reverentially laid the gift safely on the counter, but he didn't turn back to face you once he had ensured it was secure. Why is he such a wet boy? Why are you sad? Why are you crying? Though his face was angled away from you, you caught his eyelashes fluttering as if batting away tears. No! His throat bobbed as he swallowed bubbling emotions. You knew that Cove would be sentimental. The gift and all the memories and feelings tied up in it seemed to have taken a toll on him. My boy! My sweet baby! When he began to sniffle, you felt the need to reach out. Cove?
Brooke.
I can't. You just... Brooke. I don't know what to do. He forcefully scrubbing at his eyes, like he was trying to push the tears that threatened to spill back in. No! Oh, Cove, it's okay. Do you need to cry? Like, I read that as, do we need to cry right now? This is too much. Do you need to cry? Not, do you need to cry? Like, genuinely. I did those that point. Okay, look, for one more hour that I'm back from more fun. Okay, Ice Queen, go kick work in the dick. You've got one more hour. You got this. I'm late. I know. I don't know what that said. Oh, peace, lots of wholesome. Ice Queen said it. Ice Queen's Queen Mod. The technical people are eating well this week. I'm making pierogi. Ooh, yum. Crying is masculine as fuck. Beat your chest and weep, brothers. As did our ancestors when shit were emotional. Hell yeah, real. Cove is me for meal. Oh my god, I can't actually read. Don't listen. Cove is me for real. We're legit the same person. Yee, real. Hell yeah. No. Oh, my boy. Nevertheless, tears had begun to spill down his cheeks. Even as he wiped them away, more took their place. Thank you! Ah, my boy! His voice quavered as he spoke. Cove scooped you into a hug, pressing you so tightly against his chest that your breath escaped in a short squeak. He burrowed his face against your neck, his shed tears damp on your skin. You hugged him back. Why, it's just a shell! You're welcome, don't worry about it. You're such a crybaby. You didn't need words, just quietly accepted his appreciation. Yeah, that one. Cove is me for real. For me for meal, please. Let me live. Let's just get out of here. Bruce. Cove let out a steady breath. It was far removed from the shaky gasps that had accomplished his sniffles. The tears had dried. His eyes were a little red, but open and at peace once again. He smiled, fully recovered from the emotion that had overcome him. You're really seriously too nice to me. It's because I want you to be my husband. You smiled back. I don't think there's such a thing as too nice when it comes to you. Rizzed. Get absolutely rizzed. Cove brushed his hand against the pale ghost of a scar on his arm. He was at a loss for what to do now. The clock ticked away, counting the seconds of silence. Once you had... Hello? Oh, it's that, okay. Once you had a chance to settle your thoughts, you figured you'd tell Cove the intriguing news. I meant to tell you earlier, I saw Shiloh today.
Huh?
Shiloh? Cove repeated the name, his expression blank. From when we were kids. Shiloh was before Cove. Cove pondered for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Oh, he was the freckly boy from the first summer, right? The one who moved? Oh, was it just before then? I didn't think they'd met. Oh. Oh. I met a guy named Shiloh. He looked just like the Shiloh we knew, plus however many years. But he didn't remember me and just left. Cove frowned. That's, I don't know. Too bad I missed it, though you knew him better than I did. That was definitely true. Not only had Cove known Shiloh for a shorter period of time, but he and Shiloh had never quite gotten along. Not that they were enemies either, just kids who were only ever together because of other people that they both knew. I wonder what Shiloh's up to these days. I don't have any idea. He didn't say much.
Oh.
Oh, well. That was everything you had on the news item, so you moved on to the next big update. Also, you know the mean old neighbours, the ones who would always yell at us? He cringed, recalling those particular memories of back in the day was not pleasant, even for someone as nostalgic as him. Yeah. They're not coming. They didn't rent the condo this summer. Cove's jaw dropped. You didn't blame him. The elderly couple had been an institution for as far back as you could remember, long predating Cove's arrival. Even now as a teenager, you found your neck pricking as you walked by their condo, half expecting a scolding for breathing the wrong way in the vicinity of the vacation home. It was strange to think of that coming to an end. Wow. Cove blinked, clearly struggling with the idea of the same way you had. Quinn rizzing up Cove, Slime Girl rizzing up Ice Queen. Hey, hey, hey. I only make them once a year because they're too good. We make them during holidays because Polish family. Then whenever I have more free time. Yee! Hell yeah. Well, the idea is the same. I didn't see that coming. People being gone, people coming back. It feels like I've missed a lot. This has been a busy summer already. Well, you haven't missed the Fireflies. They haven't shown up yet. Well, that's something. And we better not get left behind. There's still stuff to do. You nodded. As soon as you left your house, Cove bent down to let you climb back onto his back for the last part of the journey. Eee. Also, I still find it funny for how long you thought, how was you ask Quinn? You know what? I still had the thought. When you said Polish, I was like, why Polish? Oh, because you are. It seemed that no sooner had the night begun that it was already at an end and the dawn of a new day was soon upon you. The next morning your belly was full of breakfast and you were in a pleasant mood. You hoped the rest of the day followed suit. Later, you were meeting up with your friends, Cove, Miranda, and Terry, to go into town. We haven't met Miranda and Terry yet. Like, we know them, but we haven't actually met them yet. It was all on short notice, but that was because everyone was just so excited that Cove was finally back home. Mom! Having a nice daydream? You blinked, pushing all your thoughts away. Stop thinking about boobs. And returning to reality, your mom was watching you with a teasing smile.
Alright.
So, what's on the agenda today? I'm meeting up with some people. Well, I hope you and your friends have fun. Don't get in too much trouble. She winked at you. You knew both of your moms wanted you to enjoy every bit of this summer before all of the big changes started. I'll try.
That'd be great.
But before you go gallivanting around the town, could you bring the mail in? I'm finishing up putting the dishes away over here. Alright. Thanks very much. Whoa! Mr. Holden! It's hot! As soon as you were outside your front door, you couldn't help but see Cove and his dad standing around in the road. They noticed you too.
Hey.
Hey, Brooke. Cove smiled lightly and waved. When you began making your way over, he added, Hi. You waved at him, you hugged him, you gave him a high five, you gave him a noogie. You roughly said, I hug him. You following your lead, Cove hugged you back, and he held on for quite a few seconds longer after you let go. He held on! Ah! It's fine. Relax. His eyes shone brightly at you when you did part, sending your heart aflutter. And then, as Cove's cheeks flushed, you couldn't quite meet your gaze. He couldn't quite meet your gaze. He didn't speak, but you felt that if he did, he would be tripping over his own tongue. You noticed Mr. Holden was taking in the scene of you and Cove with a self-satisfied smile. Cove followed your line of sight and shot his dad an unimpressed look. For a moment, Mr. Holden seemed like he had a thought dancing on the tip of his tongue, but he decided to keep it to himself. So, what are you up to today? Relax! With my heart and anxiety? Nice joke. Please. As far as I know, nothing too much. Me and Cove are meeting some friends in town later. Whoa, this is so hot. That gate is so erotic. No, slime girl. No, gate smut. Gate smut when? Sounds like a plan to me. Yawning, Mr. Holden stretched his arms over his head. My boy and I have just been waiting around to see what the new neighbors are like. It was definitely his idea. I don't know how you're not interested in this. It's big news. Besides, it'd only be polite to greet the new folks in town. Maybe it's a single dad and his son. You've been here long enough to see a new person rent a condo. This is what you consider an exciting development. Yes, I'm dying to see the new comers. Your response was just a shrug. I don't want to meet them. Well, anyone has to be better than the last tenants. Technically true.
I don't know.
The house could be cursed, and we could keep getting ones that are progressively worse. No. Sadly, Sudoku Smut is already logged in after Minesweeper Smut. Minesweeper and I watch along, so it's gonna be fine. What the fuck? Slime girl, please. How much smut are you working on? Only one at any given time. Working on only one. Many planned. That would be horrible, knock on wood. Mr. Holden took one more glance at the current vacant building and sighed dramatically. When he turned back to you and Cove, his whole body seemed deflated. There's no sign of him, and they still need to head over to work soon. Cove gave his dad a few reassuring pats on the back. Okay, I promise to keep an eye out. I can text you if anything happens. Really?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, only until I have to meet up with Terry and Miranda. Would that still work? With a wide grin breaking out on his face, Mr. Holden looked absolutely thrilled to have his nosiness enabled. Oh no. That works. He moved to firmly place both hands over Cove's shoulders, fixing his child with a firm stare. Son, you're my true ally in this world. Ally! Mr. Holden stood up straighter, letting Cove go. He looked reinvigorated. They were like, whoa, you sound familiar to me. I think they know. Please. Okay, with that settled... Oh, no. Well, I guess we'll never know. Mr. Holden headed off to the garage with a big wave goodbye. Cove smiled the whole time you both watched his dad leave. You really like Mr. Holden. Mr. Holden was one of your favourite people. Cove's dad was kind of a bother. You had mixed feelings. Yeah, I had mixed feelings. There was ups and there were certainly downs. As soon as he was out of sight, Cove sighed lightly. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, just not looking forward to waiting. Guess I'll be hanging around the street for a while. I'll stick around to see the new neighbour. I can wait with you. And keep you company. Curiosity about the new tenant was getting the better of you, and you figured that the wait wouldn't be too much longer. And besides, you just couldn't leave Cove. Really? Of course, I like keeping you company, remember? He stared at you a moment, smiling softly and thinking about his response.
Me too.
I like that too. Cove put his hands on your shoulders, gripping you solidly, but not enough to hurt. His eyes fixated on you just as firmly. He was serious. Brooke, you're my true ally in this world. That got a fair amount of chuckles from you. He grinned, the stoicism fading into an amusement.
Thank you.
I knew you'd stay for me. Wow, you're lucky to have me. It's no problem. I can't help myself. You laughed. You shook your head. You simply don't. No, you're lucky to have me. Teasingly, Cove raised an eyebrow. You're the most lucky guy in Old Sunset Bird. Luckiest. For a moment, you weren't sure if Cove was laughing at your declaration or that one you momentarily forgot the word luckiest. Either way, you didn't mind. The smile on his face reached his eyes, and it made you feel electric. And then he let go of you. Cove stepped over to his front porch steps, lazily taking a seat and leaning back on his arms. Our watch begins. Nodding in agreement, you joined Cove on the front porch steps. You both sat there in a comfortable familiarity as you settled in for your waiting game of the new tenants. So I don't know. I'm tempted to just... It'll be funny. The neighbourhood was quiet and you sighed contentedly, closing your eyes and feeling the light breeze. Eventually you both perked up at the sound of a car. A taxi followed the noise, turning onto the street. Cove's eyebrows raised at the sight, and he sat up straight on the stoop.
Oh?
This has to be them, right? Yeah, it's gotta be. Now that they were here, you couldn't help but feel just a bit curious. You wondered what kind of person would be living in the neighbourhood for this summer. The taxi pulled to a stop as you expected in front of the now empty condo. It was on the same side of the street as your house, a few buildings further up. Without getting to his feet, Cove tried leaning and tilting his head to get a view of the passenger door as it opened. The single occupant exited the cab. Huh? What do we think? Is this Mom? You could feel what Cove was in that moment. After the last renters, this new visitor was definitely not exactly what you'd expected. They're hot! Who is this? It was a young man. Had to be close to your own age. He was dressed fully in an eclectic black and grey. The grey outfit, even his side-sweeping hair, matched the scheme. It's me. I'm sorry. I booked a condo. The only other pop color was from something that couldn't easily be fashioned into submission. A pair of dark brown eyes, which you caught when he looked over at his audience. Hello, folks. Who might you be? We're the neighbors? The smile already prominent on his face curled further. It was cocky, but you didn't get the impression it meant something adverse. Hallelujah. You and Cove shared a familiar look with one another, bewildered even further. The colour-coordinated man left it there. However, and with a firm click, he shut the door on his ride. Then he turned his back to you to retrieve a large, unsurprisingly black suitcase out of the trunk. Continuing on with his own business, he strolled forward and lightly tapped on the driver's side window with his knuckles, asking for them to roll it down. When it opened, he leaned down and rested his arm on the edge. You assumed he was thanking the driver for getting him there, considering he slipped them a tip during the brief chat. They shook hands, and then he pushed himself up and away from the taxi with both arms, giving the driver room to leave. The taxi pulled away, rolling carefully down the road and out of sight, around a corner. The new renter had officially arrived. Who are you? He left his suitcase on the ground out of the way of the street and sauntered over your way with the confidence of someone who had been invited to join. Cove finally stood up to greet this person who you followed suit. I'm Baxter Ward. It's excellent to meet you, neighbours. You were standing on the side he was approaching from. When Baxter got close enough, he offered his hand to you first. I'll shake his hand. Kick his cringe, please. Pop off. Kick can't handle my chaos. Yeah, Kick is stinky. We were talking about Kick earlier, and it's kind of like... no thanks. Like, any institution that welcomes in someone like Asmongold with open arms, no thanks, you can keep that. Baxter gripped your hand firmly to give a satisfying shake. Hi Baxter, I'm Brooke. Hey Brooke, I'm quite keen on getting to know you better this summer. Could we be good friends? Cove is right, my future husband is right here, Baxter. Mind your business. From your other side, Cove made a sudden sputtering noise. And you are? He lifted his hand out to Cove next. Cove instead crossed his arms to express his rejection of that idea, still eyeing Baxter carefully. Wow, Cove fucking hates Baxter. Hi Quid, bye Kit. Bye Quid, JK. Of course, good potato, bye. I'm Cove. Baxter's whole demeanor lit up for an unknown reason. His eyes shone as he studied Cove a moment.
Really?
Now wait, is that a nickname or your real name? It's just my name. Cove spoke mildly, having given the explanation many times in the past, but it clearly charmed Baxter all the same. He tossed his head to one side with a laugh. Your parents knew exactly what they were doing. I can't imagine a more fitting name for a face I'm seeing. Cove, that's gorgeous. Who is this Baxter kid?
Wait, what?
It's really not. No, I agree, it suits you. Hey, only I get to fluster him. Hey, get your own Cove. That's a lot considering you're talking to a stranger, Baxter. You didn't know what to say. No. Only I get to fluster him. Teehee. What is this game? This is Our Life Beginnings and Endings. So it's a visual novel, and it's like not a new take on the visual novel genre, but it's definitely, you start as an 8-year-old and you are growing up with this character, and so you grow up alongside Cove, who is on the left. And Cove is kind of like the love interest, and there is other love interests in this game. But there is an option to like have no love interests at all and just play the game as friends. And so it's a really intuitive and safe way. Like the safety mechanics that they've put in this game are very forward thinking, I think, for, well, in my opinion, for visual novels in general. Because visual novels, for me, they kind of like shoehorn you into an option and don't really give you many options because it's a visual novel, because it's already written. Whereas this, they feel like they've put in a lot of time to make other, like, to write other narratives. So yeah, Zorro looking guy, please, little moss head, hell yeah. I'm sorry, did I do that? It wasn't my intention. Baxter, fucking shit-eating grin. Baxter grinned welcomingly. The entire conversation brought a burning red blush to Cove's face, and he couldn't make eye contact with either of you. You noted that Baxter looked apologetic over Cove's increased discomfort. I'm sorry, I wasn't intending to mean more than I did. I like your name, but you don't have to mind that. I'm patently against stepping on anyone's toes. He chuckled to himself. It seemed like there was some extra meaning hidden there in his words, and you noticed that Cove raised an eyebrow, picking up on that too. Baxter didn't even open his eyes to see your faces to know he had some filling to do. He stood up straighter, striking a slight pose with the position of his feet. Oh yeah, we need to play Fortnite! It's been a while! I know! So, here's the thing, Cute Potato. I uninstalled Fortnite. I can reinstall it, but like, I uninstalled it. Because I wasn't playing it. It was taking up a lot of space. But I can reinstall it. We do need to play Fortnite. Because I know I said that I was going to start doing more community days, like once a month. I just found out hypersexuality goes hand in hand with ADHD and autism. And I'm not a freak or a slut. I just have thoughtism. Fucking shut up. I love this joke. I'm a ballroom dancer, hence the phrasing. Okay, that would make sense. Oh, I don't know much about dancing, but that's pretty cool. It's not hard once you get the basics down. Cove didn't look convinced at all. Baxter... Also, this game is free. If that's anything to sell you. The base game is totally free, and then you can buy DLCs if you want more interactions with Cove. So I think that's pretty dope. I think that's pretty cool. I'm not hypersexual. I'm low energy sexual. Cove didn't look convinced at all. Baxter took that as a cue to keep talking. Well, he grinned in a way that was rapidly becoming familiar to you. If either of you are looking for a partner, I'm available. Cove frowned at the overt forwardness. Thanks. I'll pass, I think. I'll take you up on that offer sometime. Can we make Cove jealous? I can probably show you some moves. I'll look forward to that then. After that, there was a lull in the conversation, and Cove attempted to fill it.
So...
what made you decide on Sunset Bird? Oh yes, well my parents rented a condo, so I had a place to stay while I'm off a semester from college and not living in the dorms. There was a playful glint in Baxter's eyes as he continued.
Honestly.
Ideally, they wanted to send me somewhere that wasn't too exciting, but lucky for me, they picked the wrong street considering the two of you live here. Oh my god, this is good writing. Cove was practically reeling over how Baxter found a way to fit comments like that into every single topic this far. Why do you keep doing that? You don't know us. But you talk like you already do. Cove spoke, firm yet genuinely confused, and Baxter smiled cautiously. I don't feel the need to keep words of praise to myself, and when I say something, I mean it. Plus, what's the point of spending my off semester alone? The best part of being somewhere new is getting to interact with new people. Baxter crossed his arms. After studying your faces and few more seconds, he decided to continue. Am I only trying to score a hookup or get a romantic fling started by saying those things? No, that isn't the point of speaking well of others. I was raised better than that. Though, would I be first if that's what my words led to? Also no. I'm flexible, not a surprise. I can back off with the lines if you don't like the attention, but I would like to be friends if we can. Cove wasn't sure how to respond. He glanced at you, and he continued to look at your face when he spoke. Thanks for answering. I'm not interested in any of that with you. Maybe not the friend thing, but the other part. Doesn't bother me. Absolutely boil, Cove. Please. White boy approved. Rah! I want to comment, but no comment. I shall control my sissiness for now. For now. Oh, what? You want to see the comment? Only sissiness here. Please. I'd appreciate if you didn't do that with me. I'm finding it pretty entertaining. You probably annoy a lot of people. You stood there, unsure of how to react. I'm finding it pretty entertaining. Baxter laughed at that. Glad we're working things out.
So?
Did my arrival interrupt anything? Yeah, kinda. My future husband just got here. And you're ruining the vibes! Definitely not. You smiled and slightly agreed. You laughed in a conspiratorial way. You looked away nervously. You told Baxter that you were both waiting to see who's going to move in. That Kandu hasn't had a new renter in my entire life. We had to see who was moving in now. Baxter laughed at that, immensely pleased with your response. I'm getting a reputation in this town already, not bad. Well, if either of you are free, I'd be thrilled to hang out this summer, but we can save the schedule talk for later. I should get my things inside. He gave a small nod of the head and flashed you both a dazzling smile.
Goodbye.
Goodbye for now. Cove simply waved goodbye. Bye, Baxter. See you. Tee-hee. Baxter then turned on his heels and strolled back to his suitcase, picking it up and bringing it into his condo. You and Cove were silent as Baxter unlocked the door and disappeared inside the house. With him completely out of scene, Cove let out a long breath.
No.
I don't know how I'm going to explain that guy to my dad. He burst into a fit of laughter. Huh? Trying to imagine the conversation. So, you like it when people say that stuff? About people? It's okay to do it? Cove's gonna hit on us! Rah! At least the job is done. We saw the new neighbor and now we can go up with meeting Terry and Miranda. Yeah, we should get going. You gave Baxter's condos one last glance over your shoulder. You were looking forward to seeing more of him. You thought he was charming, you were not interested in him, you weren't sure how to feel, you thought he gave a pretty bad first impression, you decided he definitely wasn't someone you liked. He was charming. You really weren't sure when, but at some point Baxter won you over. You were curious to get to know him better. Laughing quietly, you wondered how Baxter would fit in with the rest of the neighborhood. Turning your attention back to Cove, you pushed all thoughts of Baxter aside. You both started making your way towards town. A little while later, you and Cove reached a main street in town. All of a sudden, you stopped walking. What's wrong? I think I heard my phone. You dug your cell phone out and looked at it with a satisfied grin. There was a new message. You opened the new text from Miranda and all you saw was, I can see you. Immediately from where you stood, you started swiveling your head around. You couldn't spot Miranda anywhere, but she did send you more messages. I see you looking. Where are you? Come on. Really, Randy? The message was sent and you were back to looking around, scanning for any sign of movement and familiar faces. But they were still invisible. Cove looked at you carefully, raising an eyebrow. You sighed at the ridiculousness. You burst into laughter at her antics. You sent your own joking text. If you want to keep hiding Cove, and I can just go do our own stuff without you, is what you decided done. You smoked, hitting send on that message. Cove looked at you curious, raising an eyebrow. Oh, what's happening? Before you could even begin explaining anything to Cove, you both snapped your attention to the yelling from across the street. And there you saw Miranda and Terry coming out from behind the backside wall of a grocery store. They both started waving wildly to draw even more attention to themselves. Cove took a step in their direction. He grinned and waited for them to get closer. Laughing and arm in arm, the girls stopped only to look both ways and then rushed across the empty street.
Hi.
Miranda! Hi, I hope you weren't waiting too long.
Hey, buddies.
And Terry! Hey, buddies! Hi. That joke was not funny. I'm happy to see you too. Now that they were here, the joke on you was already long forgotten in your mind. Terry and Miranda giggled, smiling wildly at your declaration. Discord link, please! What, are you not already in the Discord? You're already in the Discord, right? Am I? You're already in the Discord, right? Did you leave? I'm pretty sure. I can send it to you again if you want. Where is it? Ugh, goodness. What? When did you go live? What the hell? Why did I not get a notification? Oh, boo! I didn't get a notification! Boo! Posture. Check your posture. Check your hydrate. Hydrate's on 5-minute cooldown. Boo! Boo! What can I get for 23,000? Oh my god, why? Is this a whole thing? Oh, it's Professor Egad. Okay. Boo. Boo, Professor Egad. Boo. There we go. Okay, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. I'm definitely not on the Discord on the account I actually use if I am. Oh. Okay, okay, okay. Invite people. Copy. Okay, Slime Girl. I hope your DMs are open. Whisper. Slime Girl! I knew you were already in the Discord. I'll send it you again. Like, the only other correspondence we've had in DMs is me sending you a link to the Discord. Mad. Yeah, feel free. Say hi. Hi. I had an old account, but it's dead. Alright, dead account. Rip. Rip account. Ripperoni. Welcome in. Oh my goodness gracious. Yawn, yawn, yawn. Okay. You're still going in. Who raided into you? I don't know you. Stranger danger. Okay, Yessie is still going. The Treaty is still going. Riv is still going. Arialia still going. Bet. Pretty good, pretty good. Right, who else is still on? Who I've probably missed? Anybody else go live and not tell me? Rudeness? Lacey is on. Justin is on. God damn it. Okay, that's it. That's it. That's fine. God damn it. Okay, let's bring you over here. Ugh. Rah. Now that we're here, their joke on you was already long forgotten. In your mind, Terry and Miranda giggled, smiling wild at your declaration. Terry then closed the distance between her and Cove and crushed him in a painfully tight hug. "You're finally here! It's been so long! What took you?" He did his best to eke out a reply with his chest being compressed.
Sorry.
"Sorry!" Eventually she let him go. Terry looked at him with a beaming smile, but Cove was distracted, rubbing his arms. Standing there, Miranda shifted her weight to her other hip. She watched Cove patiently with a bashful smile. "Welcome back." "Thanks." It finally felt official. Everyone was together in one place. From here, you weren't sure how often you would have another afternoon like this again. They didn't either.
So?
Terry poked Cove square in the chest. "You're gonna have to get me your schedule by this time yesterday."
No way.
"Not really possible, Terry, but I can say as soon as I know. So far, work hasn't said anything, but I can tell you I'm busy with orca activities." When Cove wasn't at his part-time job or pursuing his athletic and academic interests, he volunteered for the Ocean Restoration California affiliation, ORCA. The group focused on cleaning up beaches and removing pollution from the ocean. Cove always loved the sea. It didn't surprise you one bit when he started getting involved with them. It was Cove's activity. You joined ORCA too after learning of it. You were an ORCA member and introduced Cove to it. I guess I joined ORCA too. Their big smash event for this year is coming right up, isn't it? Yeah, that's not that much more to do before. There's not that much more to do before then. But I'm kind of looking forward to the fundraising push. Hopefully we can pull it off. If anyone can do it, it's you two. And even if it goes really bad, it'll still look good on the college application at least. That's true.
Hey!
Guess what else? We don't have to stand here to say stuff. Let's go. I would like a meal now. A hunger. Perking up, Cove nodded in agreement. Yeah, for sure. The four of you headed into town, happily chatting the whole way. The only decision left to make was where exactly to stop and eat. The rest of the afternoon and evening passed by in a blink of an eye. When night fell, it was time to head home, and you parted ways with Miranda and Terry. You and Cove reached your neighbourhood without event. It was late enough that your out-of-the-way street was dark and silent. You were walking tiredly after such a long day. You strolled with a skip in your step. You ambled along. Cove was giving you a piggyback ride home. It was a long day out and about. You appreciated that you could rely on him to make things more comfortable for you. You tightened your grip on Cove and turned your head ever so slightly. Peering at his face out of the corner of your eye, you wondered why he felt so distant to you. It was out of character. For a while, Cove silently stared ahead and left you alone with your own thoughts. It surprised you when you did hear his voice all of a sudden. He still wouldn't look at you. It feels weird coming back to the neighbourhood and trying to get into things like they're the same. And they're not. They've changed. They're still changing. Your mouth fell uncomfortably dry all of a sudden. It was true. The things that kept the people you knew together were starting to disappear. Each person had to make their own priorities and their own path now that it wasn't set for them. You thought about your own immediate future. You were still set on that for yourself. You wanted... to go to school full time. To work part time. And that was the basics. For your career, you thought you'd find a company to work online, do contract work, start your own business. And that was all. For your education, you thought you'd attend a community college, public uni, go to private school, join a trade school. We could do online classes. Community college. Take online classes, and that was all. For yourself, you wanted to work on self-improvement on your own. Just relax, and that was all. And for that, you wanted to travel around to different places. It'll all be happening soon. You'd already applied to schools and jobs. And you'd been open about your situation and everyone knew. And you'd only spoken about this with family and those who were close like Cove. And Cove was the only person you knew. Now you wondered what Cove had in mind. You'd heard him consider some things for his future, but it was never anything that would have counted as a real plan. Cove stopped in the middle of the street. He sighed and put you down. You were both outside of your houses. Cove looked at the ground for a moment, his mouth trembling, trying to settle on the right words to say. So, you're planning on relaxing for a while and stuff while traveling? Yeah? Cove closed his eyes and nodded while he composed his thoughts. He looked at you while he lifted his head.
I mean...
I decided on something. Well, kind of. He smiled slightly and rubbed his arm, and then his expression grew more serious. I'm not going to decide on a school or career, not this summer. I'm going to stay here, at least in Sunset Bird. I'll probably move out of my dad's place. What are you planning on doing? I'll keep working my job, keep doing my volunteer stuff and everything else.
I don't know.
Maybe I'll know what I want for myself by fall or next year, or maybe I'll never have a plan. Life will continue on with whatever's happening. I'm not going to crush myself trying to have everything figured out by a timeline that someone else has set. I just can't do it. His brow furrowed and his tone was tense. It was clear how much expectations were weighing on him. I know that's not very exciting, but it's the best I can do right now. He laughed self-derisively. But with the way his face looked, you thought he actually wanted to cry. Of course he wanted to cry. Wet boy. You looked at him deeply. I wanted you to come with me. Your words came out quietly. You were hurt, but more upset with yourself for assuming he would always be there no matter where you went. His face crumpled, and your original assumptions was proven correct as tears easily began to fall from his eyes. My boy! His chest heaved and his words were whispered. I'm sorry. Maybe I still can go. I'd only be a little late. No matter what's happening, I want you to know that you won't ever lose me. I won't really be gone. I'll still be there for the best I can, whether it's long distance or whatever else. Cove's whole expression softened. His lips pulled into an affectionate smile.
It's okay.
Brooke, you deserve to have everything you want in life. He laughed at his bold declaration. Thank you, Cove. I want you to get everything you want in life. You didn't know how to respond. You turned up. You're wonderful. I want you to have everything. No, you. That flew out of your mouth immediately, but you meant every word. His mouth pulled into a delicate grin. Looking at you fondly, Cove took a step closer, and he placed a hand on your shoulder. The warmth from his proximity helped to relax you. He spoke to you softly, wholeheartedly. He meant every word. Things are hard right now. It scares me, but it'll be okay. It'll be more than okay. Now that things are up to us. We can make our lives better than they ever were. You believed him, you appreciated his attempt to put on a brave face. You still felt unsure, you felt better after his reassurance. Whether Cove realised it or not, he said exactly what you needed to hear. He was right, and you almost felt excited. Wanting to know what kind of future was waiting for you a few years from now. Deeply, you met Cove's gaze. You nodded. At that, his expression morphed into a look of careful confidence. Clearly, he was still struggling with this topic, and you wondered what else might be on his mind. This was a start, I think. But it's not over, is it? We'll have to keep talking about it going forward. Yeah. Cove softly reiterated his promise. It'll all be okay. We'll still always be there for each other. Is that good with you? It is! It is good with me! Cool, that's cool. Cool. I'll see you tomorrow, Brooke. See you. Night. He pulled you into an unexpected hug. It knocked the breath out of you. Yet, couldn't have been a more reassuring feeling. You returned his embrace and stayed that way for as long as you could.
Good night.
Night. You already said night, silly cow. He finally let go, giving you another smile. Then Cove started walking away, but you remained there, frozen in the middle of the street. You watched him and wondered how many more times will he be able to say that he'll see you tomorrow. You hoped for countless more times. Finally, you turned towards your house. You vowed to yourself that you would make the most out of every moment you had this summer. Okay. Charity, drive, charity. The orca charity. Okay, I'm gonna go for a quick break because I'm pretty hungry. So I'm gonna go for, I say quick break, maybe 5-10 minutes. And we'll be back after I've had something to eat because I realize I've had a protein shake and not much else. So I'm gonna go get something to eat. Y'all get iPad time. So enjoy iPad time. Enjoy what's on stream, and we'll be back later. Okay, BRB. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back. Thank you for waiting while I get something to eat. Let's get back in. Hi. Welcome back. Hi. Oh, can't hear nothing or nothing. How was your break? Hope you had something to eat too. I also treat myself and got some ginger beer. Ooh, okay. I'm going to jump right back into this. Cove pushed himself to his feet from where he'd been bent down in the sand, stretching out his back and groaning softly. A tired breath slipped past his lips as he wiped his brow, looking out over the shore. It looks great. We did so well, and I'm not at all still working and lurking, of course. You stood beside him, joining in the surveying of the sand that almost seemed to sparkle beneath the midday sun. The two of you had been out on the beach since sunrise, cleaning up and down the beach, looking for various debris, and the work had paid off. Using a hand to shield your eyes from blinding rays, you glanced across the way where the other volunteers from Orca were gathered. They were easily recognizable by the high-vis vest they wore. It looked as though everyone was about ready to wrap things up for the day. I'm about to see you in a better state. I'm exhausted. I'm just glad it's over. You did great, Cove. The views looks better than I've seen it in ages. I couldn't have done it without you. And the other volunteers too, obviously. We did a pretty good job, didn't we? You share a smile, relieved to soon be able to take a break, but feeling proud of what you had accomplished. Cove placed his hands on his hips, a pleased grin pulling at the corners of his mouth as he admired the work you'd both done. You'd begun to realize during your time volunteering for the organization how seriously Cove took his service. It was easy to see that it was something important to him. You felt equally as invested and always gave it your best efforts. You enjoyed the work, but mostly wanted to have a good time. Miranda was right. You volunteered because it was a good reference. You did want to be there, but you didn't know how to turn it down. You didn't want to be there, no! Always give it your best efforts. It was important the ocean you grew up with was protected. It had always been a big part of your life, and you felt that the least you could do was give back to it in some way. It's been a good year so far. It's crazy to think that it's already time to push the big event. You let out a big breath, thinking of the formal dinner that Orca organised every year. Being a completely fundraising-focused event for large donors, it was crucial for the organisation's projects in the year to come. You had to be over 18 to attend, so this was your first opportunity to actually see it in person. All you had heard about it so far was that it was prim and proper occasion with speeches and everything. You didn't know what else to expect from it, as you weren't a part of the group who planned the event the evening. Before the big night came around, the volunteers would have to sell the tickets for it, and that's where you'd be helping. I'm so excited to go. I'm nervous about the event. I don't even really want to go. I'm curious about the night. You shrugged. I'm excited to go. You rocked back and forth on the balls of your feet as you thought of the glitz and glam of the evening. Cove nodded, but something about his smile seemed strained. I'm glad you are.
I mean...
You're not. I just don't feel excited about attending a super formal meal with proper etiquette and stuff, you know? He threw his arms out to the side, making a bit of a show at how ridiculous it seemed to him. It's got sand all over my room and only one nice shirt, and I go barefoot pretty much everywhere whenever I can. I'm gonna be so out of place. Right, I bet you'd rather stay out here. I don't want to have to worry about manners. You can make it work for one night. Doing something that fancy will make it fun. Yep, you're doing sleep out of place. You didn't say anything. How often do we get the chance to dress up nice or eat an expensive meal? Cove chuckled and shook his head at you in amusement. A small beeping noise came from Cove's pant pocket, and he pulled it out and glanced at the screen. Huh? It's the organisers. They've sent a text to the group. Time to call it a day here. Oh, cool. Cove tucked his cell away, eagerly turning to you. Let's head over to drop the trash bags off at the trucks. Then we can drive back and join the ticket team. We've gotta be there pretty soon to relieve them. Oh, pardon me. With a stretch of shore this long, the plan was to switch places with the other team who had been pushing the tickets for the fundraising dinner halfway through. It would be a full day of work, but it was Orca's largest event of the year, and all hands were on deck to make sure it was a success. You started pushing Cove on the back to move forward. Time to go. He leaned his weight against your hands but walked forward. It must have been a funny sight with him plodding down the beach while practically falling over and you keeping him up. You couldn't help bursting into laughter. You collected the trash bags spread along the way together, heading across the beach to hoist them into the trucks before heading off to the next job. The drive back to your neighbourhood and making your way to the shopping street was fairly quick, though Cove stressed a little about being late. Luckily, he was able to find a parking spot nice and close to where you needed to be. You jumped out of the car and quickly went towards where you knew the group would be. Finally reaching the stall that was set up to sell tickets, you stopped for a moment to catch your breath. That was quite the flurry of activity. It would be your job for the rest of the afternoon to help sell tickets. Well, guess we'll never know. That would hopefully help to move tickets for long. Stall itself was simple. Okay, can we... Oh, let's go the wrong way.
Not bad.
That's right, that's us. You felt your own cheeks get hotter. That teasing rubbed you the wrong way. It was true that you and Cove were together a lot, but did they really need to point it out like that? You decided it was probably best just to move on and change the topic. Anyway, we're here now. The volunteers made room for you and Cove behind the table, while they circled around to the front of it. Yeah, fine. You nodded and gave a small smile to show that you were listening. Handed you a clipboard. Those are for the money box and supply kit. Make sure to keep them on you at all times. There's also a form on the clipboard for the guests to fill in for their info. Stuck for what to say. Pretty simple, huh?
Uh-huh.
I think we've got this. Satisfied that you knew what you were doing, the volunteers said their goodbyes and started walking away, leaving you and Cove to manage the stall alone. The keys jingled in his hand as Cove waved them off before he stuffed them into his pocket of his pants for safekeeping. Bye, have fun. Once the volunteers were out of sight, Cove dropped down into a chair behind the counter with a sigh. We made it here just in time. It's cool we traded places with nothing happening. They might have been late getting to clean-up duty. He leaned back in his seat, getting fully comfortable in the space, and gave you a small smile. He took the other seat. It was just a simple plastic chair that squeaked when you sat on it, but it gave you a good view of the street. I'm so stressed about getting here. Oh, my baby. Things could still go wrong. I'm glad this work lets us at least rest in one place. Yeah, I really needed to get off my feet for 5 seconds. Cove rummaged around the station a little, picking up a stuffed toy orca and holding it in front of his face. You had to admit that it was pretty cute, but its big bulging eyes and oversized flippers. Setting it back down on top of the table, Cove moved on to check out the rest of the stall, finding a cooler stashed beneath the table. When he pulled it out and opened the lid, you could see that it was filled with half-melted ice cubes and about half a dozen bottles of water. Grabbing one of the plastic bottles, you unscrewed the cap and took a long drink. You watched the condensation running along the side and onto his fingers.
So?
Do you want one? Cove set his water on the side of the table before pulling out another, holding it out towards you. You accepted the water bottle? Thanks. After opening it up, you took a drink and let out a satisfied sigh. You hadn't realised how thirsty you had been, and it was always good to stay hydrated. Stay hydrated? You better be taking a sip. I see you. You better be. The two of you got settled in easily, and you took the chance to look over the paperwork on the clipboard. Cove joined you, leaning over your shoulder to get a better look. Seems like pretty standard stuff, he muttered, and you nodded quietly. It had general info about the event and the work you needed to do at the store, as well as the amount of tickets sold thus far, and the number remaining. Cove tapped a finger on the counter as he read it quietly over the notes, muttering a few things now and then that you didn't fully hear. He seemed content to be there, and you were sure that the afternoon would pass by quickly. When he glanced out towards the crowd and made a small sound, you followed his line of sight to see that a potential supporter was on their way over to the booth. You're feeling anxious. It's time to do customer service for me. To me, for real, for real. You try to relax for a bit. This is going to be a pain. You can quietly continue checking over the papers. Okay. It wasn't always easy for you to do things like this, especially when those things required talking to strangers. But you had to remind... Hello? Had to remind yourself that you were doing it for a reason. Taking in a deep breath, you made eye contact with the customer and gave them a small smile. Okay. Salt tickets, blah blah blah. As the afternoon drifted along, 6 p.m. arrived, time to pack everything up and head home for the evening. The days continued on in a normal flow, and before long, the night of the awkward fundraising event dinner was upon you. It was early evening, and you were in your room getting ready as the minutes ticked closer and closer towards the time you needed to leave. You wanted some privacy, so you had locked yourself away on your own. Liz was helping you pick out an outfit. Cove was on speakerphone. Liz was helping you get ready while Cove was on speakerphone. Yeah, this one. You were currently in the midst of picking out an outfit, which Liz was helping you with, while Cove gave his input up on the phone. Of course, Cove couldn't see any of the items you and Liz were choosing between, but he was trying to help all the same. The event had strict guidelines, and you wouldn't be let in unless you were dressed to code. That meant having to find a truly professional outfit, but one that you were also happy with. You were happy with the fancy dress fancy, yeah. It's always nice. I just hydrated too, so you should too. I'm hydrating. I'm sipping, I promise. What is this? Ew, okay. There were a couple of outfits that didn't get nearly as much use as you would have liked, and now was the time to show them off. You smiled as you picked your way through the items, your excitement shining bright.
It's fine.
You don't need to get too in your head about thinking about the look, but you do need to hurry up and pick something. At this rate, you're going to have a better time picking out your outfit than at the party itself, but whatever you go with, it'll be great. You aren't helpful, Liz. Don't push me, Liz. Thanks for talking me through it, Cove. I never thought I'd see the day when Cove Holden would encourage me to wear something formal. A quick chuckle came from your phone and you smiled at the sound. Yeah, this is really a once-in-a-lifetime event. Taking a deep breath to refocus yourself, you looked over the options one last time. It was time to decide on an outfit, and quick. Huh? You chose a dress. Ew. You chose a button-down shirt and pants. You chose a blouse and pants. You chose a button-down shirt and a skirt. You chose a blouse and a shirt. Liz nodded in approval, clapping her hands together, satisfied. Finally, we're making some progress. That sounds like it'll be totally fine. I'm wearing the same type of thing. Standing in front of your mirror, you quietly assessed your outfit. You thought about adding an accessory or two. Rummaging through the rest of your wardrobe, you picked out what you needed to complete your outfit. A tie. You stepped in front of the mirror when she was done, nodding in approval. Tie, a belt, a pair of earrings, an anklet, a ring, bracelet, necklace, and that was everything. You decided to apply makeup. Oh, a little bit of man liner? You asked Liz if she could put on makeup for you. You spoke over your shoulder. Oh, you're welcome for that. Okay, thank you.
Oh?
Of course, finally you were dressed. It had all come together. Okay. Just gotta change my shirt and then I'll be in the car. See you in a minute. When you looked at Liz again, she had a goofy smile pulling at her lips. You look very nice, Brooke. Now you're talking like our moms. You blushed and smiled at the compliment. Sneaking a glance in the mirror, you knew the outfit you picked was the right choice. Liz wiped a pretend tear away with her fingers, sniffling dramatically. Oh, precious Brooke, you're really all grown up. It happened in the blink of an eye when I wasn't even looking. She chuckled to herself, nudging you towards the door.
All right.
Time to get downstairs. Your special boy awaits. It's my special boy! Rah! You carefully headed down the stairs into the living room, where your mums were waiting for your appearance. As you entered, they both stood from the couch and came over to you, smiling broadly. You look so wonderful, Brooke.
Nice.
And very mature, too. I know, right? They continued to coo and fuss over you until you managed to brush them off. Ma took Mum by the arm and held her close, the two of them admiring you proudly. You enjoyed the attention. I did a little bit. I like the attention a little bit. How'd you like my outfit? Another round of praise began and you smiled happily to yourself. It was nice being so lauded. Ma came in to give you one last hug, and before you knew it, another pair of arms was wrapped around you, and then a third, both Mom and Liz giggling as they hugged you tight. We hope you have so much fun tonight.
Have fun.
We won't wait up for you. Stay out as long as you need. You're old enough now. With a last wave goodbye, you left your family and approached the front door. It was time. Stepping out into the night, you closed the door behind you gently and looked out across the street. My boy! He looks so smart! Cove was standing there in the street. His eyes met yours immediately, as if he had been watching your house for a moment you would come out. He smiled bashfully. Hey, Brooke. Hey, I hope you're ready to do this. You took the chance to check over his outfit, and as he walked across the way to meet you, it was formal for sure, though didn't feel overly posh. It made sense for him, and was honestly a sight for sore eyes. He was always beautiful to you. He looked you over as well, a subtle blush creeping over his face, as he quickly cleared his throat and averted his gaze. He seemed to be struggling to find something to say, rubbing at the exposed part of his arm awkwardly. Thank you for coming with me, and for dressing really nicely for this. Your outfit, it's good. Oh, Cove is so precious. Better than good, really. Great, I guess. Something else? Yeah. He's so precious. His gaze travelled downwards to take in your full form, and he suddenly froze, his eyes widening at the very bottom of it. You were confused by the reaction. Was it your shoes, or...? He gave no answer, simply turning his very red face away from you. You wish you knew what had done it, but you could be grateful at least something about your look had. Thank you. You felt shy over it. Your look is very nice too. You're so hot right now, you said flirtatiously. Are we gonna be flirtatious? I'm gonna do it. No, I'm shy. No, I'm gonna do it. No, I'm shy. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I clicked it. Cove hung his bright red face in embarrassment after that. He wrapped his arms around your torso bashfully, as if trying to protect himself and the outfit from further teasing. Come on, Brooke. You laughed at the reaction. Then he shook his head, glanced back towards the garage, and throwing a thumb over his shoulder, spoke.
Come on.
We should probably get going. Wouldn't want to be late to such a grown-up event, right? Yeah, let's go. You headed over to Cove's car together, hopping in and strapping on your seatbelts. You were on your way. The event was being held at a place you had never been to before. You brought up the location on your phone to help Cove navigate. It took some time to find the right address, and once there you were met with the task of finding a parking spot. Though you were on time, it seemed like everyone else had already showed up and claimed the spaces. Eventually you found a suitable place. Before realizing that it required pavement, Cove covered the amount, taking a ticket from the machine and leaving it up on the dashboard of the car. Despite the small hold-up, you managed to ultimately make it to the event and confirm you were on the guest list before being shown into the dining area. Cove whistled low as he looked around, taking in the extravagance of the room. Chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and the entire place was decked out with beautiful oceanic displays. You were stunned yourself. It was extremely high class, even more so than you had already expected. It's so nice. This is the best looking event I've been to. Right, you really. It's so overdone. Could be worse. You didn't comment. No. Your lips parted in a wondrous smile as you took in the decorations and the guests all dressed to the nines. Cove met your eyes with a similar look on his face. You got the impression that he felt the same way about it all. The sound of your name being called out echoed over the din in the room. When you looked around, you recognized a couple of the organization leaders looking your way. They approached you both in greeting, giving you a welcoming smile and a hello. Cove, Brooke, we're glad to see you could make it, especially after all the hard work you've done to help make this night happen.
Of course.
Definitely, I wasn't gonna miss it. Hi. Hi. You said it like we had a choice, you joked. I wouldn't miss it either. I'm thrilled to have made it. The place looks amazing. It's so nice. And do something like this. Well, thank you for being a part of the team. You're always welcome to help us out with activities whenever they come up. Thank you. Cove shrugged, then eyes darted around the place with an awkward look.
So...
I guess we should talk to more people. There isn't much else to do in an event like this. You found your way into groups of people who were standing around chatting with some light music playing in the background. Servers with large silver trays were gliding between the guests, offering drinks and canapes. Cove was clearly hesitant to actually approach the people, but was able to respond when various people greeted him first. You were enjoying talking to so many different people, both guests and members of the organisation alike, and found yourself enjoying the company. The sound of a microphone crackling came from the podium at the other end of the room. Someone who you assume must be the host for the evening was asking everyone to sit down in preparation for the meal and speeches. You and Cove looked for your table, finding it easily enough by the little name cards that were placed delicately beside the napkins. A few others joined you at the table, though they weren't anyone that you recognised. The host was still speaking as people were settling, starting off the speeches by giving a welcome to everyone attending. She went on to provide some more information about Orca, which you supposed was for the guests who weren't a part of the organisation and the purpose of the fundraiser tonight. Orca's goals, as she explained it, were to aid in the conservation and restoration of oceans and beaches. There were many people who had helped to make the group as successful as it was. When she read off a list of several volunteers who worked on making the event happen, Cove's name was one of the first to come up. His cheeks flushed with shy pride at that. Yee! Your name then came up a little further down the list. You were smiling from ear to ear at the mention. As she continued on to thank the large donors for the event, you checked over at Cove. He was still grinning happily to himself and tapping his fingers over the tops of his knees, pretty pleased to have been mentioned by name. You were excited for him. Yee! He had worked so hard to make this event happen. It was the least that he deserved. Okay, turn the computer off. I'm already 30 minutes late. Only 30. That's 30 minutes too long. 30 minutes unpaid. Boo! Boo! Stink. But yeah, go get ready to go home. Fucking stinky! Stinky poo poo caca! Okay. I also started 30 minutes early, stupid job. Okay, oh, you're home? You're home today? Okay, good. Good. So you don't need to go very far. Okay, that's even better. While the host continued speaking, multiple servers dressed in black were setting the first course of the menu in front of guests. One of the servers set down a plate in front of you and you thanked them quietly. Before looking over the dish with interest, you recognised the dish as a simple Caesar salad. The host quickly wrapped up the end of her speech, thanking everyone once more before inviting you all to begin your meal. Anyone who had included a special dietary note when signing up for blah 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 blah. I need to walk up 13. Why do you need to walk up 13 stairs? Huh? Why? You ate the salad. Cove wolfed down his salad before munching into breadstick, quickly devouring that as well. I hope the next pot comes out soon and is bigger. Cove he's a hunky boy. He a hunky wet boy. You could hear him mumbling to himself as he reached over for another piece of bread. He glanced around the table and you followed his line of sight with curiosity, noting that everyone else was still eating the salad. Stuffing his hand midair, he quickly pulled back and rested it on his lap without taking another breadstick after all. No, you have a breadstick, you deserve it. It was clear that he was starting to feel unsure of himself and he looked a little out of place here. He folded his arms and tucked away from them to you. Hey, did you like the salad? It was really good. It was too small. It was too fucking small. I'm still pretty hungry. Yeah, me too. I work in the basement, we're going upstairs. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense. His gaze remained purposefully tunneled on you, as if he was trying not to even think about what the rest of the table might be doing. He made silly faces at the other guests while they weren't looking. You picked up a breadstick and gave it to Cove. It's okay. Oh, thank you. Cove spoke gently as he took the bread from your hand, looking choked up by your reassurance. He's like, if you're hungry, dude, eat. He munched away on it happily. He seemed much more at ease. It wasn't much longer until the main course was arriving and the various chicken, steak and veggie dishes were being served throughout the room. An array of scents wafted through the room, making your mouth water. You were chosen chicken, you were chosen steak, you were chosen the vegan meal, you were chosen the vegetarian meal. You had opted for the vegetarian meal, and what was set in front of you looked so delicious that you couldn't wait to tuck in. Cove had gone for the steak, and once he started to dig in, he was completely absorbed by his meal. You kicked under the table teasingly. You flicked something at him. You focused on your own food. He's eating. He's munching. It was going to be a full evening, so you wanted to try eat something while you could. Dinner eventually ended, and last of all was... Where were you? Oh, I don't know. I don't know who you are. Never mind. A lemon sorbet. Oh, that had been partially dyed blue. The mix of white with bold streaks of blue made the little scoop look like a ball of roaring ocean waves. The effect was very pretty, but the serving size was small. Perhaps it was the price to pay for artistry. You turned to Cove to find him pouting a little at the size of it. Digging into the dessert, it took him only a few bites to polish it off. Again, the other people around the table had barely even begun eating. An unimpressed air settled over him as he sat back in his chair, sipping at the water unhappily. He's so hungry. You laughed at his moping. You're such a big baby. We can get more dessert later. You gave him an encouraging smile. He looked up at you sheepishly, embarrassed to have been caught sulking over such a thing. He fumbled for a defense. It was just really good, that's all. Now it's gone, but I'm okay. He's so hungry. With a slight grin, he shrugged to show that he was really fine. Do you want mine? You pushed the dish towards him, and his eyes widened in surprise. He looked down at the dessert and then back at you, and if wordlessly asking if you were really sure. It's okay, you can have it. You clearly liked it. He's so precious. Rah. He hesitated a moment more before pulling the sorbet in front of him, a small smile tugging at his lips.
Thanks.
Thanks, Brooke. You're welcome. He scooped up a spoonful of the treat and put it in his mouth, humming happily. You felt satisfied knowing he'd enjoy it much more than you would. You leaned back in your chair, looking around quietly. After a moment or two, you felt Cove giving you a sidelong glance. He then took another spoonful of the faux ocean and held it for you. Your stomach began to flutter, and not from the prospect of sorbet. You ate it! I'm eating it! I was supposed to eat, but Brain said no. Slime girl, no! So I'm back. Welcome back. We're getting fed sorbet. We're getting fed sorbet back home. Leaning forward, you ate the dessert from off his spoon, enjoying the bright, citrusy taste on your tongue. It's good. It's so good. What's that? Who's saying what? Okay. Congrats. Hell yeah. Good distraction from sleep. He's a great distraction from sleep. Wee-wah-woo-wah. Bark, bark, bark. Yeah. Another person from Orca got up on stage to make a speech as everyone was nearing the end of their meal. They spoke mostly about the individual projects that the organisation was working on and their plans for the near future, as well as encouraging anyone who was interested in considering volunteering. Cove bent forward over the table with his chin balanced on a hand, listening attentively to the words. As they came to a conclusion and everyone gave them a round of applause, Cove caught your eye and smiled. You wondered what would happen now. Hydrate or die straight? I'm sipping, I promise. And then the lights dimmed. A couple of spotlights came on, projecting a water-like effect around the room. The guests gushed over the ambience, and you looked around the wide eyes at the ripples on the walls. The DJ that had previously been playing some soft mood music in the background announced that the floor was open for dancing, slowly turning the volume up so it drifted through the space. When you glanced at Cove, his eyebrows shot up and he mumbled quietly, I didn't know there would be dancing. I guess it makes sense now that I think about it. He gave an awkward laugh as you both watched as people rose from their seats. It was clear now that many of the donors were couples. A small crowd had started to form on the dance floor, and the DJ played a romantic song to get everyone started off. Cove let his gaze float over the small sea of guests, and he seemed lost in thought. A serious expression settled on his face, making his eyebrows dip. Slowly he turned to you, though there was something cautious in his approach. Would you want to dance with me? Be chill, relax. It's happening. I was just about to ask you the same thing. He let out a stuttering laugh, relieved. Oh, that's good. He nodded firmly as he rose from his seat, though you noticed his hands shaking at his sides. Cove, my boy! You walked out onto the floor together, hesitating a little when you turned and stood face to face. Cove had a hard time meeting your eyes, but he lifted a hand for you to take, unsure of what else he was meant to do. You accepted his hand easily and gave him an encouraging smile. It took some doing, but amidst your nervous laughter you managed to find a comfortable enough position and set a rhythm to the music. It was quite nice after that. Every time your eyes met Cove's, he would look away quickly, but he seemed to be enjoying the dance nonetheless. Eventually, he felt comfortable enough to speak. A lot has happened, huh? You nodded faintly. You weren't sure if he meant just today, this summer, or the entire time knowing each other. But it didn't really matter. It was true either way. Thinking back on the years that you and Cove had been neighbours, it was difficult to even try to reflect on it all at once.
I'm so glad.
I'm glad we ended up here. He gave you a soft look and you beamed, knowing that could also mean many things. But from his tone, you were certain he didn't only mean here at this event. It was more than that. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. Ah! I think we have to tell your dad thanks. You couldn't speak. You chuckled happily at the two of you and the long adventure you'd been on. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. You loved him fully and completely, you did. The party eventually started to wind down, and at last it came to an end. When the main lights turned on, you blinked against the brightness of them, making sure you still had Cove in your sights. One final speaker came up to the podium on the stage, thanking all the guests for coming and wishing everyone a good night. It was bittersweet to see it come to a close. Your time with Cove here was precious. At least the memories could be brought with you. Giving the space one more look, you walked together with Cove out to the parking lot. The other guests were doing the same, so you got stuck in a bit of a crowd, though Cove was so tall you could always see him, and it was easy enough not to get separated. The parking lot itself was quite big, and even more noticeable now with fewer cars blocking the view. It took a little while to actually locate Cove's car across the expanse. Eventually you found it, and the two of you bundled inside the vehicle and buckled up. The trip home was quiet, as you both silently reflected back on the experience. The event had been the biggest night of the year for Orca, and now it was all over just like that. Outside your window, the surroundings soon became familiar, and you found yourselves back in your neighbourhood. Cove pulled the car into his driveway and put it in park before letting out a relieved breath. Home sweet home. Yeah. After climbing out of the car, you walked slowly down to the road. Cove coming over to stand beside you. You stopped in the middle of the street, right between your... Hi, I'm gay. Hi, gay. I'm Dad. Hi, gay. I'm Dad. Daily Seed. Bark. Rah. Med check? Did you check your meds? Sorry, Jazz just went live. If that wasn't obvious. I love it over here. There we go. Okay, Jazz is currently streaming. Hydrate or die straight. Please, let me live. I'm sipping. If y'all don't know what I'm talking about Jasmine can't play. Well, what do y'all know? What do y'all even know about Jasmine can't play? Okay. You stopped in the middle of the street, right between your house and his, and turned to him, finding him in the process of opening his mouth to speak. Strangely, he clamped his lips together as though he had suddenly thought better of it. No! Tell me what you were thinking! That was quite a night. Good night, Cope. No, thank you for taking me tonight. Do you like jazz? Man can't play? Please, beardless. Damn! Thanks for coming with me. You stepped in for a hug. You went forward and wrapped your arms around him, and he returned the gesture, squeezing tight.
Night.
Night, Brooke. Now come back. With a last wispy smile, he left towards his front door, figuring you shouldn't linger in the street for much longer. You crossed the remainder of the road and did the same. When you reached your house, you pulled out your keys and stuck them in the door, trying your best to be silent about it. Opening the door a crack, you turned back and looked at Cove from over your shoulder. Your eyebrows lifted in surprise to see he was doing the same, holding his front door open, but waiting for you to go inside before he did. You shared an amused smile before you both stepped into your own houses, locking the door behind you. It was quite late, so everyone else was already asleep. As quiet as a mouse, you tiptoed up to your bedroom and changed out your formal clothes into your pajamas. Now that you were finally home, you were exhausted. You brushed your teeth and got ready for bed in darkness, before crawling under the covers and letting out a heavy breath. It was still strange to think about how that was it. The build-up to the event had felt like so much. Now it was completely behind you. Your mind was busy with rapid yet muddled thoughts as you faded closer and closer to sleep. As unconsciousness creeped up on you, you felt more content. It was a big deal, but there would be more in the future. You could accept what it had been, and you could dream about what you'd get to experience next. And then you were taken away from dreams right but back into reality by a sound. I swear, if this boy is at my fucking window again. Your eyebrows pinched together, fully unprepared to be part of a waking world again. The day was over, and it had been an eventful one. But you heard another noise. It was a tapping. Your eyes flew open. The window. There was a tapping that came from your window. Cove fucking Holden. You slowly forced yourself up. You went over to let the guy in. You rushed over to him. You tumbled out of bed, taking your blanket with you. You left it on the floor when you scampered out over to the window. You saw through the glass that Cove's eyebrows were raised, and you suddenly realized that in your rush you hadn't taken care to be quiet. He had probably heard you crash to the floor. But that wasn't the matter at hand. You flung open the window and faced him completely, with nothing separating the two of you any longer. You had been surprised to find Cove awkwardly crouched on your window ledge. However, you were taken aback to see that he was a little overdressed. Cove hadn't changed out of his formal clothes. You also noticed that he was perched clumsily. You didn't know if it was because he was trying to keep his fancy clothes clean or if he felt weird about something. His body was too stiff and awkward. Cove smiled sheepishly. Hi, Brooke. Get out of the window! How come you dress like that? It's nice to see you, Romeo. Ah! Have you looked at the clock? It's too late for this. Cove, how can you dress like that? You moved aside and let him climb inside. He cautiously stepped down from stretching his legs over. Strangely, he didn't use his hands for support. It was clear to you now. He was holding something. Back from dinner. Welcome back, Mrs. When he was safely on his feet, he briefly checked out his clothes, twisting around to see the back of his pants. He caught you looking and shrugged.
I mean...
I was looking at his butt. Oh, don't look at his butt. I did go home after the event, but I knew I wasn't able to settle down, so I just walked back out. I needed fresh air and time away from everything. He paused for a moment and raised his clasped together hands where you could see them. But then something happened, and, well, so I have something I want to show you. Cove grinned like a child and gently unfurled his fingers, not being able to keep you in suspense for even a minute. It's a firefly! He brought me a firefly! This boy bought me a bug! Ah! Why is he perfect? Ah! Oh, he's so precious, but I also need to piss. So, y'all get another round of iPad time, and I'll be right back. I shouldn't be too long. God damn it! No! Go! Okay, I'm back. See, I told you. I told you it wouldn't be too long. See? I just couldn't concentrate. I just desperately needed to piss. Okay. Lock in! Okay, so carefully sitting inside was a tiny yellow light. It blinked on and off, and then It blinked off and then on again. A firefly! Delicately, he moved his hands closer to you so you could see the creature better. They're back. Look at him! He closed his eyes, his smile now faintly illuminated by his insect companion. Remember the first time I caught one? I always will. I could barely manage anything because of that neon pink cast I was stuck with all summer. You were still stunned by what was happening, but couldn't help snickering when Cove did. Ah! See, Ninja! Look at him! Ah! It was thanks to you that I finally held a firefly in my own hand. I was happy to. Honestly, I didn't think I'd seen them this year. I don't know why, they were kind of late, and I guess I've been worried about a lot of stuff lately. You could tell that the firefly genuinely lifted his spirits. He seemed at peace, and he wanted to share that with you. The fact that this first thought after discovering the firefly was to come over and celebrate the joy with you made you suddenly feel very cherished. I feel so cherished! Okay, it's happening, relax. Okay. Cove opened his eyes, but he looked away, not meeting yours.
It's nice.
It's really nice, I think, even if the fireflies disappear for a while. It doesn't mean they're really gone. They'll come back. I can see them again. Cove is adorbs! You smiled. Technically, fireflies aren't even gone. They're just eggs in lava. I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna say dumb shit. Cove looked at your face, his smile now fragile. It makes me think about the two of us. We're together, then we say goodbye, then we're together again, day after day, year after year, and even if our time apart gets longer, that doesn't make it forever.
Brooke.
Brooke, I'll always be there, whenever you want to see me. Okay, you wanted to be with him. There was nothing else you wanted then, and he needed to know. You quietly said his name. What do we say? What do we say? Ninja, what do we say? Ninja! What do we say, Ninja? What do we say? What do we do? What do we do? I'm screaming. I'm yelling. Okay. What do we do? I'm panicking. I'm sweating. My mouth is dry. Oh my god. I can't breathe. What do we do? Okay. I think I'm just gonna quietly say his name. I don't know how long the game is. I don't know how many more chances we've got to tell him. But this is so perfect. What do I do? Ah! It's fine. It's actually fine. Do it? Okay. Kicking my feet. Your heart started to pound, the harsh beat drowned out all other sounds. You stared at him with a firm gaze. You both had known each other for so long. You'd always known how special Cove was to you, even when you were kids. There was no one like him, and no matter how much time passed, no one could replace him. You had never let yourself say it before, but not any longer! This wasn't the time to keep your feelings to yourself. Cove's expression shifted into something concerned. His brow was furrowed as he waited for your response. There was something fragile there, unsure. I like you so much. I want to be with you, I really do, a lot. Cove, would you want to be my boyfriend? You kissed him! You should be a couple already. What do we choose? Ninja, what do we want? What do we want to do? What do we want to do? Ninja! What do we do? Ninja! What do we do? I'm gonna kiss him. I'm gonna kiss him. It's too perfect not to. Look at him. You tell me I'm not gonna kiss him? What do we do? Please. I like you so much. Cove, I want to be with you. I really do. A lot. Cove, would you want to be my boyfriend? You kissed him. We should be a couple already. I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up. What do we do? It's your playthrough. What did you do? What did you kiss him? What did you do? My face hurts. I'm smiling so dumb. Oh, we can save. Oh, we can save. We can save. We can save. We can save. Yeah. I just kissed him. Okay, I go kiss him. He took a step towards him, intent and electrified with purpose. He raised his eyebrows. You held his face. You gripped his collar of his shirt. You pressed him against that wall. I'm gonna hold his face. I'm gonna make it soft. I'm gonna be nice. You carefully reached up and placed your hand over Cove's face. He felt soft underneath your fingertips. With wide eyes, he lifted his own hands. The firefly crawled up onto the end of his finger and flew off somewhere into the night. But neither of you watched the little light disappear. All of your attention was on each other. Cove cradled your face with his gentle hands. He smiled at you. Even in the dark, you caught a glimpse of a deep blush over his cheeks. His gaze stared down at you. Then you started to lean forward, gently guiding his face to yours while tilting it lower. His mouth fell open when he realized where this was going, but he quickly shut it back up. I am so ready. Almost against the wall. No! Cove. Every pant escaped him at that. It was time. And you kissed him! Cove kept frozen and you parted from him. You searched his face for some sort of reaction. This is no good reaction. Is he like this? Not even a second later, he kissed you back! It was longer than the first and Cove was eager. He kept kissing. Yes, finally! Cove was absolutely still nervous. You could tell from his shaking hands as he cupped the back of your head, but you could feel that the thought of kissing you wasn't a new concept for him. The only way someone as hesitant as Cove could respond as readily as he did was if you'd taken time to think of it before this moment. I started out. It was wonderful. You felt a rush that you realized that Cove wanted to kiss you just as badly as you wanted him. You smiled into the touch. Joy was bursting out of you. Your chest was warm with it, and your face was on fire. You knew this was right. Unfortunately, you had to break away eventually, and Cove took in a deep inhale. All of his attention was on you. Brooke, Brooke! And Brooke's not even here! No! You felt goosebumps on his skin. The little hairs on the back of his neck rose and his breathing sped up. You weren't sure if you could feel his rapid pulse or if it was just your own thundering heartbeat. He took a staggered step back and sucked in another deliberately long breath. One hand went to his chest while another interlaced his fingers with yours. His hand was coated in sweat. Me too, babes. His nerves were getting to him.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Oh my god, oh my god. Ah! You gave him the space he desperately needed to recover from that short circuit. Eventually, his gaze dropped to the ground and his grip on you clenched nervously. Thank you for that. Should I say thank you? Are we together now? Are we? Do you want to be together? Because if you do, I'd say yes. Cove shook his head, nearly stunned. But it was only with amazement. What happened was shocking to Cove. But he absolutely wanted to hold on to this new thing between you. He recentered himself, looking into your yellow eyes. Brooke, if I can, I'd like to be your boyfriend. I'd like it a lot. I can't think of anything I'd like more. Ah! Fangirling intensifies legitimately. Good, because I want to be your boyfriend. Okay, finally. You blushed and didn't know what to say. Good, because I want to be your boyfriend. You cover your face shyly. You jump into his arms. You beamed him. I jump into his arms. You felt a wave of emotion, and only one way to deal with it. You readied yourself. You launched yourself out of it, pushing off the ground with a powerful kickoff. Cove startled, but held his arms out with the sole goal of catching you. It was practically a gymnastic routine, as he struggled to keep you from crashing to the ground. You were tall enough that it was a difficult proposition to fit. You latched onto him tight. Cove wobbled on his feet before planting himself firmly back down with a release of air. You tucked in your legs and enjoyed him holding you. Cove's arms stayed wrapped around your neck, and he kept you lifted. He couldn't help but laugh, and it was adorably warm. When you look into Cove's face again, his smile was sparkling bright. With the wet boy! He's such a wet boy! spoken about, much more so that the firefly he had brought you. His eyes prickled with tears, and he sniffed, but you could recognize equal joy taking over him. You both were happy together. You were together and happy. You turned him as well. He scratched his head. You wiped away his tears. You carefully brushed aside the tiny water drops with your thumb. Cove bashfully leaned into your caress. He ducked his head with a childish giddiness and peeked at you out of the corner of his eyes. Thanks for waiting for me. Literally whatever. Yeah, it was definitely a wait. You were worth it. It was agonizing for you. I would wait forever. I wasn't waiting until you've always been there for me. Brooke. We're gonna have to tell everyone about this, aren't we? Your moms, my parents, Liz, Terry, Miranda, everyone. I don't think they'll be surprised. He smiled at you with an abashed preciousness. You figured that even without your history, if anyone caught Cove looking at you like like that, it'd be obviously exactly how he felt. His openness of character. His openness of character had some truly delightful benefits. He must have been making an expression equally as affectionate because he began to fluster again. He made some stuttering chuckles and then quieted down. His mouth forcefully stayed closed. He wants to kiss me so bad. Bloop, I got an achievement. Yee! You both took a moment to process. After 10 years of being together, you're officially a couple now. Cove looked into your eyes with a soft, slightly shy expression. There was hope in his smile. Do you want to go to the hill with me? I bet there's still fireflies. Let's go. Let's go! Cove brightened. He was practically bouncing at the thought of a secret exertion before he suddenly became bashful. So, how should we leave? We could try the door. We don't have to do the window thing, but maybe that'll bother your family. You both chuckle at how awkward it would be if your mom's, or worse, Liz, saw you going on a midnight firefly catching trip. You'd be sure to avoid that. But you wanted to use the front door. You could leave from your window. Let's go through the window. Like we're sneaking out. Cove nodded in understanding. You grabbed some shoes and readied yourself for an adventure. You were glad that there was no way you'd run into another soul outside. Cove would be way overdressed. And you were still in your jammies. You let Cove go first. He stepped back onto the ledge as you carefully followed. He shuffled along, and soon you reached the garage. You planned to use the fence from there to reach the ground. Cove climbed down to the fence. He wobbled once, but he made it without an issue. He leaned against the fence and projected hushed words up to where you were waiting.
Are you okay?
Do you want help? You nodded yes. You got to the edge and let Cove spot your descent. He grabbed you about halfway down and brought you to rest firmly on the ground. Cove gave you an encouraging smile, but neither of you risked speaking yet. You briskly snuck behind the house and up to the old white poppy hill. And Cove was right. The entire hill was lit up, insects twinkling here and there with their pale yellow light. Cove let out a contented sigh, finally able to relax in full. He strode further up the hill to better enjoy the view. You walked alongside as well, letting yourself be surrounded by twinkling display. Then, without warning, Cove plopped onto his back. He paid no mind to smacking his formal attire in the grass. He put an entire arm under his head and stretched the rest of his limb out. He was clearly getting quite comfortable in the dirt there. You lay down in the grass too. You sat down first and then fell back. You could see the stars when you looked up at the night sky. Snuggled against Cove. I snuggled. Eee. He was warm in contrast to the chilly ground. Cove cuddled closer in turn, tucking his arm up near your shoulders. I wonder if Dad will be mad about the grass stains. He dug at the colour of his shirt. He didn't sound concerned, just idly curious. Maybe you should figure out how to clean it before he finds out. His smile bent a little, and it went silent between you. The only sounds were the rustling of bugs in the breeze and the faraway crashes of waves on the sea. You couldn't help but reflect on what happened only a brief time earlier. Between this and your room, this almost felt like a different world. Was it even real? What happened between you two? You could almost be convinced it wasn't, and that you had never actually stopped dreaming. You stole a glance at Cove. He caught you and blushed. That little reddening reassured you. Cove remembered same as you. What you had was real. You continued watching fireflies. You wanted to catch some fireflies. You asked Cove if he wanted to catch fireflies. You challenged him to race down the hill. You asked Cove to dance with you. Would that be lame? Cove stared at you in shock at the invitation. Understandably, he had not expected that. You felt obligated to try to say more. It makes sense. Look how you dressed. He laughed lightly and shrugged his shoulders. You have a solid point. You got up and brushed off your clothes as best you could. A pesky blade of grass tried to stay stuck to your leg. Cove did likewise, wiping his hands on his pants to clean them off. You faced across at each other, and suddenly the prospect of what you were doing became more real. Cove hesitated a moment as you both tried to decide what move to make now. He smiled as he wrapped one arm around your waist and the other across your back. He held you closer, near enough that your bodies were touching. Then you began to sway together amid the floating lights. Despite the lack of music, you found a rhythm to your movements. Back and forth, step to the side and slide. It was relaxed and freeing. Your eyes never strayed from each other. For a time, you just existed in the moment, holding each other close and enjoying being together. The hour grew late, and the fireflies mostly dispersed, until only a few stragglers remained. Then even they blinked out of sight, leaving you alone with Cove and your thoughts. Cove stole a second to release the words that had been filling his head during the quiet.
I'm so glad.
I'm so glad I get to be with you. You felt a great deal of happiness. Cove's expression was completely open, honest, and full of sincerity. He meant every word. No matter how much it didn't seem real yet, it was. It felt as though this was a night that would never end, but you knew it would have to, all too soon. You were only grateful to have been part of it. These were moments to truly treasure. You'd never let yourself forget them. Then the summer ended. Moths bounced against your window, attracted by the light of your room, a siren call to the slowly darkening sky. Just as the day was coming to an end, so too would summer. Liz would be moving back into the dorms before long. Luckily, Lee had been able to come stay for a short trip before her own new journey began. I'm installing this game. I blame you. I'll gladly be to blame. You're going to Chinese restaurant. You're going to destination. What was that tropical place? Chinese restaurant. It was somewhere your family had always enjoyed going ever since you and Liz were tiny. That long-standing connection made it a fitting location for a final meal out before Liz and Lee set off again. A school you'd applied to. I hesitated. Your eyes darted over the message, rushing past the pleasantries to get to the heart of the matter. The blood pounding in your ears deafened you to the world outside that contained within these letters. Your heart skidded to a halt as you read your verdict. You've been accepted! Ah! You're ecstatic. Bouncing on the balls of your feet, you pressed the letter into your chest as your excitement bubbled over. You'll tell your family right away. You wanted Cove to be the first to know. Wasting no time, you pulled up your number and rang your boyfriend! Because we're boyfriends! You pressed your phone to your ear, waiting impatiently for the dull ring to be replaced with Cove's voice. It took a few rings, but you were in luck. Cove picked up the call. Hi, Brooke. You blurted your news without the customary preamble of a greeting. I got into college!
Seriously?
Yes! You heard him gasp before continuing, openly gushing over your good fortune. That's amazing, it's incredible. You did it! Congratulations, Brooke! There was another pause as you and Cove both marvelled over the announcement. No, seriously, this is really, really big. And you deserved it so much. I know it'll be good for you. Thanks, I just had to tell you right away as soon as I knew. You heard Cove chuckle softly over the phone. Thanks, I appreciate it. You wanted to gush about the adventure lined up before you. A dream that you transformed into a plan. One that was once soon to become your reality. But your hopes were temporarily dashed as Mum called up from downstairs. Oh, you covered your phone with your free hand and turned away for the device, not wanting to deafen to Cove. The yell was intended to reach another floor of your house, not an ear that was virtually inches away. Coming! You brought your mouth back to the phone. I've got to go. I'll see you soon.
I mean...
Yeah, there's something I want to tell you too, but we can do that later. We're about to have dinner together. That piqued your curiosity, but you exchanged goodbyes and hung up. Hurriedly, you finished getting ready for the dinner, actually acutely aware that time was against you. Despite that, you didn't regret the time you'd spent on the phone. It had all been worth it to speak to Cove. And now you're going to tell your family! Rah! You'd make an announcement. You'd make an announcement for everyone else at dinner. Tell your family.
You're fantastic.
I'm impressed, and we should have known you had something up your sleeve. Hurrah! The commissioner had summoned the other women from various corners of the house. Liz looked up from her book, grinning, and Lee hurried over. Ma swept in from the side, wrapping an arm around your shoulders and squeezing you close.
Good job.
That's wonderful, sweetie. Let me in on a hug. Hurrah! Good job, Brooke. Lee didn't hide her excitement, openly jumping for joy as she treated you to thunderous applause. You know, for, like, the voiced names, I thought they'd be using our name way more. For, like, the hassle that it took to get it installed. It's like, what was the reason? What was the reason? Hello. Okay. You're still going. Okay. No. Riv is still going. Justin. Still going. Lacey is still going. Let me get my channel points. Arialia is still going. He plays Sky Children of the Night. Eee. And Jazz is going. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Very good. Very, very good. Okay. Lee didn't hide her excitement, openly jumping for joy as she treated you to thunderous applause.
Seriously?
It's amazing. You're gonna be amazing. Ah! That's nice. You shouldn't just stand there. Yeah, there's room for everyone. Your mums opened up the hug, both keeping an arm around you as they each held out another to invite Liz and Lee in. Giggling, Lee dove into the hug. Liz rolled her eyes but allowed herself to be beckoned into the group hug. Your mum squeezed everyone together tightly. Mom's long hair brushed against your face as she turned to check the clock.
Let's go.
We can take the party on the road. We've got to head out for dinner soon. Nodding, you were aware that your attempts to finish getting ready had been cast aside in favour of congratulating you. I have to do a couple more things first. It won't take long. You hurried back upstairs though, getting ready to go out. Was the issue at hand? You couldn't stop your thoughts from drifting back to the future. Your mind was buzzing over the news you'd received and everything that would soon unfurl. Everyone piled into the car while it was marketed as being suitable to hold 5 people. In practice, it made for a very tight fit. Your mum sitting in the front were fine. You, Liz and Lee were squished into the back, Lee in the middle, wedged between you and your sister. But Mom was an excellent timekeeper. Thanks to her efforts, you pulled up near the restaurant on time. The process of getting out of the car was slightly easier than squeezing into it, which much less coordination required to release seatbelts than to secure them. You gave Lee a hand as she clambered out from the middle seat, then headed into the building as a group. A waiter greeted you as you entered. Ma let him know how many of you there would be in total, and he went to arrange a table that met your needs. He returned promptly to guide you to your seats. You perched comfortably to your chair, your head held aloft as if buoyed by today's good fortune. Your family settled down around you, all cheerful and looking forward to an evening ahead. Your drinks order had just been taken when the Holdens came through the door! They were pointing in your direction though, with Mom waving on an arm in the air. It was hardly necessary. Cove and Mr. Holden came to join you at the table. As greetings were being exchanged, Cove took a seat opposite to you. It had been left empty by unspoken acknowledgement that you and Cove would be wanting to sit together. Mr. Holden sat beside him.
Hi.
It's great to see you. Glad you could make it. Hello, everyone. You wouldn't believe how hungry I am.
See.
You came to the right place then. There was some laughter, though Liz groaned playfully, shaking her head at Mom's sense of humour. Growing up, she'd have complained, and Mom would have responded by making another comment. Liz had mellowed out over the years, but she still had made a show of despairing at Mom's jokes. Her reaction to them had become a joke in its own right. Menus were soon passed around and a temporary hush fell over the table as everyone read. It didn't take long, punctured by comments about what people had eaten here before and light chatter about what people were considering tonight. Once the waiter had disappeared with your orders, Cliff piped up.
Okay.
So I've got some good news. Kira's making a trip out here tomorrow. Is this good news? We don't like Kira. Cove nodded, turning from his father to the rest of the table. Yeah, we talked about it and figured this was a good time for everyone.
Very nice.
That's great. Everyone reacted positively to the news, though Ma looked wistful.
It's a shame.
If only we'd known. Here we are having a big meal without her. If we waited one day, she could have joined us. Mom patted Ma on the back, gently nudging her from the realm of possibilities and what-ifs back to the evening that was going so well. Chin up, Liz will still be here tomorrow. We'll just have to throw another get-together and keep the fun train chugging along. Oh no, 2 meals, oh no! Ma smiled warmly, taking Mom's hand in hers. That's true, there's plenty to celebrate right now. But there will be more good news and good times on the horizon. Right. And speaking of, that's not all we've got. Mr. Holden's eyes were alight as he sat up straight in his chair, face angled towards his son. He barely let a beat go by before nudging Cove with his elbow, pushing him to follow up on the announcement. He was the very picture of a proud papa. Cove shied from the limelight, ducking his head down and staring at his lap as he spoke. Well, it's just I've switched over to working full-time instead of only part-time. Plus, I've been looking at apartments. There's a few I can choose from. He flicked his gaze up at everyone. It's gonna be gay. Do you have a first redeem? I think you have a first redeem. Let me at him! Med check. Who the fuck is impending? Who the fuck are you? You took my med check! I'm livid. How dare you? And my posture and my hydrate. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm livid. How fucking dare you? I literally couldn't have gotten there quicker. A boo! It's fine. He flicked his gaze up at everyone around the table, a smile creeping over his face. What do you want? Echo, that's not fair. It's not fair, Echo. I couldn't hydrate you. I was there and everything, and then impending. Took it. I've hydrated. Thank you. Now get out of here. Suffer. Hate it here. Stinks. Raw. What can I do? What can I do? I can't do nothing. There's nothing else. It's rubbish. I got nothing. Oh, I can do this. I can do this. Now what are you gonna do? Nothing. Okay, let's mute you. Mute you. Mute everyone. Pretty sure everyone else is muted. Now we can just turn you up. Suffer. To the one place. Capitalism. Space. You just want me to cry, I get it. I can't finish unless you cry. Don't look. I'm getting so overstimulated by the noise. Okay. Announcements. Inu, welcome in. Thanks for getting your daily 80. Damn! Damn! And a hydrate? I'm sorry, I totally missed your hydrate. I'll hydrate again, I guess. We sipping. We sipping. We have sipped. I'm currently waiting for Echo to go live. Because I want to get my channel points worth. Okay, we can wait. Apartments. He was moving. Cove was going to move out of his dad's house after 10 years. He wasn't going to be your neighbor anymore. Mr. Holden gripped one of Cove's shoulders and gave it a loving shake. His excitement couldn't be contained. Couldn't be contained. Incredible. Cove's actually going to make it to adulthood. It's a miracle. Fuck off, Mr. Holden. Shut up. A rudeness. Mr. Holden leaned back in his chair, staring up at the ceiling in mock wonder.
I'm so glad.
I wasn't convinced I'd be able to rear a kid all the way to this point, but thankfully I looked out and got the best boy a dad could have asked for. Dad. Cove blinkered his vision with his hands on the sides of his face, temporarily blocking his father from sight. Despite his genuine bashfulness, which left him unable to meet anyone's eyes after all the attention thrust his way, he was happy.
Thanks.
Thanks, I was really lucky too. You're a good dad.
Aw.
Aboo! Mir! Mr. Holden threw an arm around Cove's neck, pulling him into as close as of a hug as the seating allowed. He rubbed his cheek on the top of his son's head while Cove chuckled, accepting the affection with good humour. Ma leaned over and whispered in your ear, her fingertips brushing against your cheeks. Would you like to tell Cove and Mr. Holden what you told us earlier? Technically, Mr. Holden was the only one who didn't actually know at this point, but your ma didn't find out about your call with Cove. Sure, why not? We could tell Mr. Holden. Sure. Let me... Okay. Hype yourself up right now! Where's my violence? Violence! Hype yourself up right now! Right now! Sorry, I'm watching Echo. Don't want. Can say a lot of things. Okay. And they were roommates. Okay, I'm pretty sure everyone else is. Uh-huh. We're all waiting. Slay! That's right! We! Slay! We are waiting! You are working real hard! Yes! Yes! Slay! Ice Cream, shut up! Get over here! Like, quit acting like it's covered in us. Just shut up, Ice Cream. Let me hype up. You're doing your best and you're succeeding and you're doing it well. Slay! You were big and brave today. You were big and brave, and you adulted today. Adulted today. You're doing your best. Best, and you're doing it well. A tangent? Please, Echo, I can't deal with a tangent. I'm currently streaming. It's great. Rah! Aww. Neurospicy. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. That's so loud. He's talking about people who have neurospicy later in life. Uh-huh. Oh, is the internalized ableism really loud? Working with internalized ableism? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And saying no is self-care. And saying no sometimes is a form of self-care. Eee. Okay, I'm just watching Echo at this point. Uh-huh. Yeah. Reacting like he can hear me. Yeah, I remember. That was stinky. You're doing so well, though. Okay, I'm gonna be watching Echo otherwise, so you just get muted. I called you out. I was there. I saw, but I need to get back to playing this fucking game. I think we're near the end. As the spotlight thrust on Cove dimmed, you decided this was a good time as any to make your own announcement. Also, if I'm not Echotronic. Shout out Echotronic! Rah, get loved on, nerd. There we go. Can I share some news too? Brooke? Of course. I got my acceptance letters to get today. I'll be today. I'll be going to college soon. Mr. Holden gave you a thumbs up.
Good kid.
Impressive. You're a good kid. The world's your oyster. Cove grinned at you from across the table. He was still very pleased for you despite this not being the first time he's heard about it. You looked around at the face of the company here. You've been on this journey with everyone for years, seeing them falter and grow, and they had watched you go through the same. Who's still not muted? Who's still making noises at me? Who are you? I muted you. Get muted. There we go. Now he was striking out on a new path. Cove was leaving his family home. Liz was heading back to college while Lee was starting at hers. You were all heading in different directions to different destinations, some near and some far, but it wouldn't be long until you were all going your own way. Your heart swelled with pride for everyone. It was bittersweet. The thought troubled you. No, pride. You held your head aloft as you looked forward, literally and metaphorically. It was amazing how far you'd all come. You were sure that your face would each day that came head on. What? I'm making all these noises. What noises? Knowing that you had people who cared about you backing you up, even if it was from a distance. No, Quinn, don't You couldn't wait to see what happened next. Cove brought some attention to himself with a clearing of his throat and a small interjection. I'm gonna stretch my legs while we're waiting for food and everything. Sure thing, bud. With a tiny smile, he nodded at his dad, but the lightness to his expression faded when he moved to face you. Wanna come? I mean, if you say, I don't know, it was this kind of visual novel. He was attempting to be subtle, but there was very obviously something on his mind, something he wanted to talk to you about alone. You watched him with concern as you rose from your seat. Yeah, I'll go. Take care. Monos. It's the cousin look. With those parting words, the two of you walked about the place. He was trying to get as far away from everyone else as possible without actually exiting the building. What did he need to say? He had admitted that was what this was about, but he didn't need to. Cove started pulling on the hem of his shirt. He turned his head back to face you, but it was an awkward moment. Well, I wanted to talk to you, one-on-one about all this. You know, my work moving. That's what I meant when we talked before dinner. I mean, it was coming before, but now it's pretty much here. Yeah, it's exciting. Cove stopped picking at his shirt, and he seemed to respond well to that response. He was relieved you weren't upset about it. I'm glad you think so. But then he looked down, and his brows furrowed. He saw his hand shift away from his clothes to instead rub at his arm. Are you looking forward to it? I am.
I mean...
Well, I'm trying to be. He ducked his head further and you saw his face start to redden. But it's scary. I don't want things to end. Come on, you don't need to worry. You're gonna do great things. So you're saying you're going to dress up as the future for Halloween? Huh? Huh? You don't need to worry. You may be scary now, but it'll be worth it. That's not a sure thing. Cove then turned his head away and wrapped his arms around himself. You felt a sudden chill that definitely wasn't caused by the air conditioner. I was just thinking, are we really going to stay a couple? Of course we are! His words came out hesitantly. He didn't want to ask this. He didn't want to know.
That's...
I'm not just talking about today, but forever, always. Even if things change later. Right now, do you feel we can make it? Or do you think we can't last? That one day we'll have to move on. No! You were as worried as he was. You got mad at him for this. You kept calm. It's like, how dare you? How dare you even think it? You were as worried as he was. No, I'm gonna get mad at him. I'm mad. I'm annoyed. Had you given him any reason at all to ask something like this? No! He began to tear up. I don't know, Cove. I don't know anything. You should already know the answer to that. You glared furiously at him. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry at him. Emotional manipulation. Emotional manipulation. Go. You blinked as you felt something fall down your cheek. Cove bit his lip.
I'm so sorry.
I didn't want to make you feel bad for bringing this up. Just I don't know what I wanted. But I felt I had to say something about this. If not now, then when? Out of the corner of your eye, you noticed a nearby table of people were staring. Cove's outburst had attracted attention. The eyes on you just made things worse. You felt overwhelmed, smothered by everything going on. You couldn't handle this. I need some air. Alone. The drama. Drama! Cove seemed pained, but he didn't protest when you brushed past him and left the restaurant. There was nowhere else to go but out. You stepped onto the sidewalk. A couple cars drove by on the main street, and the breeze hit your face. You took a few deep breaths now that the conversation was no longer suffocating you. You weren't quite sure what to do next. Getting a space had been the only plan. You patted your sides on reflex and pulled out the spare key for your mum's car. Walking fast, you went down the sidewalk to the part of the street where your parents had parked. Brooke, what are you doing? You remembered going past a particular building on the way into the restaurant and managed to backtrack your way to the car without incident. Ninja! See? Exactly that. You unlocked the car with a shaky push of a button. The headlights flashed. Brooke, right now. Literally. Me! You pulled open one of the back doors and tucked yourself inside. Not in the back door. You shut the door and the car beeped when you locked it again. While putting the keys away, you switched it out for your phone. There were concerned messages from your family. Were you okay? Was something happening? Another text came in from your sister at that moment. You didn't respond to any of it and held down the power button. The drama! You looked back at your phone and stared at the black, blank screen. You could see part of your face reflecting back at you. Then you dropped your phone on the seat. You cried. You cried. I cried. I cried. I yelled. I cried. Your eyes burned and you blinked slowly. You felt warm tears drip down your cheeks. Your breath hitched. Suddenly, or maybe not so suddenly, as this had been building for a while, you started to cry. Then you tried to... work through your emotions. You did your best to reflect on the situation and sort yourself out. A few minutes passed by. You breathed in the quiet. The car started to get warm, but you didn't feel like turning it on to get the AC going or roll down the windows. You wanted to text Cove where you went so he didn't worry. You wanted to text your family. You wanted Cove to come see you. I want Cove. I cry every time. You picked up your phone from the cushion and pushed the power button. It took a minute to boot up. There were plenty of additional messages. You planned on checking out your family's text later and tapped onto Cove's number first. You knew that you didn't actually want to be away from Cove. Sure, you needed some space, but that could only last so long before you wanted to be with him once more. Hey Cove, can I see you? I'm at the car, let me know. Cove texted back quickly, almost instantly. Okay. That was a relief. Another message followed shortly after. I'm here. What? When you looked out from your phone and out the window, nothing stood out as obviously Cove-shaped, and he wasn't easy to miss. You ready to text him back when you saw a shock of green out the corner of your eye. Cove stood up. He'd been sitting on the pavement, leaning against the car door. Oh, he loves us. He loves us so bad. He straightened out and smiled carefully. He pointed towards the closed car door, and raised his shoulders in a clear question. He wanted to know if it was okay to open. You nodded, not seeing the point of keeping him awkwardly outside. Cove walked around to the other side of the car, opposite of you. He put his hand on the door handle and pulled. He tried to open the door and obviously wasn't expected to be locked. You pressed the unlock button. He smiled after you heard it click. He sat down and then quietly closed the door behind him. For a moment, he faced straight ahead. No, why all the drama? His hands flinched when he got halfway through the putting on his seatbelt, before he realized that he wasn't actually going anywhere. He dropped his arms and the seatbelt slithered back up into the side of the car. Neither of you seemed to know what to say now. Eventually, Cove turned to face you. He seemed serious. Everyone cared when you left the restaurant. They all wanted to be here, but I promised that I'd look out for you. He gripped the side of his cushion and regarded his lamp. Like, Liz, she told me I'd better not be making things worse, so I'll never be considered a trusted adult for the rest of my life. But yeah, everyone's here for you, even if it's just me in the car. Okay. Me, I'm going to bed early. Uh-huh. And yet, here we are. Here we are again, slime girl. But I'm back for gay game. So gay! Cove stared deeply into your eyes. You noticed he had some redness around his. You can do it. We can do it. Brooke, make a good life for ourselves. No matter how hard it seems, we can do it. We can! He gripped your shoulders, and you knew that he was doing his best to project confidence. He wasn't sure about himself, but he was trying for your sake. You nodded along. Yeah, you're right. You are. I'm addicted to this little twink. Please. You beamed at him with encouragement, and he relaxed. He seemed comforted with your agreement. That's the spirit. Cove then studied you from over his shoulder with a soft expression. He twisted his body to the side and held up his open arms. You raised your eyebrows. Come on, I'm gonna hug you. Please. You pulled yourself towards the middle seat so that he could reach him properly. You had to climb over one of his legs as you rested across the seat. He turned so that he was completely sideways in his seat, back pressed to the car door, and made space in front of him for you. You settled down against him and leaned against the top of his shoulder. You wiggled in to fit comfortably. He wrapped both of his arms around you and rested one of his cheeks on top of your head. It was very snug. I need to wake up at 6 a.m. tomorrow. No, why? Why 6 a.m. on a Tuesday? Why? He kissed your forehead gently and you relaxed into him. You breathed him in, the scent that was uniquely Cove, oceany and citrusy. He made you feel secure and precious. Despite the cramped backseat of the car, Cove was very comfortable and his reassurance was nice. He was right here and he cared. It was hard to dwell on future troubles when he was doing his best to comfort you. Hey, Brooke. Quinn acts like I don't wake up at that ungodly hour every day. I know, but like that's your every day. That's what you do every day. It's still horrendous. His voice was calming, and his eyes were full of his fondness for you. His mouth quirked into a crooked smile. I have a great plan. Okay, lay it on me, because it better not be we break up, otherwise I'll kill you. I'll kill you dead. We can just stop thinking about the future and all of that. You had no idea what he meant. He didn't acknowledge your confusion and continued. I'll still get that little apartment, and you can move in too. I'll stay as close to here as possible, and I'll get a new job on the shopping street. I'll sell pretzels. He lightly stroked your head as he spoke. On the word pretzel, he traced a loop-de-loop shape that you had a suspicion was supposed to be a pretzel. You can probably find a job there too. You could also sell pretzels. We'll be business partners. And then we'll do that forever. We'll never have to worry about what to do or where to go or letting our lives change ever again. We'll just sell pretzels forever. What do you think? I don't want to sell pretzels forever. You fucking... You idiot. You laughed through your tears. It was just so ridiculous. You couldn't help but laugh even when you could feel your eyes water. It's perfect. You're a genius. Cove, that plan actually stinks. There's no way we're doing that. Is it bad that I actually like the sound of that plan? It's perfect. You're a genius. A beautiful, beautiful genius. Cove chuckled, appearing entirely too innocent. I'm pleased you agree. I can't wait. Pretzels and you. What kind of pretzels will we sell? We'll have pretzels for all our meals too. As a start to our day as pretzel merchants, should we get to the mood by eating pretzels? Yep, you are what you eat. We'll make mini pretzels that we can stick in a bowl and we'll just like cereal. It was fun to not be so serious for a bit, though soon Cove's tone changed. Brooke. He started to speak but drifted off. All the sounds of the world outside were muffled and distant. In that space, in that moment, it really felt as though there was no one except you and Cove. Cove softly ran his hand up and down your arm. It felt reassuring. Finally, he was able to continue his thought. No matter what, you can count on me whenever you need something, or even if you just want it. We're becoming more dependent, but you're never actually alone in this world. Thank you. You're not without a word. Sounds like I'll never be ready then. No. You kiss him. You kiss him again. You reached over and put your hand on his cheek. You stroked his face softly before you leaned in. With your kiss, you tried to pass along all the adoration he felt made you feel. Cove responded easily and kissed you back with a smile. You parted and kissed a few times, wanting to stay close, and we're just making out in the back of our mom's car. You considered the thought of living with Cove in his tiny apartment in the pretzel plan, or just in general. I'd be fine living with you, if that could ever work out. We'd better live together sometime, just not like that. You stayed quiet. I'd be fine living with you, if that could ever work out.
Really?
Really? I'd like it too. Cove beamed. You felt much better than you did 5 minutes ago. He was your ray of sunshine. Cove turned red but met your eyes. He was happy, even though his blush took over his face. I guess we should be able to head back without carrying the weight of all this. That's important after all. He paused with a smirk. You anticipated a joke, or at least an attempt at one. Our hands will finally be free for other things, like eating our meal, so that'll be nice. No! Thanks, Cove. Yeah, it'll be really nice. That's true. Our hands are free to do other things now. Cove flushed and sighed with exasperation at the insinuation. You were surprised he really hadn't seen this coming.
Seriously?
Seriously? Listen, he started to run. Does it get horny? Wait, does this game get horny? There's no way, right? I'm gonna try it. For Ninja. You were eager, but Cove put his own hands up to his face. Trying to hide. You had brought out his bashful side.
Oh my god.
We probably shouldn't. This is your mom's car. He pouted, and that made him frown in turn. Suddenly he leaned into you. He kissed you. He let out a surprised gasp, but no, you were glad. You let the kiss break just long enough for you to flip over into a more front-facing position to make reaching him easier. Then you kissed him back deeply. Using your hands as much as possible, you slid one up to the neck to cradle his head. You felt his fingers trace down your back. You pressed closer and continued kissing. We're just making out. We're making out in the back of my mom's car. Oh my god. I'm literally getting flushed. What the hell? This is the BL I'm talking about. After a couple of minutes, he broke away. His face was red. My face is red. And he scratched his ears sheepishly. We still shouldn't go at it too much in here. Plus, you observed his leg. His left leg was sprawled across the back seat, while his right was oddly folded in the space beneath the seats. This bank was not made for tall guy legs. I don't exactly fit and everything, so I don't exactly fit. Wee-wah-woo-wah. The flusterment coming off of him made you laugh. You gave him a break and pulled away fully. He smiled, pleased at how everything turned out. I'm so happy! Ah! With that, you happily stepped into the world again. You made sure to grab your phone and the key on the way out. Cove's stomach rumbled after you locked your mum's car back up. I could give you something to eat. Are you hungry? I've got something that'll fill you right up! I'm so glad it's like 11 o'clock. god, feral. Looks like we're heading back just in time. Yeah. Is it tight in here or is it just me? It was a short walk back to the restaurant. It felt like you blinked and then suddenly you were retaking your place at the table. Fuck, you felt nervous. You didn't want to explain what happened yet. Everyone knows. Everyone can see your boner. Everyone knows. Liz took in your appearance with a grateful expression. To your surprise, she seemed alright with letting your disappearance act go. No comment. Why you big? Thank goodness you're back, Brooke. You have to back me up here. A hair elastic is called a hair elastic. It's called a bobble, but sure. It's a hair tie. Even just coming into the argument, you could tell they were just joking around. Neither Liz nor Lee was taking this semantic discussion seriously. Thin scrunchy? What about rubber band? You can use both terms. I know nothing about hair stuff, Liz. I know nothing about hair stuff. Traitor. Your mom's laughed, and you felt your discomfort subside a bit. Ma caught your eye. You alright, Brooke? I'm fine, Ma. You nodded. Throughout the next few minutes, you found yourself drawn into different conversations, each one where everyone checked on you in their own way. The warmth of everyone's love comforted you. You decided to tuck this treasured feeling close to your heart. You wanted to remember it for a long, long time. Night fell soon after everyone's finished their meals, and before you knew it, you were standing in the parking lot, saying your goodbyes and packing up the cars to go home. After the last of the chores were done, your family spent some more time together. The rest of the night felt like it was going by in a blink of an eye, and somehow the time came to retire to your room to sleep. You pulled your covers up under your chin and settled down for the night, getting warm and cozy. As your head sank into your pillow, I swear to God, if this motherfucker comes to my window again. You could see it all now behind your eyelids, as though you were experiencing it all over again. And then the image of Cove popped into your head, and you smiled softly to yourself. You decided to send him a text. You texted him to come over. You wanted to sneak out to his room. Can we sneak out to his room, finally? If Code could do it, then you didn't see why you shouldn't be allowed to. You made up your mind. As quietly as you could manage, you put on your shoes and slipped out your room, closing the door behind you softly. Heading slowly down, you took care not to make the floor creak, especially the boards right by the bathroom. Those definitely squeaked. The stillness of the night made even the slightest sound seem so much louder to your ears, and you were very aware of your mom sleeping nearby. Upon reaching the bottom, you tiptoed towards the front door. Slipping out into the crisp night air, you shut the door and took a relieved breath. Excitement rising, you dashed across the street towards Cove's house. The road too was surreal, at this hour, familiar and yet strange. It might have been eerie at another time, but with how eager you were, you hardly cared. You attempted to find your way from the normal footpath to the side of the condo, but the limited lighting was making it difficult. You knew for sure which window was Cove's, and lucky for you, it was on the first floor. Unlike Cove, you wouldn't have to do any building scaling. All you needed to do was make it safely over the fence and past the bushes without being caught or injured. Sneaking closer, you glanced over the hedges towards Cove's bedroom. Finding it cracked open, perfect. You wouldn't have to knock and worry about him not answering. Hoisting yourself up with ease, you cleared the fence and avoided the shrubs, then darted over the window. You buzzed with a nervous excitement as you approached it in the dark, having successfully made it all the way here unseen. I'm gonna get smoked with Cove! Ah! Lifting the window up so it was fully open, you pushed yourself halfway through, your legs dangling into the underbrush below. It was a little awkward, as a small shelf was right in the way. You had to take care not to knock over a couple of plants, but you made it through with minimal noise. We're in Cove's bedroom! This is the first time we're seeing Cove's bedroom! Okay, relax. Why are you not relaxed? Crystal, get in here. Backseat gamer, of course. Enjoy your looky look. What do y'all even know about Crystal, huh? What do y'all even know? Nothing. You could know more if you followed. There we go. Collector's Cove. Once safely inside, you dusted yourself off and turned back to close the window gently. With only the soft glow of moonlight in Cove's fish tank there to see the way. Then, straining your eyes to the dark, you crept towards Cove's bed. Okay, Brooke, this is not the play. Barely making out the sleeping figure beneath the covers. By the sounds of his soft breathing, you could tell that he hadn't heard you come in, and a small smile tugged at your lips. You startled him awake with a loud noise. You poked him until he woke up. You nudged him gently. You whispered his name. You sat down on top of him. You let him sleep and sat beside him. Not that. You nudged him gently. After a couple of nudges, he sleepily blinked his eyes and mumbled something incoherent beneath his breath. Cove, I wanted to come over. Is that alright? He let out a yawn and rolled towards you, waking up just enough to understand the question, but not the full context. A faint smile appeared on his face. Yeah, I want you here. He was here! He reached for you, his arms wrapping around your neck as he pulled you towards him. When your foreheads touched, he gave a satisfied sigh. Then, as if totally unaware of what he had done, he started dozing off again. You snickered quietly to yourself as you sat there. He could figure it out on his own, and after a few more seconds, he did. Wait, Brooke? Yes, I'm here. He shuffled under the covers and sat up to stare at you in alarm.
What?
Why are you in my room? What happened? Bitch, you come to my room all the time. A smile slipped onto your face as he finally registered your presence for real. He said nothing. I didn't want to be alone. I was bored. You hugged him. You pulled him in for a kiss. I'm doing it again. Clutching the front of his shirt, you gently pulled him towards you and met his lips with your own. He kissed you back softly, but pulling back too quickly, looking a little flustered. Was that the whole reason? No! I screamed! No! No, not the clip! Not this one! Please! Let me live! God damn it! I'm doing it again! Just let me squee in peace! God damn it! He hesitated before whispering the next part embarrassedly. To kiss me? It's not the only reason. Wee-wah woo-wah. I love you too, Bessie. Rah! Does it get spicy? How spicy does it get? How spicy does it get? Let's find out. It's not the only reason. He gave a small sigh, but it held a great deal of affection. I should have known you'd do this one of these days. It's only fair. Yeah, exactly. You let out a breath, feeling relieved that he didn't seem bothered by it. In fact, it felt kind of good. You thought maybe this enthusiasm was why Cove did it so often. He pushed himself up fully, swinging his legs over the side of the bed and leaving a spot for you beside him. His hands shook where he held them in his lap. He was nervous. He was nervous. Quinn asks this while I have Organizer tabbed, please. Is Jazz still playing Organizer? You can stay as long as you want. Really? Yeah, really. Overnight? I'll go home soon. I don't have to stay. How long do you want to stay? Can I stay the whole night? How long do you want me to stay?
Well,
to be honest, there aren't a lot of situations where leaving you is ever what I want. I guess only when I annoy you and you need space. No, never. You chuckled softly, doubting that would happen anytime soon. Okay, I won't go anywhere. His face lit up as he settled in even more. I've secretly slept over in your room before. It's fair. Huh? Wait. Back up. Wait. What do you mean? I've secretly slept over in your room before. It's fair. You get to do that too. You snickered, feeling pleased with your decision to do this. Oh, we're just gonna glaze over that fact? Cove's a fucking stalker? You can have the bed if you want to sleep. I don't need it. I'll stay on the floor. No, you stay in the bed, but it's your bed. So, you're my guest. You rolled your eyes and let out a soft laugh, which Cove returned as he rubbed at the back of his neck. We could share the bed. There was only one bed. Organizer is a wild name. All streams they want to finish all 50 levels. Damn, 50 levels of orgy? Damn. I'll take the floor. Wouldn't mind if you took the bed. I appreciate you taking the floor, Cove. We should just share the bed. I mean, yeah. I guess we could do that. Nothing is stopping us. Holding back your amusement, you try not to grin at his bashfulness. He had obviously hadn't thought it through completely, but at least he was up for it. We're gonna share the bed. You could hear the tremble in Cove's voice as he held his hands together to keep them from shaking. Actually, maybe not. Your eyebrows rose at how quickly he changed his mind, but when you saw he was serious, you let out a sigh. I'm sorry, I'll do it. I can do it. I want to do it. I just need a second. It's not that serious. You felt nervous about it. You said calmed? Like, if you don't want to, I don't want to. If you don't want to, I don't want to. It's not that serious. I stay calm. He simply waited for him to ready himself and gather his nerves. It only took a couple of moments longer before he turned to you, attempting a weak smile. Ready? Yeah, let's get in there. You took another deep breath and you slipped under the covers, making room for him to get in with after you. Laying as straight as a steel rod, Cove tensed up beside you, so still he was barely breathing at all. You rested on your side and faced him, your eyebrows pinched in the middle as you watched him. He looked back at you deeply. Brooke. What? All of a sudden, he started trembling and shaking more than ever, and then he scrambled out of the bed. You bolted upright, leaning back on your hands as you stared at him in shock. Are you alright? Yeah, I'll be back. I just need some more time. I can leave if you don't want to. He ran a hand through his hair in exasperation and paced around the room, breathing heavily. Oh, poor baby. You were worried for him, but completely at a loss for what to do. As though you could read your mind, he spoke again.
Don't worry about it.
It's fine, don't worry. He assured you between heavy, gasping breaths, but you were having trouble believing him. When he bent over with his hands on his knees, like he had just run a marathon, you were even more concerned. This isn't a problem, just a process. This is the process. This is the process. My guy has anxiety, same. He's so cute. I can't. He's so precious. He held up a hand to reassure you, and with nothing left to do, you sank back down into the bed and let him have the space he obviously needed. Okay, take all the time you need. And it did take some time for him to finish working out his nervous energy and steady his breath, breathing to an even rhythm. But eventually he collected himself enough to relax. You tentatively glanced over at him, watching as he let out one last deep sigh before turning back to you. Can I come back still? It's your bed, my guy! Of course! You smiled reassuringly and shuffled over to make space for him. He immediately perked up as he slipped back into bed beside you, though was still careful not to get too close. Neither of us are going to get pregnant, we're fine. Thank you for waiting again, as always. He laughed shyly, his soft eyes meeting yours through the dim light.
Are you okay?
I'm fine, are you okay? I am now that you are. I'll always wait for you, Cove. It took you long enough, but it's fine now. You're not quiet. I'll always wait for you, Cove. He squeezed your arm a little tighter, his lips curving into a smile as he looked at you in awe. He shuffled closer an inch at a time, before nuzzling into your neck and wrapping his arms around your side. You let him hold you, you stayed like that. You grasped his shirt, you wrapped your arms around him. You grasped his shirt. Holding on tight, you inhaled his familiar scent and let it envelop you in warmth. The room grew quiet around you. The only sounds to be heard were the faraway crash of the ocean waves and your breath mingling in the small space between you. Cove's heart was pounding, the thump of it rumbling through you as he spoke again softly. You know, I'm not scared of you, right? It's just so many other things that scare me. What scares you? I'm afraid of what-if hypotheticals that aren't actually real, but I think about anyway, and of nebulous concepts of what things mean that I can barely explain even to myself. I'm scared of my own feelings and how much I feel them. My boy's autistic! Ah! And I'm afraid, because tomorrow things will be different between us, but I'll be alone again. Oh, my heart! No, don't do that to me. He held onto you tighter, his breath stuttering ever so slightly. It's normal right now to see you during the day and part ways at night. Except for special exceptions. A little laugh escaped him before his tone became serious once more. It's easier to stay where I am than it is to make myself move. To not take a risk. To not know what I might be missing, but... He hesitated, and he reached up to brush a few strands of hair from his face gently, his eyes slowly fixing on yours. Why did doing the easy thing get so hard? When it comes to you, I don't know how to stay still. I want to keep taking steps forward. Honestly, when I see your face or even imagine it, I want to start sprinting. But when I try, I hit a wall. Wall. It's just like I physically can't do it on one side of my mind. There's something blocking me. And then on the other side, I absolutely can't stop myself from doing it. It never ends well.
I'm always like this.
I hate it. It's the most frustrating thing. Why do I do it every time? I'm annoyed with the way I am, so I have no idea how to stand it. I'm sorry I act so split when it comes to romantic things. I do not want you to think you're rushing me when I know I'm giving mixed signals. No, you're totally fine. And I don't want to miss out on being happy by being like this, but sometimes I still can't help it. My boy. So basically what I'm trying to say is that I'm glad you've never given up on me. It means a lot. It means everything to me. I'm crying. You don't give up me either. You've been there whenever I really needed it. It's who you are and I accept you. He's found an understanding. You don't give up me either. His eyes glossed over a little. My wet boy! My wet boy! Over a little as he squeezed you closer to him and smiled, his heart rate finally relaxing to a normal rhythm.
Good night.
Good night, Brooke. Good night. He leaned forward to kiss you tenderly, his hand gently moving to cradle the back of your
I
head.
love you.
Ah! He said it! He said it! Nobody panic. Nobody panic. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. A normal thing. What? Hmm? Your heart skipped a beat as Cove stared at you, his confused expression a perfect mirror of your own. And then, as gears had slowly turned and clicked into place in his head, his eyes widened.
Oh my god.
Oh! His mouth opened wide as he sucked in a huge breath, barely even moving a muscle. You love me? He said nothing, continued to inhale, as though he could suck them back in, completely horrified with having blurted out those words. He said the thing! He shut his eyes tight and mumbled something, but you couldn't hear it, and with his mouth covered. It's okay, Cove. His eyes burst open once more. In a panic, he finally pulled his hand away from his mouth. Is it? Roll end credits. Is it okay? Those feelings were held deeply in him, and to have let them get through when he hadn't meant to was immensely distressing. You knew Cove and were positive he was worried that it was going to ruin things between the two of you, but he didn't need to be. Yes, it is. He gave you a soft smile and nodded at him in encouragement. He looked at you profoundly before speaking in a small voice. I'm in love with you. That's not too much. Overwhelming emotions. I just got an achievement for Cove being in love with us. You locked eyes with him, feeling as though you could almost burst with happiness in your heart. You knew exactly what you wanted to say. I love you too. I love you too. I love you too. Didn't even read the other options. Didn't even see the other options. Your confession was out in the open, hanging in the air between you, and you smiled at him. A relieved sob escaped Cove. You tucked his head down and clutched the front of your shirt. You held him close to you as he spoke between gasping breaths. Thank God! Thank you! Oh, thank you! Oh my God, he's so precious! Oh, saying thank you! What a polite boy. So polite. Oh my God, I'm yelling, I'm screaming. It's 11:30 at night and I'm yelling. Thank you! I love you, Cole. I'm so happy you said something. I have a feeling it would go like this. You don't have to thank me for anything. You found yourself speechless. I'm not commenting. No! I love you, Cole. I'm going to say it again. You're the only one for me. Saying thank you is something I would say. It's too cute. You cried with him. You wiped his tears. You squeezed his hand. You smiled at him. You snuggled him. Where's the kiss? Where's the kiss option? None of this. No, just kiss him. You snuggled. Burrowing your face in his hair, you chuckled softly and inhaled his familiar, comforting scent. I'm crying. Oh my God. Cove's eyes widened at you. He's crying. I'm crying. Brimming with fresh tears as his expression turned serious. It felt like I'd never be able to make myself say it. He laughed and the tears fell even stronger as he shook from it. He's such a wet boy. I can't believe I did it by accident. He covered his eyes with one hand. If you hadn't felt the same way, I don't know. I can't bring myself to imagine it, and I don't have to, because you do. You love me. You do love me. I do love you. He whispered the words to himself softly, as if he'd hardly dared to believe them at all. Then he closed his eyes, his hands still shaking as they moved to take yours. I'm sorry. I really am always like this. You needed to kiss him. Kiss him again. Kiss him again. Keep kissing him. Kiss his stupid face. Where's the kiss? Where's the kiss option? Please. That's so real, Ice Queen. What the fuck? Oh, that was the wedding. The one day you're supposed to bring your A game and all you brought was yogurt. Fuck, that's a really good quote. Damn. I'm pretty sure that was you as well, Ice Queen. Like, you getting some banger quotes, Ice Queen. As your lips met, you kissed. He kissed you desperately, as though all he wanted was to hold on to this moment, to you. When he kissed you deeper, your hand slipped behind his neck, feeling the tiny goosebumps spreading across his skin. Brooke, you couldn't help thinking about how happy you were to be with him, how you were certain you wanted to spend your life with him, and you told him as much. I'ma tell him! Although, I'm glad you take credit for it. Wait, does it say who got it? I'll just let you know, I'm actually sexy as fuck. Don't you tell. I hope we get to spend our whole lives together. Cove's expression crumpled again. He wasn't able to tamp down the newest wave of emotion. His eyes watered once more, and he took a few heavy breaths. I hope so too! We could be together, always, have a place of our own, eat pretzels, sell pretzels, and a kid, and kids, and also pets, and a pet. Also a pet. Do you think so? You felt warm being able to talk about this openly. You liked to imagine the life you could have together, and now you could do it with him. He rubbed at his scarred arm passionately. You know, I thought having to grow up for real was going to be so hard. I didn't know if I even could, but you, well, maybe it wouldn't be that impossible. Good morning, slime girl. You're supposed to be in bed. You're supposed to be sleeping. What are you doing? I mean, I better make sure it's not, huh? I'm looking forward to it. Curling himself up, he nestled in close to you, letting you wrap your arms around him and hold him tight. You were still smiling as you snuggled into him, getting as close as you could. Cocooning in his warmth, you easily grew comfortable next to him, feeling him ease into you as well. Before long, your eyes were growing heavy, and you drifted off into a restful sleep side by side. The next morning, you were lost in a comfortable dream, until a loud noise startled you awake, and your eyes flew open, wildly searching for the source of the sound. Get out of here, Dad! No! It was the door opening abruptly, and in the frame stood Mr. Holden. Smiling brightly, he hadn't seemed to have noticed you straight away. Get your butt out of bed, sport. Mom's here. Oh, fuck. Oh! All of a sudden, the two of you made eye contact, and he froze where he stood, the smile slowly slipping from his face. Well, that's not what I usually walk into. I clearly should have knocked this morning. What do we do? Your mouth wordlessly fell open. Yeah, you should have knocked. Of course, Cove would get away with sneaking into my room, and I'm the one who gets caught. Good morning, Mr. Holden. Morning, Brooke. Cove blinked his eyes tiredly and mumbled something incoherent before turning towards the door. Both you and Mr. Holden stared at him for a few moments, neither knowing what to say or do. Cove, who continued looking at his dad dozily, was obviously having a hard time trying to process the situation. Then his eyes widened. Dad! Get out of my room! Cove scrambled off the bed in an attempt to get to his feet, pushing the covers back off of the both of you. Forgetting there was an overhanging ceiling above him, he shot upwards and hit his head on the wood. Ow! He flopped back down on his pillow, pressing a hand to his head and groaning loudly. You laugh! You laugh. You couldn't help the sound from breaking out, though when Cove shot you, an unappreciative look, you clamped your mouth shut. Cove, bud, are you alright over there? I mean, I was until you came in. We're having a grand old time. I really needed a command for like drums for a joke, like bum bum tis. Some might say I woke up in the void. Shut up. Okay.
Yes.
Please, just go. Okay, I'll leave. Cliff held his hands in front of him in a calm gesture, even though Cove couldn't see it. He turned to make his exit, but stopped abruptly in the doorway, obviously deciding he had something more to say. I know we've talked about this before, but I feel like now is one of those times to mention that I was barely older than you when I found out I was gonna be a daddy, so now Mr. Holden, no! Just, we're not having kids. What's that? I missed that. Just if there's anything you need to say or ask about, we're not having kids. I know, I was only saying, at that age things can move fast, and... He let out a sigh, running a hand over his face before stopping himself and saying calmly, you know what, it's fine, we'll chat about this later. Yeah, I can't get your son pregnant, but my god, am I gonna try. Slime girl, thanks for getting your daily arcade pass. Kira's waiting. With that, he stepped back out on the room, giving the two of you one last look before pulling the door shut behind him. Cove rubbed at his face before dropping his head into his hands and mumbling between his fingers. Oh my god. Oh my god. He patted him on the leg. Well, that was fun. He said nothing, and you got the impression he didn't appreciate your comment. With a heavy sigh, Cove forced himself to sit up again. He frowned hard, staring over at the closed door. Sorry. I guess we can't just hide in here for now. He gave you a sidelong glance, and despite his displeasure at the situation, a small smirk quirked his lips.
It's nice.
It's too bad. It would have been really nice. Too bad is right. I hope we'll get the chance to do this again soon. You found yourself smiling along with him. The two of you took a few minutes to get up properly and get yourself as ready as possible before heading out to see Kira. Kira was waiting patiently in the living room. She was in high spirits, with her eyes set on the hallway. Her amused smile only widened when you and Cove froze. It didn't take long for the realization to sink in that the scene must have been loud enough for her to hear even from here. Cove tried to look unimpressed, eyes narrowed, over Kira's smug delight though. Her face was already turning red, and his mom hadn't even said anything yet. He squared his shoulders, lifted his head, and strode forward.
Hey.
Hi, Mom! Hi, baby, and hello to you too, Brooke. Her tone cracked in her greeting, and then she just gave in and laughed, unable to keep any of it in. Cove frowned at that, and his eyebrows furrowed. Sorry for the interruption. I didn't know you already had guests. Shut up, Mom! His frown wobbled as he became even more embarrassed by this moment. He couldn't muster up any words to defend himself. Well, it's not like anyone's surprised by this. Well, it's not like anyone's surprised by this. You don't have to laugh. Kira laughed even harder this time. As it slowed, she brought a hand up to cover her mouth, but you both could still see her shoulders shake. Cove still looked mortified, but he shot you a stern look. All you could do was smile. Cove was still unable to say anything, other than his teeth biting into the inside of his cheek. He stood there frozen. Kira studied you both for a moment.
It's alright.
It's okay, my not-so-little mister is spreading his wings. I can't complain about that. She lightly tapped the tip of his nose. That got a tiny smile out of Cove. Despite being much taller than Kira at this point, he still seemed like a little kid in front of her. You released the air you were holding in your lungs, and then Kira's gaze locked onto you. You know, we were just about to go over to see Pam and Noelle. Are you two coming? I'll go home, sure. He stretched his arms for a moment and yawned, trying to physically shake off what happened.
Sounds good.
Yeah, sounds good.
Great.
Let's do it. It was then that you noticed Mr. Holden standing on the other side of the room. You figured he must have been trying to create some space for everyone during that last conversation. You could tell he felt a bit awkward, but he tried smiling reassuringly as he scratched the back of his neck. His attention went to Cove. Bud, do you want to get changed first? Cove looked down at his pajamas for a moment. He shook his head. No, we don't have to wait for that. Are you sure? It's only a trip across the street.
Don't worry about it.
I'm alright. Besides, Brooke is going in pajamas too. Fair point. Cove then leaned in closer. He grumbled quietly. And your mom has got to figure out what happened anyway, so yeah. Anyway, away we go.
Hello.
Hi there. Mom answered the door. Brooke? Hi, Mom.
Huh?
How? When did you get out there? Why are you still in your pajamas? Figure it out, Mom. Get there faster, please. Mom's eyebrows raised as she gave you a deep, examining stare. Meanwhile, you and Cove shared a slow side glance with each other. Before you could answer, more heads popped into view around the doorway. Ma, Liz, and Lee were all chuckling. To be honest, I always assumed Cove had been the one sneaking around. Cove had been the one sneaking around. Her eyes sparkled with amusement, and you had to look away. You noticed Cove's face was burning red again. It was a solid theory, Lonnie. Most likely they've both been breaking and entering. We've both been doing a B&E. I wouldn't put it past my baby. He takes after his parents. Hey, you're right. I can't believe my Brooke has been getting up to all that, to mischief too. It was the one time, the one and only time I do it and I get caught. Horrendous. Mortified, Cove looked like he wanted to disappear, while the adults chuckled and discussed what you and him may or may not have done. Fortunately, they left the conversation there. Enough of standing around there. Come on in. Okay.
Of course.
We had breakfast. Blah, blah, blah.
Of course.
So we're thrilled to host you. Why don't we go to the beach? Okay, I'm gonna head to bed before my depressive brain starts pulling any tricks on me. Have fun. See you all next time. Of course, Mezes. I hope you sleep well. A scenic picnic, eh?
Yeah.
Looking for a picnic? Hey, Brooke.
So?
I was thinking about calling Terry and Miranda, see if they can come to you. Everyone else is pretty much already here, so would your family mind? That'd be cool, I'll ask them. Ask them round. I don't see why not.
You alright with that?
Okay.
The more the merrier. Eee. Delighted you nod and turned over your heels. Cove was still several feet away, talking to Lee and Liz, likely about the same topic. With a beaming smile, you gave him a thumbs up, and the two of them must have also approved, as Cove quickly got his phone out and started making the calls. At that, you turned your attention to helping with the picnic setup. Unexpectedly, your phone started ringing. You see the caller ID, filling your heart jump with excitement. You answered the video call request. It was Derek! Derek! Hey, it's been a while. Wait, Derek got hot! What the hell? Seriously, but what's up? The voice that came through was much deeper than it had been when you first met, but it still had the exact same amount of enthusiasm as a kid. Have you been enjoying these crazy summer days? I would have enjoyed them more if you had been there. It's been memorable, to say the least. Sounds interesting. You'll have to catch me up on that. But what about you? How's your summer been? You were beyond curious to know what Derek had been up to since the last time you spoke. He chuckled, noticing your invested tone. Honestly, I've just been slammed with stuff lately. College applications and scholar inquiries. What else is new? I bet you're even more toned than the last time I saw you, you joked. Your only real struggle will be choosing which place to go. They'll all be desperate to have you. Totally. His chuckle turned into a sigh. You could hear his small smile when he'd smoke. I really hope so anyways. That would be amazing. What about your family? Are your brothers being good? My little brother are little punks, but I guess they're doing alright. You both laughed at that. Mum and Dad are fine. That's great. My mums are too. Turning your attention back to your surroundings, you smiled warmly at your family buzzing around. Towels were laid out in chairs and umbrellas were being set up. Actually, I'm out with my mom's right now. Liz and Lee are here visiting too. Oh, that's fun, but if that's the deal, I'll let you get back to it. Are you sure? I don't mind. I'm sure. I'm not about to lose your number. Okay, bye. Bye, Brooke. Have a heck of a day. Hanging up the conversation left you energized within good spirits. It was exactly what you needed to make this day even better. You hurried over to your mom's and helped put the rest of the food out. In moments you noticed Cove on your side. So what did they say? They're gonna come! Cool! Thanks for calling them.
No problem.
No problem. I'm glad I thought of it. They'll meet us here later today. It shouldn't be too long. I can wait. Once the setup was done, everyone got comfortable and dug into the food. You couldn't remember the last time breakfast tasted this good, but you attributed it to the gorgeous ocean view and soothing sea breeze. Morning swiftly came away gave way to afternoon, and a very recognizable face came walking down the shore. Baxter seemed momentarily surprised to see you all there. He pleasantly approached with a wave.
Hello, folks.
Hello there. I didn't mean to intrude on the party. I was coming down to get some fresh air. Oh, you didn't intrude on anything. You're welcome to join us. Yee.
Thank you.
Well, I can't possibly say no, thank you. Baxter's gaze moved over to you and Cole. He smiled. Brooke, Cove, long time no see. Hi. You waved from where you leisurely sat and Cove nodded. It was then that Baxter noticed the faces he didn't immediately recognize from around the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Hi.
Baxter, risen up my cousin. You took a moment to introduce the three, and conversation shifted to what you all would do next.
In that case,
A few rounds of volleyball.
is that all right?
It's a beach episode. Could I play? Of course, Miranda. Yee. Fun to watch. I'll ref. My eyes don't miss anything except for your son being gay.
Really?
I want to make a necklace. Yee.
Absolutely.
My kind of thing. I'd like to join too, please. I'll play volleyball. You look at Ma ready to jump into the competitive mode. She looks thrilled to have you on board. I'm going to play some volleyball. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Now that plans were settled, the group's temporarily split into two.
Anyway,
Well,
She walked over to you and hooked her arm around yours. You laughed. I want to be on Brooke's team. Would it be okay if I was? No, I want to beat Cove. All right, I'll be Ma and me. You wanted to have fun with your Ma. Cove put on his game face, not intending to go easy on you now that you were on opposite sides. When Mr. Holden finished drawing the court, he went and fetched the volleyball from the various other supplies you all brought here. Sounds like we have our teams all set up, right?
yes.
Yes. Good. Now get to your sides. The four of you situated yourselves on one side or the other of the court with your partner. Mr. Holden tossed the ball to Ma.
do you mind?
Since this was all Nolana's idea, I think it's fair she gets to serve first. Thank you, Cliff.
Yeah.
Whoa, Mom, show 'em, boss. Go, Brooke, make them eat sand. Okay, Liz. You kicked a small heap of sand out of the way on the simple court, making her laugh. You turned towards Ma. Don't hold back. You're going down. Good luck, Ma. You quietly go. Don't hold back. Get him. Kill him. With that, Ma got into position and delivered a practiced first serve. The game began. In the battle over the volleyball, both teams scored points. There wasn't a set amount to reach to end things, so it went back and forth for as long as everyone wanted to play. The game went on for quite a while as everyone got into it. Especially with the cheers and added commentary, Liz and Mr. Holden made the whole game better with their humour and wit. From a distance, the drawing-making group would also cheer when they heard shouts coming out of the court. On top of that, they would hold up each newly made piece in the air, and the players would take a breather to applaud the creation. It wasn't until all of you were exhausted from the running, spiking, and diving that a truce was called. You enjoyed every moment of it. The afternoon continued to drift by, but the fun was still going strong. Occasionally, someone would head back to the houses to use the bathroom, rest away from the sun a while, or to retrieve something that they needed, but they always came back. The beach was never empty, and there was always a new conversation to take part in or another game to join. There was only one thing that could bring this beach day to an end, and that was for the day itself to end. Before anyone realised it, the sun began to set over the sea. As that happened, you were taking a break, sitting on a towel with your legs stretched out past it, and your feet buried in the warm sand. Shortly, you looked up to see your moms approaching. They stopped in front of you, and you smiled. Hey there, kiddo.
How are you?
How are you doing? I'm doing really good. How about you? We're wonderful. They both sat down, squishing you between them. Ma leaned her head against yours, and Mom started rubbing your back soothingly. Nothing more was said at first, but Ma sighed contentedly. Mom looked at you wistfully. We're both really proud of you, Brooke. You grew up to be more than we ever could have hoped. Your eyes started tearing up. I'm not sure I deserve any of that glowing praise. So thanks to you two. Ma wrapped an arm around your middle and squeezed you tightly in a side hug. Mum continues lightly scratching your back. That means a lot, but I still think you're selling yourself short. You've always been a lovely person, and I'm so thrilled to know you. Your voice faltered, and you honestly couldn't imagine your life any other way. Ma lightly brushed some of your hair back and left a small kiss there. I'm so happy I got to have both of you as my moms. After that, all three of you were sitting there, getting quite sentimental. I don't know how we got so lucky with you and Liz. Ma reached out in front of you for Mom's hand. She gave it to her, and Ma squeezed it.
Of course.
Brooke has a point. We must have done something, right? You stayed there quietly and contentedly, watching the sunset with your parents for a while, until Mr. Holden called out to you. He was still walking in your direction. We were talking and think we're going to take a walk down the shore, and if you want to come. Automatically, you looked to your moms for what they were thinking. Mom glanced to you, to Ma, and smiled. Sounds good to me.
That's fantastic.
Yes, that'd be very nice. My legs need some stretching. Let's go. Thrilled, Mr. Holden threw out a thumbs up and began heading back to the way he came in a light jog. Hey, don't leave us in the dust. Cliff kept going forward but flipped around, walking backwards across the sand so he could face you again. Don't worry, we wouldn't leave without you. Alright, we'll catch up. Ready to go? Uh-huh. Both of your moms held a hand out to you. Chuckling, you gave them each one and you all strolled back to the rest of the group. When Liz was in reach, Ma used her free hand to pull her into it too. Liz shook her head, but her mouth quirked into a smile and she didn't resist. Together as a family, you followed behind the others hand in hand. Your feet squished into the wet sand as the waves rolled over them, and you didn't have a single care in the whole world. As more and more stars began to dot the sky. Once the sun had long been out of sight, it was finally time to pack up. The closing of the day and the ever-approaching end of summer seemed to intertwine. It caused a quiet, reflective mood to blanket over the group. On the beach, Terry and Miranda took turns compressing Cove in a hug before moving on to do the same to you. You chuckled, still overjoyed that you got to see them today. I'm sorry we have to go already. My parents are here. That's okay. But still, I wish we could have cleared this all up. Don't worry about it. Just thanks for coming out today. It was cool having everyone here.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I'm super glad we came. Hopefully we can do it again sometime. Nodding, you turned your attention to Terry. She wore a large grin on her face and held a hand out for a low five. You obliged.
See you later.
Take care of yourself, buddy. After that, they walked away, waving to you and Cove as they went down the shore. Cove waved quietly back with a small smile on his face. You waved too. Bye. Have a safe trip back. I'm happy I got to see them. You looked at Cove. He nodded.
Me too.
Me too. Taking you by surprise, Terry jumped and twisted around. She kept up with Miranda by walking backwards. She kept the mood of her farewell light by shooting finger guns at you and Cove. Miranda bumped her with a hip. It left everyone with a laugh just before they disappeared by down the bend. Brooke.
Come on.
Hey Cove, could you come here? Both your parents were motioning for you. The two of you went to them. Tons of things ended up at the beach over the course of the day, so there was still so much to pack up, and the parents needed help. With a nod, you got to it, stuffing various things into bags and bundling them up in towels. Once things were ready to go, everyone filled their arms with as much as they could carry. Absolutely no one wanted this to be a back and forth kind of task. The walk back home ended up being mostly quiet. Each person seemed to be feeling the effects of the day. A cool breeze carried you across the sand and onto the road. There was a sigh of relief from what felt like the group as a whole when they arrived back to the neighbourhood. Baxter carefully placed what he had been carrying on the ground. Thank you so much for helping with that.
Thanks.
No, thank you for allowing me to join today. You all shared with me. Helping to carry it back is the least I can do. Ma nodded, and the others started collecting their things from his pile. Baxter, meanwhile, stepped over to you and Cove. It really was a pleasure getting to know you both this summer. Is he sunburnt, or is it just a shadow? I think it's just a shadow. His head tilted toward you, and he smiled warmly, Baxter offering you his hand. You used your free handshake, Hiv. You side-hugged him. I side-hugged him. It took a moment, but after shuffling what you were carrying, you were able to free one of your hands enough to pull Baxter into a quick hug. He genuinely laughed and looked at you fondly when you let go. I think we did end up being as good friends. I really enjoyed meeting you. Good luck on the next semester of school. You didn't say anything.
Glad to hear it.
I wholeheartedly agree, Brooke. I enjoyed the vacation immensely thanks to you. Baxter turned to shake Cove's hand this time. He was a little incredulous for a moment, but then Cove eventually shifted what he was carrying and took Baxter's hand. It wasn't long, but it was a solid handshake. Baxter was clearly pleased. I wish we had more time together, but it was still a nice ride while it lasted. Would happily do it all over again. Bye, Baxter. Bye. Yeah, bye. Not Cove. Cove be like, yeah, goodbye. Why are you still here? Baxter nodded and walked a few steps towards his condo. He then stopped and waved.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Baxter sauntered away completely and disappeared inside the condo to return to his own things, his time with you and your family and friends ending. You paused for a moment, staring at where he went. But afterwards you looked back over at the rest of the group. Lee and Liz were just going inside the house. You couldn't spot Kira or Mr. Holden anywhere, but the door to their house was wide open. Mum approached you with an amused look on her face. Seems like you're holding up some Holden things. Surprised, you glanced down to take a quick inventory of what you were holding. Mum was right, some of it belonged to the neighbours. Would you mind dropping it off now? Can do, it's not a problem. Thank you very much. Cove took a few steps towards his house and stopped, waiting for you. Good night, Cove. I'll see you inside, Brooke. Night! You caught up with Cove and together you went over to his house. Walking in the front door, you saw Kira and Mr. Holden busily unpacking already. Things were scattered on counters and they were moving around each other, putting the items away. They both lifted their heads when Cove closed the front door. Hey! It's nice seeing you all again already, Brooke. Her teasing tone brought a light smile to your face. You hefted the stuff in, your arms a little closer. I ended up with things of yours from the beach. Oh, thanks for getting that to us. You can put it, here on the coffee table. Mr. Holden pointed at the surface he was referring to, and you immediately left what didn't belong to your family there. Cove put his own things down on the floor just at his feet, wading through everything strewn about to reach his parents. Putting your family stuff on the ground for a moment, you dusted your hands off and straightened up. You needed a second of rest and a minute to resituate it all. You went over closer to where Cove and his parents were. Kira smiled gently at you. Her hair is so pretty too. Thank you for hanging out with me today. It was a blast. I had a ton of fun. Okay,
Thanks very much.
I want to talk to Brooke. Really glad that you're my neighbor. Blah, 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 blah.
See you.
Don't worry about it.
Cove walked you to the door and held it open. Taking one last check around to make sure you had all your things to bring home, you went into the road. He leaned his body against the door frame, not following you out. So this is it, huh? Actually, that's not what I meant. His expression twisted and he shook his head a bit, like he was trying to banish the pensive thoughts.
Bye.
I'll just say bye. Bye, I'll see you soon. Your mouth pulled into a soft smile and you weren't sure who you were trying to reassure more. Cove reached forward and gently cupped your face with his hand. His thumb trailed across your cheek for several heartbeats. Mesmerized by his blue eyes, you stepped forward, delighted to oblige the request he was silently asking. He met you halfway as he smiled into a kiss! It was soft with longing, and his chest arched knowing that there couldn't be anything more than this, at least for now. One of his hands grabbed onto the door handle and firmly held it. He was stopping himself from coming along with you. Come along! As you walked over to your own front door, you stopped. Turning around, you spotted Cove right where you left him. You laughed quietly to yourself. For a small pause, you both stared at each other from across the street. You blew him a kiss. You ran back and hugged him. You put the remaining stuff from the beach down on the step and almost tripped, falling across the road. The next thing you knew, you were diving into Cove's arms, wrapping his arms around his neck, the force of it all knocking you both loudly into the doorway. But neither of you cared. You both held each other tightly as you buried your face into the crook of his neck.
Night.
Night, Brooke. He smelled like salt. He smelled like salt water and sunscreen and like home. It was a while until either of you thought to separate. Slowly, you made the trek home and collected what you left on the step into your arms again. Things couldn't be dragged out any longer. After one more shared smile, you opened the door and went inside, shutting it behind you. A few steps in, you saw your family gathered in the living room. They were still busy unpacking and cleaning. You added the things you brought to the pile on the kitchen counter. Mum stood up, rubbing her eyes a bit. She yawned loudly.
Thanks. All right.
Okay, and then they went to bed. Good night. I hope you have the lovely streams of Shut up, Lee! Lee ended the sentence with a wink and a hearty laugh. She let you go. Go to sleep. You blushed. Tee. As you took the bait, your face burned even more, realizing that even though your cheeks were burning, there was still a touch of an amused smile on your lips. You shook your head as Lee giggled. Can't believe you said that. Don't worry, I'm not judging what you do in privacy in your own mind. Lee! Sorry, I'm done. Mr. Wisbrook, tomorrow, tonight, forever. She pulled you into another side hug. Oops. Well, never mind. And you heading up to bed too? I want to get everything cleaned up. What? Are you sure? It can wait. Glancing around the room a moment, the disarray made you feel a bit twitchy. You had a feeling that you'd sleep sounder if you took your time cleaning before bed. Yeah. Ma came over to you, smiling understandingly. She pulled you into a big hug.
Love you.
Alright, you do what you need to. I love you. When you were both done hugging, Mum pulled you into another hug, their actions basically handing you off to the other. Had you laughing jovially. I love you so much. Good night, I love you too. They both couldn't resist taking turns hugging you again, your smile widening. It felt good to be so loved. Is this what it feels like to have good parents? Damn. Good night, kiddo. Sleep tight. Good night, sweetie. Night. After that, your mum's headed off towards the bedroom down the hall. You were about to turn the other direction when you heard Mum's voice. And don't let the bed bugs bite! What if the bed bug go? Your feet brought you right in front of the large window spanning the length of the back wall. You stared out into the hills behind your house. As if on cue, your phone came on, alerting you of a new notification. It was Cove. Of course he was. The boy's obsessed with me. Want to hang out on the hill tonight? Yeah. Okay. Let's get there. Yee. Up ahead on the very top, silhouetted beneath the light sky, was a familiar figure already waiting there. Smiling, you wondered just how he got there first. You even had the advantage of living closer. Then again, maybe it was only in your mind, but somehow Cove was intrinsically linked with this place. After all these years, it would be weird to scan the horizon and not find him there, as surreal as the shore without the sea. The distance between you was growing shorter by the second. Hearing the grass and earth crunching beneath your feet, Cove turned. A grin spread over his face as he saw you. You took your place, standing behind him on the crest of the poppy hill, looking out over the ocean. Same as you'd done on countless times since you'd first arrived, when you'd found him on this very spot.
Brooke.
Brooke! He'd officially broken the silence, the spell that had held you both in place. You looked at him expectantly. That's something I've always kind of wondered about. Huh? Wondered about what? He cocked his head, giving you a sidelong glance. What did you think about me when we met? I was just a kid you'd never seen before, bawling his eyes out on the hill next to your house. Turns out I just fucking love a wet boy. He chuckled, his eyes drifting towards the sea beyond before flicking back to you. The way his gaze pulled back to you made it clear that he was genuinely invested in the topic. Luckily for him, you remembered that initially struck you in that moment. It was as if it had only happened yesterday. Well, I remember noticing your bright green hair. Cove burst into genuine laughter at your reply. I guess that's fair. It did kind of stand out. Sighing a bit, you continued to reminisce about that first meeting. I also remembered feeling bad about what was happening. I remember that too.
I mean...
Do you remember what you thought about me? You know, as a person? Was I annoying or mean or... I want to get to know you. I didn't know what the feelings were at the time, but I thought you were cute right away. I wanted to marry you. I was worried about you because you were so sad. I wanted to marry you. Cove turned fully to face you, his mouth hung open.
Seriously?
Seriously, you wanted to marry me after the way I acted when we met? Yeah, listen, don't yuck my yum. He stared at you, eyes as round as the full moon, then ducked his head away. He seemed to be struggling for a way to respond.
What?
I don't even know what to say to that. You really just knew I was right for you? He took a deep breath, building up his courage for what he wanted to bring up next. I wonder if we were meant to be together. Why? What do you think of me? I think we were. We are the ones to decide that. I don't care. I want to be with you no matter what else anyone else thinks. I think we were. Whew. I'm so tired, but I want to get through this. Cove smiled bashfully, his eyes flicking back to you under green lashes. Cove's hand drifting to the scar on his arm, his fingers unconsciously gliding over the mark. It was much less noticeable than it had been when the neon pink cast had first come off, shrunken gradually over the years as his body healed, then dwarfed in comparison to his growing body. Still, his fingers came back to it without thinking. His head drooped as he looked down at the ground, the grass ruffled gently against his feet, tousled by the breeze rolling off the sea. When he spoke, his voice was quiet. You seemed special to me as soon as I saw you. Though, admittedly, as a little kid, I definitely didn't think wedding bells were the reason for that. He raised an eyebrow at his vague words, wondering what it was that he meant. Cove lifted his head up, finally committed to meeting your eyes fully once more. I remember you that day. I remember it really well. I don't think I'd ever be able to forget. I can picture the way you looked back when I first saw you standing right there. I still know the expression on your face when you chose to sit with me in the grass. He chuckled self-derisively, interrupting his own monologue. You scared me at first. I figured I'd be alone out there until I had to face my dad again, and then suddenly another kid appeared out of nowhere. It was startling, but I got over that fast. You were a strange person in a strange place, but it was in that moment you were exactly what I needed. Somebody I could talk to freely about what happened and how it made me feel. And you listened to me and you stayed with me. He sighed, then bit his lip as he gave a small smile. I was a little bit spoiled growing up. You let him continue. A little. Yeah, you were. Wasn't that? You were dealing with a lot. You let him continue. Oh, goodness. He looked up again, seeking clarity for his thoughts in the expanse of the night sky. What I'm trying to say is, when I was younger, I viewed myself basically as the center of the universe. I didn't even imagine it wasn't like that.
I mean...
Things didn't simply happen. They would be weird, according to my little kid brain. It made far more sense that everything in my life had a specific connection to me, somehow, right? He sought affirmation in you, wavy brows raised as he tried to explain his childlike logic. So at the time, you felt almost unreal. Like you weren't just anyone, some other kid who happened to live in that neighborhood with your own whole life that wasn't connected to Cove Holden. No, to me, you were there so that you could find me when I was lost. I kind of expected it all to vanish like a dream when that night was over. I would wake up and everything would be the same again. I'd be back in my bed at home, my real home, with both my parents. The future was something I couldn't picture anymore. I didn't know what school would be like when I went back, or the table where I'd eat my breakfast the next morning, or anything. And if I couldn't imagine it, how could I think it was something actually happening? I couldn't grasp my new reality. It was too big for me to hold on all at once. So I never thought I'd see you again. Then Cove beamed at you, his eyes shining bright. And I never, ever would have been able to guess that 10 years later, when I was grown up, the two of us would still be together. It's hard to believe it's been so long. Guess that makes me a dream come true. Rizzed. You'd been joking, but Cove nodded in agreement. You are. You exactly are. But the smile faded from his face as his eyebrows drew together. That was the worst day of my life at the time. The day my family broke apart. It was too heavy for me to even think about. I felt like that way for I don't know how long. He held a hand over his heart, connecting with the pain he'd felt as a child, and looked at you earnestly.
It's okay.
But that was never really true. Things have only gotten better with me, and with Dad and Mom. It was a change we all needed. His eyes were growing misty. Of course they were, wet boy. So when I remember that time right now, it's not the point that my life was over. It was only the moment that I met the man I love. When I cried! When I was crying to a stranger over what I thought I'd lost, I didn't have any idea that he would be the only one in the world that I wouldn't be able to live without. I love you. I don't want to lose you. You're so wonderful. Thank you. You could reply, I love you. Any excuse to say I love you. He took in a breath, forever amazed whenever you spoke those words.
I love you.
I love you too, Brooke. Then you hugged him. Then you grabbed his shoulders. Then you rubbed his hand. Then you kissed him. Kiss him again. Again. Keep kissing him. He leaned into the kiss, his lips soft against yours. Cove sighed contentedly. His voice was as delicate as the petals on the poppies which crowned this hill. Hey, Brooke. I'm so grateful you always stuck up for me. You didn't even know what to say back to that. His heartfelt appreciation left you speechless. He tilted his head up, thoughts lost in the sparse clouds above. I wonder how late it is. I guess hello? Aurelia! Get in here! What's Aurelia! Please pull up. My goodness. Okay. We are like right at the end of this game, so I don't want to get you any spoilers in case you want to play it, because oh my god. I'm crying. I'm not crying. I'm crying a little bit. I'm squeeing. I'm crying. It's my boy! Sorry, hi. My name's 8-Bit Quinn. You can call me Quinn. I go by any and all pronouns, but he, him just kind of feels right. I'm a queer, neurodivergent variety streamer, and we've been playing a visual novel all day. But how are you? How are you, Aurelia? The Dragoness and their Cloudlings have landed. Hell yeah. Cloud Dragon Squad. Cloud Dragon Strong. Let's go. But yeah, thank you for pulling up, Aurelia. What the hell? Get in here. I hope you're doing okay. I hope you're feeling alright. I did see that you were playing a mutant stream. Thank you, Mod, for joining us and following Aurelia. Oh my god, this game. So this game is our life. It is beginnings and endings and always. And we've been following Cove since we were a child, and now we're adults, and now we're in love. We've been kissing, we've been smooching it up. It's been good. It's been great. But again, if you need to go raid and run, please go and do that. I'm much sure you go take care of your body. Go take care of your vessel. If you haven't stood up from the screen in a hot minute, go give your body a wiggle. I'm okay. Gonna go eat and cool off. It's 85 Fahrenheit, 34 in the room, so I'm gonna turn off all of my computers. Yeah, I felt a bit nauseous, so I think I'm hungry. Yeah, get out of here. Thanks for pulling up. Get out. Go away. Go get to the tweet. Oh my god. Of course, you just 34 degrees is like lizard time. I hope you enjoyed lizard time. Go get something to eat. Felt a bit nauseous. Yeah, please. But thank you for pulling up, Aurelia. I appreciate you. Okay, I'm going. Okay, get out of here. But yes, if you're not following Aurelia, what the hell? Freak? Freaky. Love Aurelia. Also, hopefully, depending on vibes, we should be playing Pico Park together on Friday. So be sure, definitely drop a follow before we do that on Friday. Love you, Queen. Enjoy the rest of the stream. My cloudage will behave. Well, I hope they don't behave too much. It's right. I'll tell on them. I'll narc on them so bad if they don't behave. Okay, love you. Go get a snack. I appreciate you. Okay, I could. We don't need 2 tabs of me. Okay, who else? Who else is still swimming? Okay, you're still going. Justin is not going. Justin's not doing nothing. River's still going. Yessie is still going. Shay is still going. Okay. Everyone's still going. No one's started since I've been away. Okay, but if this is not your vibe, I'm gonna be squealing my little head off, and I realize it's late for a lot of you. So I'm gonna jump back in because I think it's the end of the game. So I'm trying to get through it so I can add it to my completed games list. I wonder how late it is. I guess it doesn't really matter. My dad is fine with me being out whenever. You could just use your phone to check the time. You could still text your dad about what you're doing. I'm gonna message my moms. My moms might care, but I don't feel like telling them. You wanted to make sure you messaged your mom about what was going on. Quite indulgent. We should probably message everyone and tell them we're fine. He might appreciate it. Probably. You will please see Cove slip his phone out of his pocket and type away at it. You also brought your phone out long enough to shoot off a text. They wouldn't see it anytime soon, but they'd be in the loop once they were up. Are you gonna lay in the grass now? Wow, how'd you know? I don't know, it's because every time we've been here, you've laid in the grass. Lucky guess, Cove. With a chuckle, Cove plopped down onto the ground and laid on his back, his usual way of spending time here. You stayed standing, you sat down. You sat on Cove's chest again. You also laid on your back, you laid down and snuggled against him! Yeah, snuggled. You lowered yourself against Cove's side in the grass and wrapped an arm around his chest. Cove smiled at you and used his free hand to cradle your face! I'm feral. The both of you fully settled into the relax on the hill. It felt like just the beginning of one of your nightly outings. But then you realized the sun was peeking out over the horizon. We've been out all night! Cove spoke up with a disbelieving tone.
Huh.
It really was late. Your neighbor wasn't a stranger to being awake at dawn. However, not like this. He was normally an early sleeper, early riser. The unexpected sunrise particularly awed him. The two of you watched on silently as the sun began to light the world. Cove then propped himself up on the black backs of his arms and looked at you with a soft expression on his face. Do you want to go back home? I could carry you if you're too tired. You can carry me! I'd rather stay a little bit longer. You couldn't resist a yawn, but you were serious. It couldn't be time to go already. Cove chuckled affectionately and gripped you a little more.
I get it.
Okay, but it's been a long day. We've done a lot of things, like really a lot. It has to end sometime. Liar! No, never ends! I know, you're right. Since when are you okay with things ending? Does it really have to end? No, we could just stay here forever and sell pretzels. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else either of us can do about that one, but we can stay if you want to. Cove smiled brightly at you, as warm as the new rays of sun that were tickling your skin. In that moment, you couldn't have appreciated him being there more. You kiss him again! You moved your face forward and gave Cole a small kiss. He tilted his head against yours. I'm yelling at midnight. Oh my god. I'm yelling at midnight for this fucking 2D moss-head boy. Good night, Cove. Good morning, Cove. You're my favorite neighbor. I just love you so much. Despite this being the second time you've said it in this excursion, Cove was newly thrilled once more. Brooke, I love you. I love you. The two of you remained together on that familiar poppy hill where you first met until the world began to fade and blur. You were falling asleep. Falling asleep again? A few more gentle words drifted into your consciousness.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Your eyelids dipped, but you felt good. You were safe and relaxed. Everything that had come before this had reassured you of that. You were confident that when you opened them again, things would be okay. You opened your eyes instead of the walls of your room. You were surrounded by open sky. It was not soft pillows and sheets under you, but the bed of earth and grass that you'd taken last night. The day welcomed you with a shining sun and a refreshing breeze and the chirping song of birds. You cupped your face with both hands as you sat up, feeling the imprint of the blades of grass leaving lines into your cheeks. Brooke! Hearing your name, you lowered your hands and looked around. There he was. Your most influential neighbour, Cove Holden. He had made himself very comfortable laying on his stomach with jewellery and shoes taken off and a flower in his hand. Good morning. Good morning, Cove! Good morning to you too. Cove laughed, tickled with the overall situation and simply being able to spend time like this. Told you I'll see you tomorrow. It's the exact same day, Cove. Pretty safe bet. We'll see each other nearly every day. Alright, good for you. I'm glad you're alright. You smiled at him. Where's the kiss option? Let me kiss him. Pretty safe bet. So, smiling, you shook your head and left Cove to his victory. Cove turned his head up to the sky, his expression content. Looks like it's going to be a nice day. We'll have to come up with something to do to make the most of it. He trailed off, blinking slowly in the sunlight. Someday, when we're even older than we are now, I wonder what we'll end up remembering this moment for. What will we feel when we look back at it? Will it be the same as what we're feeling right now?
It's nice.
I can't see what the future is going to look like again, but I think it's alright. You're always too sentimental. Never! Bad option! Pretty sure I'm going to have forgotten all about it. No, incorrect. I think it'll mark another new start for me. I don't know, but I'm looking forward to finding out. Cove turned back to you, nodding in full agreement. He eyed the hill sprawling out before you, and down below, where the wild hill and nature gave way to civilization. Your home and Cove's laid down at the bottom, neatly filed among the other houses in the neighbourhood. Cove said nothing, but fixed you with a deliberate and meaningful look. As much as I like it here, it's okay if we leave now. It's cold and it is wet. We can always come back to the poppies and the fireflies again, right? Cove met your eyes, waiting for what you were going to say in response. I'd like that. It's really going to be another nice day. You're amazing. Yeah, we better do that. You're not getting out of it. We'll always be together in one way or another. This one. Cove blinked slowly. The plushies! His eyes still locked on you, but you didn't need to see his face to know that he adored you. If there had been any room for doubt, the tender way he spoke would have filled it up. You're really irreplaceable, huh? Please, irreplaceable. Squee! Cove beamed at you. His expression was so unlike the one he'd worn when you first found him here, swaddled in sadness and uncertainty. Yet you couldn't help but glimpse that boy once more underneath his bright expression and matured features.
Come on.
Papa. Come on. He offered you a hand. You accepted it, your palm fitting around his. Cove lifted himself up, pulling you along too. Our parents probably aren't going to come running for us this time. We've got to make our own call. And I say that we can't hide away forever. Poppy Hill is just one part of things. There's more out there for us than this time and this place alone. Let's enjoy it. You couldn't say whether you were the one that broke into a run, if Cove had been the one to start it, or if your feet hadn't simultaneously made that choice for you both. The end result was the same, with the two of you dashing down the hill like children, but with nostalgic revelry that could only come as an adult. As the wind whipped past you, you knew that family and friends were waiting at the end of your sprint. There were more memories to make after all. Life takes another step forward. Reach the end of the game! I got an achievement! Ah, life takes another step forward! Is that it? Ah. Oh! Please! That has to be an anime. Who? Who is working on it? It's so precious. Ah! Sweet, what a I get it now. I get it why people are obsessed with it. Oh my god. Like, there's been multiple people coming in here who are like, love this game. Oh, so good. So good. We'll definitely need to look into getting the DLC, the wedding DLC. Not for anyone else, just for me. Oh, so good. What the hell? What the helly? Okay, let's have a look who's still streaming. I've got to get out of here. I want to stay on. I'm still awake. Because I want to play Observation. But I don't know. Shy's going live. Okay. But we can add this to completed games list. So let me add this to completed games list. Our life. Beginnings and always. Images. Happy New Year. Funded. Oh, it's a Kickstarter game. Funded in 10 hours. Damn. Okay, I'm trying not to get like too many spoilers while trying to find. I'll just choose this one. Okay, how do I? Let me add that to the Discord. Oh, did you finish? I certainly did, Riv. What the hell? It was so cute. Lobrington, welcome in. Thank you for pulling up with the raid. Okay, let me add this to completed games. But yeah, we'll definitely need to look into getting the DLC, the wedding DLC, because there's no way I can talk about marrying this moss head boy for the entire game and then not marry. That's actually rude. Honestly, rude that they've put it behind a paywall, even though the game was free. So yeah, definitely pulling up. The fact that it was a Kickstarter game too. Like, people clearly wanted this game. I thought that maybe the voiced lines would come more into it. Didn't really come into it that much. Like, I don't know why I made such a big deal, because I didn't really use your name at all. Thank you for playing, thank you for making this game. Oh my goodness. What a fun game. Like, the replayability of it is nuts. Hello? In between? There's more? Great game. What does in between mean? What does in between mean? In between what? What's after this? Okay, let's If we're like adults now. Have we grown our hair out? What have we done? Yeah, we definitely have a ponytail. Shaved, pulled back. What do we look like as adults? Do we still have the side shaves? I kind of still want the side shaves, but just with a ponytail. All sideburns? No, that actually bangs. One sec, that actually bangs. Okay, we've still got pink hair. Our eyes are still the same color. Our eyes still look the same. We still have freckles. We still have yaoi fingers. Do we have glasses now that we're old? No. Still have glasses. Still have earrings even. Yeah, I think we go back to having our piercing in. Still the same scars. Bracelets, skirts. Where's the nose piercing? I think we get rid of that piercing. I think we grow up and we just get... We're sick of it stinky, so we took it out and cleaned it. And we still have our ring. We can have a tattoo! Oh yeah, we have a chest tattoo. For sure. I for sure have a chest tattoo. Nail length short, nail length black. Okay. Done. Love. Direct! Love! Thick ass lips. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm ready. Step 4? I thought we were done. How many steps are there? Is this like the NSFW section? Hydrate or die straight? You're so right. You're so right. Because I want to get this done tonight. So I might skip through a lot of it. Because I've already added it to... Wait. Oh, fuck, that bangs. And black. Yep. Anything that isn't a fucking watch. Okay, but what is the necklace one? Is it? Oh, it's not his. But in this one, we can sing. Okay, I want more skin. I want more skin. Oh, we can. Glasses? Oh no. Oh no. 8-hour check-in. We're fine. Like, this is fueling me. Oh no. Oh, I need to make him look. Oh no. Earrings. Yeah. Game up. And tattoos. Wow. I mean, that one, clearly. Buff. Slim. Buff. Slim. He buff. He be buffed. Sunglasses? No sunglasses. Only glasses. Okay. I'm panicking. It's fine. I'm panicking. Oh, can we change his hair? Does he have long hair like his dad? Like his dad! Okay, it's fine. But we change that. Yes. This vibe. The vibes. Which initiative level would you like Cove to have for step 4? High initiative! Direct. Start playing step 1, 2, 3 using the direct comfort level. And so, your days growing up in the loving cradle of Sunset Bird came to an end. In the years that passed since graduation, you'd moved out of your childhood home and made your own way in the world. You lived alone, lived with a pet, lived with pets, lived with Cove and his fish, lived with Cove, his fish, and the pet you picked, lived with Cove, his fish, and the pets you picked. And the pet you picked. Why is there a game that looks like this called Please Be Happy? Huh? What's Please Be Happy? I mean, we clearly live with Cove. There's no way we're not. And you worked at a fine company, had a business of your own, co-owned a business with... We owned our pretzel business. Had multiple ways of earning king. Okay. Work. Hello. Big boom. Okay. Trees! Are they related? I hope not. I certainly hope not. Ah, my sips. I just remembered. Oh no. Oh no, what did you remember? Okay, let me check on here. What do you... I say, please be happy. Why is it on my wish list already? A Yuri VN? That's probably why it's on my wish list. I figured it out. I figured out why it's on my wish list. Got it. Fuck. Is it by the same people? It is not by the same people. I remember now. I could redeem things other than pup challenge. Ha! You said, ooh, gay. Legitimately. Listen, I have a brand. I have the things that I like. Just most of them happen to be gay. Pup challenge. Yeah. And your daily arcade redeem. What am I working in? And gaming industry, obviously. Listen, this is my escape from reality. Your family members went through the same kinds of leaps into independence. Liz and Lee both eventually earned degrees and started fantastic careers in new towns. But your mom's and Cove's father still lived on the same street as they had for all those years before. It was comforting to you that they were some things that remained in the old neighborhood. And despite the ever-changing reality of your adult life, your friends were still your friends, though, of course, things weren't exactly the same for them either. Very recently, Terry publicly came out as a man and switched the spelling of his name to use a Y instead of an I. Slay! He also confessed his love for Miranda, which he excitedly reciprocated. They moved in together and recently in the city out past Sunset Bird. Derek was as busy as always, but doing well. He always made an effort to keep in touch, and you even saw each other in person occasionally. One person who did disappear into the shuffle of memories inside your mind was Baxter. Good. After his vacation in Sunset Bird 1 year, he was just gone. Boo! I'm chilling out in the kitchen because it's always chilly out there. Yeah, letters are hard. Let us be hard. Hell yeah. I'm hoping my room cools down. Whoa, it's still going. I thought I saw credits. That's what I thought. I thought we were done. I was about to put in my raid message. I thought we were out of here. I'm so horribly bad at claiming the daily. I have done like 24k for pub jams and have 4 dailies. I know, I'm so bad for it because I forget who has dailies and who doesn't. And like some people just randomly start having dailies and then don't tell me. I'm like, let me know. I need to know. That was a loss you felt, did we? He had become someone you'd considered a friend during those days. And then there's what became of the sad little boy you grew up with, Cove Holden. Your deep affection for him was something that continued to last unabated over the years. But hopefully you would commit to each other even more someday. You didn't want your relationship to change from what it was. The two of you got engaged. He was your finance! My finance? He was my fiance. Yeah. I did it. I pressed the button. I'm sorry. The past years were certainly busy. You'll never forget the moment the love you had for one another was let out in the open. Cove and you wore rings to signify your relationship. You wore an engagement ring to signify your relationship. You wore an engagement ring to signify your relationship. However, you decided against getting rings to signify. Cove wore the engagement ring. I asked Cove. Oh, we get to choose. Oh, that's slow. That looks like a wave. I think you'll like that. It looks like a wave. No, not gold though. Can we change that? Change colors. Silver. Oh, just gold or silver? Okay, silver. Silver like a wave. Or pearl. Pearl like the ocean. Oh shit, I think I like the pearl. Oh no, see I like this. It looks like a wave, but this looks like a pearl. I'm so horrible. Oh, I'm planning to add a daily soon. You'll need to let me know. I need to get my daily. I'll let them know what you think of the unannounced dailies. Yeah, let them know. Make notes and not announce that to correct. No! You need to let me know. I want to get my dailies. I want to get my daily penguin. Okay, we have The wave? Or the pearl? Wave or the pearl? I'm going pearl. I'm going pearl. I'm going... Nah. He truly thrived in his continued effort of cultivating loving and supporting relationships with his family and friends. His personality had changed, becoming more open than ever before. Cove was a warm, inviting, considerate man who took the lessons he'd learned over the years to treat the people around him with patience and understanding. When Cove eventually developed a picture of the future he'd wanted to have as an adult, it made perfect sense to you based on his interests. Cove got a 2-year degree. After that, he began working full-time at Orca, helping educate the public on ocean conservation and participating in shore restoration efforts. As an adult, Cove also was able to recognize and have diagnosed that he was on the autism spectrum. He was autistic! Yes! We knew! We called it! We called it! He's autistic! Yes! Slay! It was something that hadn't been noticed by his doctors as a child, but he was still the same Cove he always was to you, and he was just glad to understand himself better. I got you, Cove! It thrilled you to see how happy and successful he'd grown up to be. On the whole, life continued its steady beat forward, and you all went with it down the paths you chose. It was strange and wonderful. But no matter how old you got, how far you roamed, or how long you were away, the home you had in Sunset Bird still called you back eventually. The car rumbled down the highway. You had started to zone out when a truck in the left lane loudly zoomed past. Your driver didn't remark on it. Just like anything else this trip, you went back to staring out the window, letting the scenery pass you by. Blah 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 blah. It's a lot of words. It's a lot of words. Why is he hot? There he was, leaning his arms across the window. Your fiance. It doesn't have the accent. Your fiance. Your fiance, Cove Holden. He beamed at you with one of his precious open smiles. Hey, Brooke. What a surprise this is. I didn't expect to see you in this neighborhood. He was joking, of course. Seeing your expression, he decided to push it further. It's not like I've been waiting for you out here all morning or anything. Cove, I've been the one who's waiting to see you. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. He chuckled at your apology and inclined his head. Don't worry about it. He then gripped the top of the car door and pushed half of his torso through the opening, though that was enough to make the driver break their silence with a sharp, "Hey! Hey, enough of that!" Cove did not seem to notice and continued climbing in through the window. He pushed one hand down in the middle seat to prop his dangling body up. He used the other hand to caress your cheek as he leaned in as close as he could. I missed you. He leaned over and kissed him on the forehead. Wait, no, not on the forehead. Can I go back? No. I miss you. Okay. I saw kiss and then I just kissed him. You scooched across the streets. I kissed him on the lips! He enthusiastically reciprocated. Blah, 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 blah. Sorry, I'm yelling. It's gonna be tea. A daily tea? I wanted to randomly assign a different tea from my collection. Wait, hell yeah. Oh, I'm so into that. Hell yeah, daily tea. Pop off. He enthusiastically reciprocated. The arm holding him wobbled at your touch, and you could feel him smile into your smooch. He was clearly struggling to avoid falling down onto the cushion. Please! You pulled back just a little to get a better view of his face. I missed you too. Okay, now get out of the window, you crazy person. But he's so comfortable in the window. His body was shaking from the effort it took to maintain his precious position. Cove's smile turned awkward as his arms started to bend lower, causing his body to slide downwards with it. He turned his head to the driver. Sorry, I'm always causing trouble in this neighborhood. Cove shifted around some more and squirmed back the way he came. After he had successfully pushed off the window and landed on the pavement with a thump, you opened your car door. You threaded your arm through the various straps of your bags and climbed out. Cove took a few long strides around the back of the car and quickly met you on your side. Cove stood in front of you, and it struck you that the two of you were back at Sunset Bird, reunited once again on this street. You jumped into his arms! Ah! Ruffled his hair. Hand up for a high five. Ooh, no. You held it out. Fist bump? No, you wait. No, this one. But you put your luggage down first. Luggage down first. You dropped your bags on the paved road and got a bounding start to leap into Cove. He caught you, unsurprised at your action. When you were situated, he leaned back on the balls of his heels and fully lifted you off the ground. His goofy grin let you know just how much you were enjoying your enthusiastic embrace. You can see his ring! You were too tall for him to pick you up too far off the ground. That being said, he still gave you his best effort. You enjoyed the inch or so between your toes and pavement. With one last swing, he let you back down. You really were ecstatic to be around him again and absolutely thrilled that it was here in town where you were together. Okay, we gotta go. There's no way all of this has to be important to the story. Oh! Ha. Oh, you can out with it. No, it's like carrying all my groceries in one go. Yeah, thank you. You gratefully passed him a bag. It was a lot easier to balance everything with that one out of the way. Come on, I gotta go to bed. I didn't realize how long this was gonna be. Her grey hair's coming through. Oh, she's so pretty. Oh. Cove flushed, as if suddenly realizing that he was going to be a present for your mom's enthusiastic welcoming of you. You smiled to reassure him that he wasn't intruding. Oh my gosh, he's so pretty! It is. Hello, Brooke.
How sweet.
Ma inclined her head to Cove next, not leaning him out either. Hello, sweetie. You count as one of my kids at this point anyway. I have double the surprises today.
Yeah.
Oh, so cute. This is what having good parents feels like.
That's fine.
You hugged your moms. How to be? I miss you both. It's so great to see you. I wanted to surprise you. I thought you deserve a little break after everything I put you through. I wanted to surprise you. As you come by, your mum's giggled, pleased. So how's it been? Getting enough excitement and all? Your anniversary dinner, is it everything all set up for that?
Don't worry about it. Shush.
It was a double room. It was a room with a single king bed. He claimed that the bed was comfortable, so you had high hopes about that, though mostly you were looking forward to having him next to you as he slept once again. Your mum smiled, relieved. Kira's already here, isn't she? Is she already here?
Oh no.
So?
You still stuck with the familiar classic, Mr. Holden. Cove's dad. First name basis. Are we first name basis with Cliff? I think we're first name basis. I fear we're first name basis with Cliff now. You called your mom 3 in a non-serious way.
That's... Hey.
It's very cheery self. Hi, Cliff. It's so nice to see you. Hi, Cliff. You offered him a wave. You patted his arm. He bolted down the hall, and you could hear every step he took. It ended with a distinct knock. Kira, they're here.
My
Eee,
baby.
my baby! Oh my god, I love that jacket. What the hell? You went in for a hug too. Eee. You're both looking well. That's wonderful. And just like that, I
Thanks.
like to see. You look great too, Mom 3. One day soon, I'll let you in on my secrets. Kira winked and had zero doubts that she held precious knowledge to looking your best. She was stunning every time you saw her. I'd be honored. Okay, sliding from one to the other.
No worries.
Well,
Oops. Cove crossed his arms. He and his dad nodded. It was clear she breathed the acceptance from her two boys. I'm really happy. I hope he gets the seal of approval when he does come around. That's two. You added a thumbs up to keep things light. Her smile widened gratefully for your gesture. So that's us. Do you two have plans for your first day back? Pick up
You're
legs.
great.
That's fine, Dad. Go salvage what you can. I think it'd be nice to explore the old neighborhood for a while. Anyway, since we've got the time. Cove directed the last part to you as he spoke, hoping that you'd want to go for with him. You nodded automatically. You were already looking forward to it. That's a perfect idea.
makes sense.
I think so too. You should go enjoy the day. I'll hang back here. Rah, not from the third wheel,
Bye.
please. Cove trailed behind you as you walked into the welcoming summer sun. He stopped, closing his eyes to stretch his arms in the warm rays. Satisfied, Cove gave you a bent smile and dropped down low to the ground. You knew that this was your chance at a piggyback ride! I love how he already knows. Cove silently waited for your answer, your mouth curved into a mischievous grin. You read my mind. Cove hummed an agreement while you climbed onto his back. When you both had a secure grip, he stood up. The movement bounced you more than usual. Chuckling into Cove's hair, you were pleased to enjoy another afternoon on your favourite mode of transport. Let's go! Eee. Puppy dog? That could have been us. No, it's a shame. What might have been? No, Cove, it's not too late. We can still start our own pretzel stand. Really? I better ask my dad about how to get a license for something like that. He knows business. Sounds like a plan. We'll be following the pretzel plan in no time. Cove chuckled at your willingness to play along. This was a joke that never died. But seriously, let's get going. But seriously, did you actually want to get a pretzel? Yes, I do. He hunky. With that, you changed your course to the pretzel stand for a snack break. Cove was very pleased by the morsel he picked up, and that was good to see. The sun arched across the sky as you went back and down the road as a pair. By the time you returned to the beach, day was beginning to fade into night. Cove kicked his shoes off, tossing them into the sand. He wanted to get his feet wet in the waves as fast as possible. You joined him. Really feels like summer now. Ah. The light illuminated like a halo behind him, and the sight took your breath away. What happened? Rah! Hot flutter in your chest, your smile quickly stretched ear to ear. Of course, we could have ended up like this again sooner or later. This is a wonderful day. I guess it's not so bad being back in the old neighborhood. I'm happy too. It's Marsh. She wants to know when we'll be there. Cove scratched the back of his neck and shook his head. His mouth twitched like he just had a funny thought. Dang, parents always trying to make us come home before it gets too dark. You laughed. There's no escape from curfew as long as you're in this neighborhood. I think we have to leave already. You left. You think after all this time they'd know we'd always find our way home. I think she knows. She's probably just excited to spend time with you. Eee. Think so? Yeah, if I was her, I'd be missing you too. After one last glance, you put your phone away again. Cove gave a small shrug. Ready? Yup. Let's go. Together you left the beach, feeling the call of home pulling you forward. The both of you ran off towards your mum's house, leaving the waves behind, but welcoming the beginning of summer. Cove and you ran up from the beach, sand flying off your steps. Cove made it to the road first, but you managed to catch up to him by the time you reached the house. It wasn't exactly a race, and yet it also wasn't not a competition. Both of you were laughing by the time you bumbled through the old front door together. You exhaled deeply and shouted loud enough to be heard anywhere in the house. We're here! Your moms were seated in the living room, their eyes sparkling as they locked onto you, and your light dusting off sand. Welcome home. Mom leaned forward, eyebrows raised at your jubilant entrance. Ma sighed wistfully.
Aww.
That brings back memories. Oh, Cove chuckled shyly as he scratched the back of his head. I hope we're not too late. Nope, you're just on time, but better start packing it up, Liz. We'll be waiting. Can I help? Close the trunk, and you can thank everyone for the assistance. Of course, kiddo. Cove climbed into the back seat with a decidedly touched expression on his face. He got in on the other side. When everyone was situated and buckled, the engines was started and Ma pulled out onto the street. You couldn't help but feel amused to be stuck in the backseat with Cove, your mum's driving you around. It really was like you were little kids again. Oh my god, imagine being 20. Cove caught you staring at him and gave you a bent smile. He was probably on the same wavelength as you from the sheer mischief in it. There was some light chatting on the drive. No one brought up anything too deep, and it mostly became swapping jokey stories. The entire trip was marked by a heavy sense of anticipation. Everyone was ecstatic to see Liz and hear what she had been up to. When you neared the airport, Mum pulled out her phone to call Liz. Ma followed the signs to the pickup area and asked for you to shout if you saw your sister. Yeah, Liz, we're at Wing B. There's a blue sign that says North America.
All right.
Tell her that we're right in front of the building with blue windows. She says that she's outside, right by the yellow truck. I see at least 3 yellow trucks. Fuck's sake, Liz! Get your shit together!
Good job. Hey.
Hey, hello children, I'm back. I can't even believe this game is still going! I know, there's just so much. And like, I think it kind of feels like there is some some parts that it kind of feels like they were like trying to reach a word. a word, what's the fucking word I'm looking for? Goddamn. Threshold. Because it's just like, it's very yappy. They be yapping. I swear, if I get out the shore and you're still here, I'm gonna scream. No, no, I promise. I've missed you. You laughed. Liz! Yeah, just yell at her. Brooke! You smiled at her. You reached out and hugged her. You poked her cheek. You took hold of her hand. You shook your head. You smiled at her. Hi, Elizabeth. Okay, Cove, not the full government name. Damn. He jokingly huffed at her. We're not children. Whatever you say, baby boy. Yeah, get him! She turned her gaze back to Mom and Ma. You really know how to make someone feel appreciated. Her spirits were high. You could tell she was just happy to be here, as everyone was to see her. She left the door open but ducked out to walk around to the back of the car. She opened the trunk and lifted her luggage in. I'm gonna move your trunk, Brooke. Your junk? I'll keep it in front of my bag so you can get it later. Ma's dropping you off first, right? Yes, but that's not junk. It's important. Liz slammed the trunk closed without responding. Liz swung around to the open door. You noticed that her hair had a few flyaways, no doubt from a long day of traveling. She leaned against the frame of the car, giving you and Cove a significant look. I am not sitting in the middle. I already have 5 hours of that nightmare on the flight. There's no way I'm sitting in between the two of you. I mean, really, who would ever want to be in the person pulling Cove holding and Brooke Quinn apart? Cove puffed up indignantly yet again at her classic tease of your relationship. Liz continued along like she didn't notice.
So?
I don't care if you decide who's scooting. I figured you could fight it out somehow. Cove glanced over at you, shrugged. He unbuckled his seatbelt and moved to the middle. Thanks, Cove. I guess I'll always have a bossy big sister. Good job. I wasn't moving. Always. It's the law. It's more like Liz will never change. Exactly. Why would I want you to? With the window seat open, Liz squished herself into the car and shut the door. When everyone was settled, Ma began to pull out.
Let's go.
We're off. Liz crossed her legs, compacting herself slightly. She braced most of her weight on the door behind her. Instead of sitting up straight, it gave her a little more room. Hopefully we finish the journey. This car is almost as old as we are.
No.
It's still just as good as you are. All the complaining definitely means that Liz is back. So complains Brooke, please. Okay, blah 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 blah. Grab the luggage. You scanned the keycard to unlock your hotel room. It sounded out a soft beep, and you turned the handle of the door. The door creaked open then you craned your head in to take a look. The first thing you noticed was the large king-size bed in the middle of the room. And there was only one bed. It was prim, modern-looking space. It seemed clean and smelled faintly like floral air freshener. A smile played on Cove's face as you watched you take in the space. The bed's nice, huh? Which one of us is going to use it? Cove. Cove, I know you just got diagnosed with autism, but please, Cove. We're financed. We're literally engaged. You burst out laughing. You glare at him. Are you serious? Here we go again. Me, you can fend for yourself. Here we go again. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. What'd you say? Really? Good. Cove let out a breath in relief that he'd been holding on to. Tops and tails, isn't it? I mean, we'll be doing more than tops and tails, baby. Also, hi, Mike. How you doing? I got a good hotel, didn't I? Yes, Cove. You did a very good job. Pat, pat, pat. Yeah, you picked out a nice one. It's possible. We'll manage. Thanks for handling this. I'd say it's nice. The same hotel I would have picked on my own. I had a hard nap. Oh, hell yeah. Cove smiled like a big, pleased puppy. So cute. You and Cove continued to chat as you settled in. You unpacked some of your stuff and checked out all the rooms and amenities. Cove pointed out the mini fridge and started puzzling over what food could be ordered to the room. I keep struggling to sleep at night. Yeah, I've been getting worse too. Like, I've been sleeping from like 9 a.m. until like 3 p.m. Which is not good because I'm supposed to start streaming at 3 p.m. Bad. Not good. Stinky. So, yeah. I need to... Why is the music changed? That's fine. So I need to start going to bed earlier. Well, not... It's not even going to bed earlier. It's just being able to fall asleep sooner. Ugh. You had to hunt along the wall to locate the light switch. When you finally found it, you flicked it off with a sense of triumph. You turned your head over to Cove, who stood behind you in his pajamas. He was cozy and comfortable, but the pieces didn't match. He never minded that. I'm exhausted. We both need our beauty rest. Cove smiled, a soft expression that was adorable.
All right.
Okay, let's go to sleep. Despite saying that it was bedtime, Cove took a step forward towards you. He wrapped his arms around your back, and you leaned into his embrace. Then he lifted you off your feet. He lifted her off her feet! Similar here. What would it be cool if Schmef went to bed at 10 p.m. for her, 3 a.m. for me? Like, yes, it would be very cool. It would be sick, dope, and tight. If both of you slept, yeah. Then he lifted you off your feet. What? Huh? Still not putting you down, Cove promptly dropped himself backwards. The both of you crashed onto the tightly tucked sheets of the hotel bed. He laughed the entire time. Cove bounced on the landing and absorbed most of the impact. You laid on his chest, feeling a little jostled. You giggled alongside him. Oh. Booking flights. Oh! Booking flights? For when? For where? For why? Huh? How long? How long? How long until? How long for? Details. You can't just be dropping information like that. And I need details. You should know that I'm going to ask for them. I just hope they let me in. They might let you in. They might not let you leave. 3 to 4 weeks? Not too sure. You giggled alongside him. You're an absolute madman. You teased. You could have warned me. That was scary. Let's do it again. He swallowed his shoulder. You're an absolute madman. You shook his head. You shook your head jokingly. His laughter turned into a snort. I'd like it if they didn't let me leave. Jasmine's going live. He smiled up at the ceiling, a thought clearly crystallizing. My dad used to do that kind of thing to me when I was little, sort of. Nostalgia was clear in his voice. It was a fond memory, and you felt something warm in your chest. You made a small noise of understanding that turned into a yawn. When Cove yawned and returned, you pulled at the sheets until you were actually under the blankets. Good night, Cove. Night. Don't let the bedbugs bite. Hey. Sweet dreams. You took your tongue. You stuck your tongue out at him playfully. So, do you know why pigeons are called pigeons when they're actually doves? Well, now I want to know. Cove blinked at your random tangent. You yawned and continued talking, your sleepy brain happy to info dump. Pigeon actually used to refer to a young cheeping bird, not a species like it does now. Cove nodded along as you continued, seeming interested despite the random topic. By the time you finished, he was watching you intently. Then you kissed him. Wait, pigeons are doves? Yeah. Yeah. I'd like it if they didn't let me leave, please. You shifted yourself closer so that you could lean in. You kissed Cove and felt his lips perk into a smile before kissing you back, obviously enjoying his goodnight kiss. Cove wrapped his arms around you and snuggled next to you. He let out a contented breath. You reached out to hold Cove under one arm and then used your other hand to comb through his hair. The two of you relaxed into one another, and you knew neither of you would want to be anywhere else. I can't believe you're really here. You and Liz and everyone else are going to be here in Sunset Bird again. I was staring at all the scenery going by while we were driving here, and it honestly felt like we never left. He ran a hand down his face. I had no idea. I mean, I'm just learning at the same time as you. It's like, hey, apparently pigeon is just the name of a cooing bird. I mean, in some ways, it feels like it's been ages. And everything's different. Some of that is definitely because I'm staying at a hotel instead of being in my room at Dad's, but yeah. It's so weird. It feels natural to me. I don't even know how to feel. It's exciting. Cove nodded. He understood completely. I'm looking. A yawn forced an interruption into the statement. Cove was undeterred. I'm looking forward to this. He tucked his head into your neck. You felt his lashes flutter against your skin. Yeah, I can't wait.
See you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow, Brooke. Okay. His words were a whisper you barely heard. It might not even have been that exactly. You might have just been guessing. Cove always had a habit of mumbling. It was okay either way, whether you had it or only thought in your head. The sentiment was true regardless. Morning. Cove's voice brought you back to consciousness. The heat made sense now. You knew the comfortable weight against you was your fiancé. Ah! Good morning. Wakey, wakey. Wait. Go back. No, I made a mistake. Go back. Not too long. Have you been up long? You hooked your heel around his calf, trailed up the space behind his knee. He hummed contentedly. Not too long. You snuggled against his chest. You played with his hair dozily. Gently, you kissed him. You let yourself breath. You slipped out of the bed and started the day. No! Kiss him! Kiss him again! Keep kissing him! Ah! Kiss him again! Eyes half-lidded, you reached forward and covered Cove's lips with your own. You exhaled slowly through your nose and parted for only a fraction to take air in. Cove cupped your cheeks. Hey, Caber Hook just went live. Cove cupped your cheek delicately and leaned his forehead into yours. He brushed your skin with his thumb before pressing into a new kiss. Neither of you were making any moves together but actually start the day. It was sweet and comfortable to be wrapped up with Cove. You could indulge just a little longer. Eventually, enough time flew by that they really weren't any minutes to spare. There were too many people waiting, so you both crawled out of the sheets together. Standing up, Cove took a few seconds to stretch. He glanced over at you with an animated expression. I'm really looking forward to your mum's anniversary dinner tonight. It's gonna be fun. I think so too. The first time you met his dad. It felt like a lifetime ago, and you sure you wouldn't still matter to Cove if you knew? What it would mean. You snuck a quick peek at Cove, but his stare was already glued to you. He raised a questioning eyebrow, leaving the rest up to you. I need to get something off my chest. Yeah, I need to get something off my chest. You told Cove about the deal. Of course, when I first met your dad during the conversation, he offered me $20 to be your friend. His mouth fell open and his head tilted to the side. There was no unringing that bell. But I didn't take the money. The look on Cove's face twisted. No, was that bad? His eyes pushed into a squint, his lips screwed up, and you saw his stare dart across your skin.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. The realization tumbled out of him in a whisper. You couldn't read his expression, but it remained firm. Until big sad tears No, this was bad. You flew a few steps forward, shocked, and eyes wide with concern. It's okay. I'm sorry. It's really not so bad. I froze. I'm gonna freeze. I don't know what to say. There wasn't a single thing. Huh? Riv! Get in here! A Riv-led raid, let's go! Get in here! How you doing, my love? That was Apex. Sweet bean, get in here. Hi, hey, hello. My name is 8-Bit Quinn. You can call me Quinn. I use any and all pronouns, but he, him just kind of feels right. I'm a queer neurodivergent variety streamer. We're playing a visual novel in Cove. Cove is a sad boy. But how are you? Big love for Riv. Hell yeah. They were playing Apex Legends. Yes, please. Hell yeah. Big shout out for Riv. Yeah, go drop a follow. Freaking immaculate vibes over there. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for pulling up, Riv. But if you need to go raid and rest or raid and replenish, please go do that. I know streaming can take it out of you. So if you need to go get a little snack, go get some water, go take your meds, go take your vitamins, please go do that. Or if you've just if you haven't moved in a hot minute, if you want to just get a wiggle on, go do that. But thank you for pulling up with all your friends. I've been listening, Uwu. No, you have not. No, you have not, Riv. Don't do that to me. Just lie to me. Tell me you haven't. I'm screaming. There's no way. You've been hearing me fucking squee for 9 hours? Oh, I'm dead. No, the shame. The shame, don't look. So I made a mistake. I think I shouldn't have told Cove that his dad paid us to be friends with him, But like we did take the money, so I thought it would be fine. But I forgot that Cove has been diagnosed with autism, so like he's gonna take it. It's chaos over here, but I'm gonna go make dinner and take care of some things. Thank you for being you. Of course, Riv, and please, can I get another big shout out for Riv? Hell yeah! When you flush his door, don't look at me. Get out of here. No, shut up. Like, don't look. Thank you so much for pulling up, Riv. You absolute sweet bean. What the hell? I know. You're really making me want to get back into my Apex phase. I freaking miss playing Apex. It was fun. I'll look into it. Maybe. If you see me playing Apex one day, mind your business. Okay, I'm gonna jump back into this game because I want to get this fucking game done. I've already added it to my complete list because we've already had the credits, and now we're in just like extra game, more game for your game. It's like, god damn it. Okay, more game for my game. In fact, can I move this down so you can get all of Cove? Yeah, that's better. You get the full, of course, Dad, I would love to see you Octane. Yes, Octane, that's what that guy's name is. I was like, yeah, Pistol Legs, whatever his name is. I was so fast. That's scooting all over the place. Anyway, there wasn't a single thing that you could possibly think of to make Cove feel better. You merely stood there watching him in silence. I don't think I can do this. I think I need to go back. Cove's tense jaw slowly loosened and his mouth began to wobble into a frown. Emotions overtook him and he failed to swallow down a broken sob. The tears pooling in his blue eyes intensified and they streamed quickly down his cheeks. You wiped away his tears. You stroked his hair. Wipe away his tears. He lifted his face with a soft touch under his chin. Gently he wiped his tears away with one other hand. Cove made no move to speak, but he watched you intently through blurred vision. It wasn't right away, but Cove eventually able to pull himself more together. He straightened his back and sniffled. You took another step backwards to give him more space. Cove let out shaky breaths while he scrubbed the remaining tears from his face.
Okay.
I'm not upset with you for what happened, or because you're telling me now. You didn't do anything. Okay. You're not upset with me? Why are you crying then? I actually feel bad for you. You had to keep that secret you didn't ask for, and it was for most of your life. Yeah, because I love you. A weight felt like it had been lifted off your chest. The corner of Cove's mouth hooked into a bent smile, but his stare was still glossy with tears. I'm not mad at my dad either. Okay, as long as you're not mad. Then why are you crying? Why are you crying, wet boy? His tone grew delicate again. His emotions were catching back up with him. It's just... I'm just so happy with my life about how it went. But so much of that, what happens when everything is out of your control. My boy!
That's...
My sweet boy! There's stuff like this, my dad secretly offering you money to be my friend. Remembering those days when I was little and pretty much my whole world was decided by other people just really made it all hit. Especially because I'm finding out there was even more going on than I realized. His bottom lip quivering. No! And new tears ran down his cheeks. It's scary to think about. It would have been so easy for none of this to have even happened. Cove threw his arms to the side, trying to convey where you were standing, where you had ended up after spending a life growing up together.
I'm so glad. I love you.
I love you, Brooke. I love you too. You're the one and only. Cove rubbed the palm of his hand over his heart, resting it on his collarbone. His awe-filled stare locked with yours. The shakiness in Cove's smile lessened, and he grew stronger and more assured. You hugged him. You kiss him! Kiss him again! Keep kissing him! Cove got the idea immediately when your gaze fell to his lips, and you were crashing into each other. Every emotion since you told him about the deal seemed to flare up to take one final bow during this kiss. Your fingers curled tightly into Cove's arms, and his hands firmly held you in place, around the back. The kiss grew gentler, and you peppered more going up the side of his jaw. Kiss, 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 kiss. Cove closed his eyes, steadying his breath. You hoped with every kiss that he could feel just how much he meant to you. You both waited there, enjoying each other's company. When another minute passed, you felt a calmness settle on your chest. Finally, that's off my chest. Mr. Holden better not make me keep another secret like that again for the rest of our lives. Yeah, but hey, your secret keeping skills are seriously unmatched. Chuckling, Cove ran a hand through his hair. You nodded in agreement, trying not to think too much about how many years you'd been holding on to that. We even got engaged before you brought it up. I mean, yeah, oops. I was worried that you weren't going to react. I don't think it was that big of a deal. I couldn't rat out Mr. Holden. You turned away, unable to say oops. Just oops. Raising your shoulders, you ducked your head down. He was right, you realized with a grimace.
I get it.
I get it. Peeking up at him, your body relaxed. The corner of Cove's mouth tugged upwards and he slightly shook his head. Really, it's fine. Okay, if we're good, can we leave? Oops. No. Wait. There. You suddenly tossed Cove's phone when he hadn't been able to find it. You handed Cove's phone when he hadn't been able to find it. You slapped Cove's butt as he stepped past you. You somehow lost a single sock, but Cove found it behind the headboard. You shook your head at Cove when he ran a hand through his hair instead of brushing it. Slap his butt. Cove let out a small yelp. You met his eyes with an impish grin and he shook his head. Careful. His shyness melted away as he put himself inches from you. I might do something to return the favor. You raised your hands in playful surrender. His mouth bent to a pleased smile. There was nothing else stopping either of you now. In minutes, you were hopping into your ride and heading back to the neighborhood. Okay.
Hi.
Who? Is that Lee? This is Lee! Lee was strong, kind, and smart. I love this jacket. What the hell? Lee! Wait! Please, Ice Queen, let me live. Let me squee in peace. Let me squee in peace, I beg. Excitedly, you shouted just as loud as she did. Lee hugged you tightly, nearly knocking you off your feet. And Liz. Boo! Miss you all? No. You stink. Get out of here.
Well, totally. All right.
Whose fault is that? No fair. Lee's meant to go with me. And here you ask her. Boo! Please, let me live. Let me squeal. Let me squeal in peace. Ah! Bring it back in one piece. We have plans tonight. I will. Okay. Full again.
Yes.
You laughed. You nodded along in agreement. No, we're reverting back to infancy. We never drive anyway. You shook your head. You laughed. Like the good old days, Cove took in the sunny sky stretching out above the two of you. He shoved his hands into his pockets. Yeah, at least it's always been a nice walk. Let's go. Randy texted, I can see you. Oh, Rick. Blair the car horn cut you off.
Buddies.
Hey, buddies! Your friends have arrived making a spectacle of it, as expected. Being in a comment that they got the pick of the lot, so they pulled up a stop in front of you. Miranda! Oh, you're so pretty! Hi! Terry! Rah! When you let Cove go, Terry came right up to you. He held his fist up for you to bump it. You fist bumped him. You pressed forward, meeting Terry's knuckles with a light bob. He greeted you with a satisfied grin. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It felt so nice to have your friend group reunited as adults.
So great.
It's nice.
Okay, I need to get through this.
So,
Well,
Sup, guys and gals?
Derek! Damn! Oh man, hunk alert! Didn't even read the other options. I was like, yeah, that's the one. Bashful, Derek scratched the back of his head. Well, that's pretty true. You don't have to say it. I think I do. Someone better report those guns.
I missed you.
Oh, too bad. I'm engaged. Nerd, back off.
Thanks.
very nip.
So?
Once it started to get late, Terry brought you and Cove back to the neighborhood. You didn't have to walk there after all. You didn't get out until promises were made to see each other again before your trip ended. Side by side, you and Cove stood in the street and waved at the car as it drove away. Terry tapped the horn for 2 honks while Miranda stuck her hand out the window to wave goodbye. You caught Derek in the back window, giving you both a wide grin. Sighing as soon as the car turned down another street, they were finally out of sight. Well, that was one party. Time for another. Where did you go see your moms? Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. Choo choo. Oh, paper, 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 wait, Cove, I hate to break it to you, but no, I definitely didn't do something crazy like that. Your mom's party. It's at the country club. Yeah, and so are middle-aged folks in Hawaiian shirts. What's your point? Cove was as befuddled by your explanation as you were with his actions. He threw his arms up, desperate for understanding.
Seriously?
How can you not dress nicely for a country club? I don't think the Cypress is as special as you decided it is. You saw Ma, she wasn't in formal clothes, and she's one of the guests of honor. His frown wobbled. Oh no, poor autistic boy. As he pulled the cuffed end of his shirt, he seemed more like a scolded child than a grown man dressed for the last charity gala. I thought she was gonna get changed while you and me were. Ma, no way. She needed a whole lot more time than that. Well, it's okay. You look very nice. You're such a cutie. I love how much of an idiot you are. No, you shrugged. No comment needed. You patted his arm encouragingly. Well, it's okay. You look very nice. That earned you a sheepish smile, though he clearly wished his look hadn't garnered any extra attention. Cove's eye stole a glance at the hall, as if he had calculated if he'd have time for another quick change. Unfortunately for him, it was not meant to be. The time to head out came far quicker than you'd expected. Cliff and Kiera swung by the condo to make sure everything was in order, and for your second surprise that night, Cliff was also in formal clothes. Cove's face excitedly whipped towards yours at the same time Cliff went to Kira's. The two men pointed at one another. See? He knows. Exactly, sport. Kira was talking to me like I was crazy. Yeah. Sir, do I know what time it is? Do I know what time it is? I think it's husband time. I think it's going out with my husband o'clock. Don't worry about it. Also, hi. How you doing? I need to get this game finished. I thought I was done. I thought I was done an hour ago, and now I'm here again. Also, hi, Schmef. Oh, just checking. Okay, cool. Also, hi. Hi. How are you? How was work? I hope you're feeling okay. Ugh. You and her thought alike in terms of Holden boy antics. The aforementioned Kira placed a hand delicately yet dramatically across her eyes. Clifford, our son only knows this because you are the one who raised him. Cliff chuckled. His arm moved to a scratch at the back of his neck. Yeah, that's my boy. The ends of Cove's mouth gently bent up. He truly was his father's kid, in more ways than he even realized. It's husband time! What's my husband o'clock? Please. It's okay. I stayed late and a little to get a facial, and a student washed my hair. It was very nice. I loved it. Oh my god. Hell yeah. Little treatsy poo. You're playing one of my favorite games. Ah, Cozy. Get in here, my love. How are you? Yeah, we're near to, I think we're near the end, because we've already had credits. And now we're having more game for my game. No way, this is still going on. Arialia, please. I beg. Arialia, there's no way. Why was your shower so quick? Don't look. Also, I've been yapping, so it's not the game's fault. Please. So many great quotes for this game, please. How do you like it? Cozy. Cozy. I have been squeeing up a storm. I've been squeeing up an absolute storm over here. Like, any chance that we got to kiss Cove, I was like, kiss! Choose kiss! My shower was not that fast. I mean, it's clearly too fast. Hey, welcome in. We do have anonymous followers on, just to respect all the lurky lurkers out there. And myself, I'm a chronic lurker, so feel free to lurk and twerk in peace. So if you want to say hi, we're just yapping. Quit squeal, please. Isn't it great? It's so good. Then I came home to the lovely surprise of my dad putting a recliner in my room to replace my gaming chair. Slay! I'm very comfy right now. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Last quote. It's husband time. It's going out with my husband o'clock. You come highly recommended. Oh my goodness. By who? From whomst? Behomst? Behoused? Beweist? Beweist? But welcome in, Brisket. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for reading out those ads. Okay, I'm trying to get through this game. like it's 1 a.m. and I'm squeeing. I just want to smooch on my husband. My fiance.
Thanks.
Okay. They're kissing! The table responded with cheers and clapping. Shouts of happy anniversary and other congratulations continue even after they'd broken apart. I love her jacket. I'm trying to think, like, I could probably make that. I could just get some, like, fat quarters. I can make that. Anyway, Mum beamed as she watched Ma giggle dreamily. Our moms are in love. Hurrah! Then her eyes met yours across the table. And of course, it won't be too much longer before we're celebrating another marriage. It's my marriage. It's my marriage with Cole. Cozy. There's another one. Oh, it's Cozy's fault. I see. Well, welcome in. Another. She leaned eagerly over the table towards you and Cove. Your fiance blushed, but he still grinned proudly at the suggestion. Yeah, when is this happening? When is that happening? Oh shit, do we have a date? With how long you've known each other, it's a miracle you've had the willpower to hold off unofficially tying the knot already. Liz smirked. You'd known that face since childhood. It meant trouble. Yeah, wait much longer and I'll start taking bets for real on when it'll happen. I missed my chance with the proposal. The group burst into laughter. Cove, who only stopped pouting long enough to take an angry chug of his drink, did not join in. Embarrassed, you sunk down in your chair. You placed your hand over Cove's in solidarity. You stuck your tongue out of him. I will hold Cove's hand. There's another game like this. Have you seen it yet by chance? Is it... have we already still got it up? Is it Please Be Happy? By any chance? Is it Please Be Happy? Because that's the Yuri VN, right? And I am looking at buying the marriage DLC. Listen, I thought I wouldn't be that invested in this game, but this queer little boy, this queer mosshead boy, has my heart. Your finance, my whole finance. A good fiance knows finance, please. At 6'5", I mean, I'm 5'11". Does that count? I could be 6'5" and 6-inch heels. Oh, but there's a second Our Life coming soon. Probably at the start. Is it Our Life 2? Like, what's the name of it? What do you mean? Say, what do you mean? Our Life. There's more? I get more coal? Our Life bundle? No. Our Life Now and Forever? That's not it. It's Our Life... It's like pixel arted. Well, add to wish list. Planned release date 2026. Is this it? GB Patch Games. Is it the same... Our Life begins... It's GB Patch Games. It's made by the same people! Okay, so Our Life Forever and Always? Now and Forever. As long as he has blue eyes. Fuck! Shit! I'm stuck with these fucking brunette eyes. Dang it! Okay. So when? Our Life Now and Forever. So is it a new story? No more Cove? No more Cove? A paper aeroplane, 2 new neighbours, 4 autumns, and one-of-a-kind life. Create an experience that's all your own and is near fully customizable, choice-heavy story where you grow from childhood to adulthood. Slay! Okay. Release date 2026. Okay. Oh, it's so cute. What the hell? Oh, I'm so excited. Is it pixel art? It's not. It's just my eyes. Why do I think it was pixel art? Okay, I'm excited. More Our Life. Hell yeah. Oh, I hope they bring out like a whole series. Sensational. Exquisite. 2 new main characters, Tamarak and Key. That is the thing that makes Quinn curse, not the career and finance, but a trust fund. Ooh, no. Hey streamer, want a breaky break? Do we want a breaky break? No, I think I want to get through this game. Like, we ran credits, and I thought we were done. Like, I had exclamation point raid ready. Oh, okay, I'm gonna get through this. The teasing was good-natured, but never failed to rile him up. Unfortunately for him, his guaranteed reactions probably made him a more frequent target of such jokes. It's the teaser, my poor boy. Still, you knew it was easy enough for him to bounce back from, especially with a little support from you. Predictably, a smile already began to appear on his face again. Oh, hey. Cove's head snapped up suddenly as he placed both hands flat on the table. Dad! Huh? He narrowed his eyes as he stared at his father. I know what you did! No! Cove, no! Not here! Cliff's eyes were wide as he glanced around nervously, looking genuinely confused. What? What did I do? You offered Brooke $20 to be my friend! There was perplexed murmuring as the table started asking their neighbours about the sudden accusation. None looked more baffled than Cliff, who scratched his head as he screwed up his face in intense concentration.
Huh?
When did that happen? Cove threw his hand up in the air behind him. You saw curious glances heading your way from nearby tables. The first time you met! The memory returned to Cliff. You saw it clearly in his expression, which flickered like an old dusty light bulb, from pensiveness to realization. Oh yeah! He winked at you, then plastered on a sheepish grin before turning back to his son. That's starting to ring some bells. My old master plan. Sorry, sport. You just questioned if something was pixelated. I'll get you out of here whenever you want, please. Oh no, the reason the credits roll at the end of step 3 is because when the first was released, there was no step 4 yet. Oh! Interesting. Okay. So I'm like just lucky. Okay, I'll take it. I want more time with Cove. Apologize to Brooke. Yeah, tell him, Cove. Get your dad. Cliff's expression went somber as he looked you straight on. He usually was so laid back, especially now that Cove was old enough to get himself out of most trouble, that it was a little unnerving. He opened his mouth. You braced yourself for this apology. Instead, he gave you a thumbs up. Thanks for letting me get away with it this whole time. You're also my true ally. Oh my god, Dad. Boom. You're welcome. It's no big deal. You simply smile contentedly. You look away, bashful about the attention. You're welcome. Kira rubbed the bridge of her nose, her eyes closed, yet she didn't seem surprised in the least. You could only suppose she had enough direct experience with Cliff's antics to be inured to new revelations. The ladies of your family, on the other hand, were shooting each other questioning glances, mouths hung open, but they were uncharacteristically quiet. Ma was blinking rapidly, still reeling from the back and forth between father and son. While none of your family seemed entirely sure how to react to the news, one thing was clear. Cliff had pretty much escaped trouble, all thanks to you keeping quiet for so long. The waiters reappeared, delivering delicious plates of food, and the dinner began in earnest. Both conversation and laughter continued to flow freely as the night went on, with the two families relishing the opportunity to be together once more. We're so happy! Okay, you were getting a lift back to your mom's. It was already late, so you discussed the possibility of going straight to the hotel rather than going back to the condo, but Cove had asked if they'd mind taking him back to the neighbourhood. Okay.
You alright with that?
I gotta go to bed. I'm sorry, we're alright, I promise. Huh? What? Cove stepped out into the waves without a word. He looked up at the sky with a smile, then tucked his head down and began to pull his fancy shirt off. He tugged it over his head and lobbed it backwards, further up the beach and out of the reach of the waves. What are you doing? Didn't know I would be getting a show. Bark, 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 wait for me. You looked away, embarrassed. You followed him into the water. You better not go any deeper in the water. Wait for me. You followed him to where the waves began to lap at the beach and began to wade out into the water. Cove slipped his dress pants off and tossed them back in roughly the same direction of his shirt. He was down just to his polka dot boxer briefs. Sometimes you were really struck by the ways in which he was braver than his younger self. This was definitely one of those times. He never ever would have done this when we were both living on this street. But you also know he still wouldn't do it with anyone other than you, than somebody he spent all of his years with. You took off your shirt so you could swim. You decided you didn't care if your clothes got wet. You thought it was so wild that Cove was gonna go. Actually, we're gonna go swim. We're gonna go swim. Huh? They added step 4, then the 3 DLCs, the wedding DLC and so on, and of course the secret 18 plus stuff on Patreon. 18 stuff plus, you say? 18 stuff plus, you say? Thank you, Kai. I will be looking at the Patreon. I drew the bug. Wait for me, please. I honestly forgot about that. Wait. Nobody said anything about the 18 plus stuff. What the hell? You unfastened your clothes and left them behind you, just as Cove had done moments before. You didn't even bother to see where they'd fallen before following him deeper into the sea. Cove grinned as you approached. I'm gonna be in so much trouble with my moms when we get back.
I guess.
Yeah? Oh well. Think fast. Huh? Yes, one taking place at the end of step 3, and the other one being effectively the wedding honeymoon. You gotta stream it. I'm pretty. That's gotta be against 2S. I don't know what's part of it. Kai, I'm assuming you've played it. Is it stream worthy or is it not? Quinn, it's been a minute since I played the game or played with the 18 plus content from Patreon, please. Is it? Could we stream it? Could we potentially stream it? Let me know. The people who've played it, let me know. He splashed water at you as soon as the words had left his lips, giving you no time to prepare. The splash had caught you full on, leaving you spluttering and drenched. You splashed it back. Get him! Seeing what you were doing, Cove put his hands up for protection. It was no use. The water washed over him, leaving his hair soaked through. It's definitely not TOS friendly unless you pick the choices that are like, do not show explicit scenes. Boring. I don't want to do that. Boring. Google, show me this man's balls, please. Seeing what you were doing. So, Disky stream. So, Disky stream? A little cheeky Discord stream. We can all just be horny together. I'll just make a new channel called the Goon Circle. Goon Cove. I'll just make a channel called Goon Cove. Oh my god. It's just us playing 18 plus Cove. And of course I didn't hide the explicit scenes when I played. Oh my god, I need to know. I need just for science. For science, I need to know. The two of you wound up drifting up further down along the shoreline, chatting and enjoying the chance to be back at the beach that had provided the backdrop for so much of your childhood. Please. You turn a 30-minute experience into about 10 minutes, but the alternative route, it's still really wholesome. Ooh. Ooh. We see. Okay, bet. We can do that. Eventually, a silhouette of structures appeared up ahead. As you drew closer, you realized it was the old playground. Cove spotted it too and hurried towards it, dragging himself out of the water and heading into the park. Wet sand coated his feet and lower legs with every step, clinging thickly enough that it began to resemble a bizarre pair of boots. As you followed him, you wondered how many visitors this little park got these days. There were officially no children living in that neighborhood now. Cove gazed at his surroundings in wide-eyed awe. He didn't care at all that he was soaking wet and dressed only in his underwear. Crouching, yeah, it doesn't look good. Two men, only in underwear, soaking wet in a kids' play park at night. Crouching, he gently pushed one of the child-sized swing seats, marveling at it all. I can't believe how tiny everything is. Were we seriously small enough to use these? He shook his head, unable to fathom just how little you'd both been when you first met, then walked over to the monkey bars. Once it had been a challenge for you. Now they were little more than waist height next to Cove. Cove turned his back to the bars and hopped onto one of them with ease, sitting on them comfortably. You sat in the bars with him. It was strange seeing Cove juxtaposed with the baby playground, but you took your own place on the structure. This place had been something so exciting to Cove back when he first arrived, and apparently it was to this day. Cove smiled eagerly as you approached, kicking his feet in the air happily, briefly forgetting the low vantage point until the tip of his toes scraped along the ground. He continued to swing his feet, but with a little more care, you thought it was adorable. In this moment, you were home. It just so happened to be the place you'd grown up, but really, anywhere you could be with Cove was that for you. He had held a special place in your heart for so long, and so much of your life had been shared. You'd grown up on the same street, which had given you some common ground, but it went far beyond that. You had both chosen from a young age to share your life together. You wouldn't have it any other way. Here we are again. Looks like it. The mood had shifted now. The funny impulsive night beach trip with the spike of adrenaline that came from you playing in the water under the moonlight had settled into something quieter and more nostalgic. Cove leaned back, tilting his head towards the sky to admire the stars above. Too bad I wasn't able to bring my surfboard along for this. Cove shrugged dramatically, trying to lift the mood a little bit. The dinner was really nice. It was great to do all this. The smile he had been when he spoke those words fell as quickly as he had appeared. It went by so fast. Oh. I know pretty much every little detail about this VN, so... Oh my goodness. We all came out here with the party, and it's over. Liz, Lee, our parents, we'll all be going back to our own things now. Well, what else can you do except say it's okay? He shook his head, a wry look twinkling in his eyes. If I really never wanted to see things outside this neighborhood, I would have actually followed through with the pretzel plan. This place and these people, they're our foundation. It shaped who we are and are now. Like making castles out of sand, I owe a lot to Sunset Bird. His eyes crinkled fondly, and Cove's voice was gentle when he spoke again. We had a good childhood, I think. I think so too. We're really lucky.
Yeah.
You're right. He shook his head, sighing heavily. All right. His smile took on an uncharacteristically harsh twist, and you had a feeling where this was going. We better get home before your dumb parents who don't know anything get mad. You had to laugh at the half-hearted impression of the sour kid you'd once encouraged at this very park. He chuckled along with you for a moment before tapering off. Hope we don't get grounded. Oh no, the jokes kept coming. Oh no, please don't send us to our rooms together. We'd hate that. It was very amusing to imagine that not only could your mom somehow ground you as a fully grown and independent adult, but that those powers extended over Cove as well. Like him telling him how Cliff and the $20 deal in Step 4 is probably the second least cursed time. Second least cursed? There's a more least cursed time to do it? Huh? Move that over. Drops of water slipping down your skin and fell into the road as you made your way back to your mom's house. As you and Cove were still soaked and sandy from your earlier adventure, it was likely that you would leaving quite a trail in your wake. Okay, I gotta go to bed. I love you. I would always want to be with you. Cove, you make me so happy. You're truly my other half. I love you. Cove turned to you, his eyes wide and adoring. He bit his lip as he smiled shyly. You could tell that your words had touched him. I feel the same way exactly. He held your gaze a moment longer, looking straight at you as he spoke again.
I love you.
Forever! You fell into the big hug. You playfully bumped again. You kiss him! Kiss him again! Catching him by his hand, you stopped Cove in his tracks and pulled him close, your heart somersaulted as your lips met. At this moment, with the quiet seaside town at rest, it felt like it was just the two of you in this world. Cove returned the kiss, gently cradling your head with his hand until you broke apart. You were full of joy. All of the concerns and the day-to-day stresses of normal life were squeezed out by it. All you could think in that moment was how your life was wonderful. Every second and every day needed to end sometime, and that time had nearly come for tonight. You had to get at least some rest and bring it all to a close. Oh yeah, if you have the DLC, you can see some cursed and hilarious things happening regarding it. And the DLCs? Cursed things, you say? What? Okay. The wish wasn't exactly directed to you, it was just kind of a sleepy thought that Cove had unleashed upon the world at large, but you still agreed. Cove still kept fish after all these years, delightful, colourful thing in the huge aquarium. He spent a lot of time, when he wanted to relax, just watching them swim. You also had adopted a pet you loved dearly. Your home was a lovely place full of critters that both of you cared for. That was why, with both of you gone, it had been important to find a decent pet sitter. Cove's anxiety about leaving them hadn't subsided. Over the vacation, you had caught him a few times texting the pet sitter and asking about his fish. I'm also a little worried. It'll be okay. Cove turned his head to you, the nervousness still coming off despite his exhaustion. Remember, you gave that pet sitter such an in-depth orientation that you knew all their names. And most of the fish are practically identical. Cove laughed. Instantly lighter, you nodded in satisfaction. Mission accomplished. Cove yawned widely. He seemed confused at the magnitude of it. He groggily blinked at you. I think it's time for bed. That's a great thought. You yawned and then raised an eyebrow at Cove for making you catch his. He gave a little smile and then ended up yawning again. I think so too. The two of you got changed and brushed your teeth. In no time at all, both of you were cozy and ready to sleep. After that, you flopped onto your side of the shared bed. Cove headed over to his side, and you felt the mattress dip under his weight. You tucked yourself under the covers, and Cove snuggled in closer to the middle. You turned your side to face him and scooted slightly closer. Your nose is almost touched. And Cove watched you with a soft expression on his face. Cove gently spoke, his words like a lullaby.
Good night.
Good night, Brooke. You have a good night too. Cove's eyes fluttered shut, and he let out a contented sigh. There was a warmth from Cove's body next to you. He was right there. His presence was comforting, perfect for lulling you to sleep. His presence was alluring. You wanted to... you really wanted your hands on him! Your hands drifted over to Cove's, and you ran your fingers up his arms, across his shoulders, and finally to his face. Cove trembled at the gesture. You cradled his cheek, and his eyes opened slightly to peek at you, unsure. Are you tired? As nice as it was to be near him, you understood he might not be in the mood. You wouldn't mind if you both just went to sleep instead. Cove mumbled into the hotel blanket.
I mean...
Not anymore! We'll go fuck. Your eyebrows lifted. He flushed as a growing excitement replaced any previously held plans to rest. You leaned forward and lightly kissed his lips. He pecked you back affectionately. You could feel his smile and his affection. Is it tight in here or is it just me? He rolled slightly, so he was fully on his side and had a better range of motion. When the new freedom of his arm, he reached over to stroke the back of your head. When the first kiss ended, you immediately started another, and then another, and then another! Cove stopped running his fingers down your hair to hold your head closer. You broke apart. You kept going! You grabbed his butt. I don't think I could do this. I don't think I could do this. I don't think I could do this in stream. You kissed down his neck. You bent over Cove, the covers wrapping around you, and kisses all the way down the front side of his neck. Cove squirmed under your touch and made a new pleasant sound with every touch. What do I do? I'm screaming. I'm yelling. Please. That was it. I'm sorry. I'm pulling out. I pull back. I feel satisfied. I panicked. Okay. Oh my god, just kissed him a whole bunch and then stopped. He tilted his head in question. You smiled shyly and he got it. Cove nuzzled his cheek against you lovingly and whispered, "We really shouldn't stay up all night, huh?" "We could!" You agreed wholeheartedly. Tomorrow would be a busy day, and this had been enough fun. Oh man, just you wait till you get the Patreon stuff. Oh my god, oh goodness gracious. Your eyes fell closed. Oh my god, just did you hear that heavy gulp? Just Your eyes fell closed sometime after. You were not sure exactly when, only the fact that they were now too heavy to open. You felt a mixture of bitter and sweet emotions. You were happy to be here, but sad it was ending. There was relief that you would soon be in your own home again, but also wondering when you could return here. There were many more feelings swirling around in your head that hadn't even crystallized into thoughts yet. Paradoxically, you felt nice, but also confused. But then also nice from the confusion. In the back of your mind, you realized that you really must be tired. Unsurprisingly, your exhaustion did not give you too much time to muse on your emotions, and in what felt like seconds, you were already dreaming. The dreams dancing around your head became fragmented and faded until you couldn't remember a thing about them at all. You were growing more aware of the real world. Cove was gently waking you up. You woke up feeling enveloped by warmth. Humming happily, you felt Cove's fingers trailing up your arm. You opened your eyes with a smile. Gradually, you struggled to keep your eyes half open. Still good to Cove. This one. Good morning. His cheery voice put a drowsy smile on your face. You rubbed your eyes, relishing in the warmth of his touch still moving on your skin. Morning. Big stretch. Wakey. Yawning again, you glanced over to your clothes. There was just one more day to live out of your bag. I'm really looking forward to having a full wardrobe again. I don't have anything clean left, but oh well. Heck, is there anything you'd like to see me in today? Other than you. No, you'll look nice in whatever you wear. You always do. Tee-hee. You knew from the tone of his voice that Cove was sincere and his praise warmed your chest. Oh, alright. Let's get things going. Our families are waiting. Nodding, you and Cove swiftly finished getting ready in the small hotel room. As soon as you had your stuff together, you were ready to go. You were off.
Thanks.
Okay, so why are we hanging out? It's just the last day.
Hello.
I gotta go to bed.
See you. Sounds good.
Right.
There's just people hanging out. Like, this is... We don't need any of this. Hey, buddies. We're just saying bye to everyone.
Are we?
No worry. Yeah.
Thanks.
All right.
Damn, were they really trying to get to a word count?
Any whoosies?
Okay.
Happily conversation.
Shop true.
Every year. You should. Okay, come around every year.
Good.
Actually, you want to know who else being here would make this extra perfect? Who else being here would make this extra perfect? Shiloh, Jeremy, Baxter. Cove turned to you with a genuinely thoughtful look. He rubbed at his forearm while he composed his words. It'd be kind of interesting to see what Baxter would be like now. I think I wouldn't mind seeing him again, though it'd probably be awkward. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I just want to know. You left things there. Just Baxter. There's a playfulness in Kira's stare as she scanned the room. She slowly placed her index finger on her chin. Huh? All the photos Cliffs has here?
Very.
Mom, please, I beg.
Yeah. That's fantastic.
How can I... I've seen them all before, but they never get old. I want to see them. You shrug nonchalantly. You nodded. Poor Cove. Everyone loves to pick on you. They never get old.
Fun.
A baby! Baby Cove! The first picture of the first page was Baby Cove in a cute little onesie. There were several cool nods from the group, and Cliff's eyes were shiny with tears as he sniffled. He's grown so much. Cove's such a cute kid. That's my darling angel. How precious. At that, Cove's pout twisted into a shy smile. Your grin widened as you reached out to grab his forearm. You realized that you were the cutest baby? People say that about every baby. Not every baby. There are some ugly ass babies out there. There are some ugly babies. Pressing your lips into a hard line, you firmly shook your head. You then lightly reached up and pinched Cove's cheek. I have eyes that concluded that you were the most adorable baby.
I appreciate it. Very nice.
Thanks.
Great.
I'll see you again. I'll miss you. This was fun. Thanks for being here. I'll miss you. I'll see you again. And soon. Okay.
Yeah.
And the only people left in the street was you and Cove. This is all I care about. Not the alien babies. Most babies are fugly. Cove closed his eyes, humming happily. While he waited for it to pass, he stared up at the sky. Cove's hands were in his pockets and his shoulders relaxed when he caught your attention with a tilt of his head.
So...
Can you guess what I'm thinking?
Right.
The fireflies! Yeah! Okay. I bet I'll catch one first. Not if I kill them all first. Oh, it's on. You laughed and watched him try to catch one instead. You shit him on. You went chasing after the next firefly that caught your eye. A particularly bright firefly zipped past your face, and you just couldn't let it go. You chased after it all over the hill. Every so often, you and Cove would pass by each other, moving in opposite directions. This time, you gave his shoulder a light shove to get his attention. Any luck? Not yet. The pursuit for fireflies continued until a handful had been caught. Cove crossed over to you with a bright grin that could rival every twinkling bug and star around you. Cupped between both hands, Cove carefully held a firefly. The corners of his mouth twisted before a few giggles escaped him, and you knew that feeling well. The way the firefly would buzz around, tickling the palms of your hands. Cove's eyelid fluttered open, meeting yours. He watched you with a complicated mix of emotions, heavy with the weight of 15 years of history, of memories. So what are we, 23? Goodness. It's really a relief that I got to see the fireflies. The trip wouldn't have felt complete without it. You're so right. The light breeze tousled your hair, content that you were grateful that Cove made this suggestion. If we hadn't done this, I would have felt like something was missing once I got home. I lost power for 3 seconds this morning, and apparently it means my whole white noise machine was going off all day long. Huh? Ew. Me too. Taking a deep breath, Cove held your eye. He appeared to be conflicted about what he wanted to say next, and you waited for him to make his choice. It's so strange not to live here anymore. Most of my life, neither of us were ever really away from Sunset Bird. Well, unless one of us went on a trip somewhere. Cove shook his head, his brows creased the longer he sat with the thoughts spinning in his brain. Those visits back then with my mom, I remember what a big deal they felt like, to be away from here without anyone else coming, for a long few weeks. Oh, how little I knew. Hey, what do you used to tell your mom about me when you were on those trips together? Cove hadn't been expecting that question at all, both of his eyebrows raised, and part of you wondered if you had somehow spoken gibberish instead. Honestly, I've been wondering about it since I was 13. Kira always kept the details to herself, and I never said a word either. Well, Cove couldn't meet your stare for a second longer. Cozy! Cozy! I just got a notification that Cozy Cottage is playing Our Life. Got him. They're over here, officer! Bashfully, he turned away and his voice grew smaller. Mostly, I just tell her about the times we'd hang out, but I know I was pretty enthusiastic when I was because you are someone really special to me. And I admitted that much to my mom. Not sure if I used the word crush exactly, but she knew that you were the highlight of my young life. And look at that, you still are. He delivered that final thought earnestly enough that you stopped breathing altogether. Cove beamed at you, pleased with his confession. Thank you. You're welcome, and thank you for being my favourite story. Oh, he's blushing. We're all blushing! Okay, I'm ready to go now. Yeah, I think I'm ready too. I'm not. Do we have to? He nodded. You nodded. A part of you didn't want to leave that poppy hill, but you knew it was time to go home. Trailing a few steps behind Cove, you looked back down the hill. You spotted your childhood home immediately. I'm grateful we could come home here and see how things are without us. Yeah. It was nice. It really was. Hydrate or die straight, please. I bet. We hydrating. Hello. Oh, okay. We sipping. We have sipped. It really was. With Cove right there along with you, you made your way down the hill, with the same stars above trailing the way your last night in Sunset Bird was closing out. You were lost deep within a dream, adrift in the current of your unconscious mind. Cove was with you even there, his presence strong as your mind flitted from scene to scene, the logic of the conscious world melting around you. Something jolted you from your slumber, the visions you constructed slipping away even as you scrambled to catch them. It had been a good dream. You opened your eyes to an unlit, unfamiliar ceiling. The darkness permeated the room so thoroughly that you were sure it was still the middle of the night. As your eyes adjusted to what little light there was to catch onto, a smiling face cozied itself right above you. There he was. Brooke. Good morning, Brooke. The grin was bright enough to make it seem like maybe the sun had risen after all. Ah! Wow, it's my dream come true, you said sarcastically. Oh, it's my dream come true. You cooed. Yeah. Naturally, you weren't surprised to see him, but that didn't stop you from enjoying it every time. His expression softened at your voice, the tender affection in his gaze, obvious despite the dim space. You kissed him! Kiss him again! Propping yourself up on your elbows, you leaned in towards him. Cove read the intent in your movements and bent down, meeting you halfway in a kiss. Would you have preferred me to wake you by tapping on the window? Maybe. That would have been cute. That would have been kind of hot. Cove simply smirked, amused by his own wit.
Come on.
I mean, you really shouldn't expect this to was gonna happen. I did. I was waiting for it. I'd hoped you might have outgrown it. Shame on me, because you got me more than once. I was waiting for it. Good. I'm glad I didn't disappoint. With you? Definitely.
All right.
You look it. You held out both arms, wordlessly asking him to lift you up. Cove complied, crouching down to scoop you up before gently settling you down again. One more summer beach trip? You were sorely tempted to tease him, but his eager expression was just too pure. Sure, one more. Saying word you and Kate set off sprinting. Eee. It was only a few minutes before you arrived at the expansive ocean shore. Cove kicked off his shoes and strode right into the water, not stopping until his feet were entirely submerged and the waves tickled his ankles. You took you got in the water with him.
Wow.
Wait, go back. Go back. Go back. How are we already at this point? It all went by so fast. Boy, you really sounded like a kid again. I think it was good enough. You shrugged. You nodded. It all went by so fast. A ghost of a smile crept over Cove's face, like the sun peeking out between the cloud of an overcast day. Cove reached out and enveloped your hands in his, pressing your palms together tightly. The silence returned just for a second. I'm glad we came this morning, and that we came on this whole visit back.
I'm so glad.
My boy! But more than anything, I'm glad for ending up in this town in the first place, where I got to grow up with a really nice neighbor. I wouldn't have wanted any other life. I'm so grateful to meet you too. Looked over at you out of the corner of his eyes, not turning his face away from the sea. His expression was full of affection, from the gentle curve of his smile to the clear, contented brow. It was a stark contrast to the tears rolling down his cheeks.
I love you.
I love you too, Cove! I love you! Emotional wet boys! You counted yourself lucky, even though you were leaving now. This place had gifted you with so much that you'd carry with you wherever life might take you. The memories you'd made, the lessons you'd learned, the people you'd built relationships with, you'd keep those pieces of your life in Sunset Bird forever. You stood with Cove silently, watching as bright rays swept away the last of the night's shadows until the day truly arrived. Your spirits were high as the sun rose ever higher in the sky. The two of you had found yourselves meandering back to the neighborhood street on sandy feet, strolling down the path just as you'd done thousands of times before. This was where it all started. You were compelled to look at the exact spot you'd first encountered Mr. Holden sitting dejected on the curb. It wasn't like that anymore. Still, you couldn't forget the day it began, just as you couldn't believe what an adventure it led to. Things had never been the same since that moment, and you couldn't be happier for it. Your mental lingering on that meeting had turned physical, causing you to stop in your tracks. It was only when you heard Cove's voice calling your name that you remembered that when you were and realized what you'd done. And what a present it was. A shining sun, a clear blue sky, and Cove by your side, all the most natural things in the world. So what's the next step? You watched Cove expectantly, waiting for him to guide you forward from here. There was a crinkle around his eyes as he laughed. It's up to you now. Huh? Oh, give me too much power. Aren't you worried about it going to my head? Cove smirked, shaking his head. Don't worry about it. I'm listening, so go ahead. His eyes met yours, holding your gaze. I believe in you, Brooke. No matter how much time might pass, there were some things that you could count on to be constant. Cove, your family, his family, and all your other loved ones being there for you when you needed it was one of those things. Since the beginning and for always. Since the beginning and for always! Knowing they were there, and you would never be truly alone, made the future look all that much brighter. What if I said we're proud to make out? Do you want to keep walking and go through town where we're supposed to eat? We should go see and reach the street faster. You were teasing him with that call, of course. Yeah, teasing. Teasing. But so much reminiscing about growing up made you yearn for him. Yearn! I'm yearning! After all, Sunset Bird had given you Cove. You wanted to enjoy both of them together. Cove spluttered out a laugh. Brooke! He covered his mouth with his hands, staring at you over them with wide eyes. So you don't want to? Is what I'm hearing. He slowly lowered his hands, his gaze flicking shyly between you and the ground. No, that'd be perfect. Gotta make out! Gotta go! Your days growing up in Sunset Bird had been so wonderful. Even the prospect of leaving again made your cheeks ache. Yet you weren't going to let that stop you. It would be hard, but you knew that it'd still be there, waiting whenever you wanted to return. Facing Cove, you'd been by your side through it all. You knew that one day you'd look back on these moments now, just as you fondly reminisced about your childhood growing up here. Each happy moment you experienced became only memory of what used to be. But that was what life was, and it was okay. As it was from the beginning, and continuing that way for always, life took another step forward. Thank you for beginning a life here! Have we done it? You can come back again. Always! Hee! The end! Yippee! Hurrah! We did it! Okay. Oh, wonderful. Okay, now we've like properly done. Now we've properly done. Okay. That was a very good game. That was a very good visual novel. That was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun. Okay, let's go see actually who's still streaming. If anyone is still streaming. Okay, who rated? Okay. Don't know who you are. You're Stranger Danger. That's me. I don't think Yasuka's streaming anymore. I don't know who you are. Shall we go make a new friend? Okay, this is an LGBTQ safe space. They're currently playing Fields of Mystria. Who raided into you, actually? Shay raided into you. Okay, so maybe they're alright. Wait, no, Wink is playing. Who's... But Wink is playing. Do we want to go pull up on Wink? In fact, Hunky Boy is currently playing, and Hunky Boy raided us when we were playing Jackbox. So I think it's only fair we go back and like return the raid. So here's the raid message. This is where the wedding DLC would start. If you had it, Kai, please. I'll get it. Okay, I'll get it. I'll look into it. I'll maybe look into the 18+ stuff. So a certain mod of yours was raided by Jazz. I didn't see that. I'm gonna go say hi to Hunky Boy. Now this will be the first time technically second time I'm interacting with Hunky Boy. Because they raided into us. What are your pronouns? Epic partner, Twitch affiliate. Yeah, let's go. And they have they got gay flags on their stream. Okay, but they're currently playing Fortnite. So be kind, be courteous, respect. I believe we're gonna go with he him, but we're gonna check when we get in there. So respect his pronouns. Be courteous, be short. Remember, you are an advocate for this community, so be nice. Don't make me look like an idiot. And let's go say hi. So definitely be sure to grab that raid message, as I don't grab the raid message. Okay, grab the raid message. And then we can go. Because he raided into us when we were playing Jackbox last week. And the fact that he's currently streaming to, like, 2 people, we can pull up. We can easily double those numbers. Alright, love y'all. Thank you for joining me for our life, beginnings and always. And I don't know what we're doing tomorrow. We'll probably be doing observation tomorrow. We'll see how many spoons I've got. And maybe we might go for a walk. Maybe we might go for a walk, depending on when we wake up. Might go for a walk? Walkies? You want walkies? Your treat? Outside? Go trip in the car? Just saying, like, trigger, just activation words. Alright, love y'all. Let's pull up and go say hi. I'm gonna go try and sleep, but I'm probably just gonna be squeeing and looking at the Patreon. Alright, love y'all. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate y'all. And what does Gibby say? Wash your feet, wash your face, brush your teeth, get into pajamas, get ready for bed. Alright, love y'all. And I'll see you soon. Okay, bye.